Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people Waiting for the dead of night. Cross my heart, hope you die. An eye for an eye. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, but that time is going to be far too late. I
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen.G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Betcha flashes in, and down goes Knight.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series has taken a turn, and he still lives on!
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
Through all the doubt, through all the disbelief, they earn their place.
Winning is not a matter of chance.
It's a choice. It's in! He's in the enemy base! Jackie Love just found everybody!
Body block from Warren! Who's he called? Pick it up!
Hail the new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double galleons! Pain Gaming have done it! Look at the teleport! He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Worlds 2025. We're broadcasting live from the JGG Sports Arena Center, in Beijing, China. We saw the wall we went to visit yesterday as well, but we are gearing up for round 2 of the Swiss stage. And the question will be for HLE and for CFO, and I guess specifically for CFO, if they can crawl those stairs to that higher plane that they've been gunning for this entire year, and if they can take down HLE. I'm Shox, and I'm really happy to be here at the desk with Kobe and with Dagda as we look ahead to this wonderful day with honestly 2 spectacular matchups.
Super excited for it. You talked them up. The Flying Oyster, this underdog story. How high can they fly?
Yeah, it feels like they're taking those steps 2 at a time at points. They have looked fantastic, but now it's in against HLE. It's all up in the air.
Who knows? Talking about steps, Kobe, you have a
we
little
went to the
souvenir?
Great Wall. I got the panda hat. You got one as well.
I got one
What
as well.
happened?
Well, it's gonna mess up my hair.
Okay. I don't care about my hair.
Okay, well, we'll fix it under this next video because, of course, to celebrate the 15-year anniversary of Worlds, which is absolutely amazing, Riot is posting a bracket of memorable plays from Worlds history, which we're always happy to look at. So let's check out the next round. It's Uzi's Vayne Flank from 2013 versus Gumayusi's Blind Baron Steal from 2022.
It would then allow him to clean up fights his Vayne, but OMG going for the fights. They have the man advantage.
Oh, lovely. Naturally going very deep. Cool going to go over towards Sammy. There's a Stand United being used very early. Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the Vayne. Kill for White. Sand's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi, but look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace!
The game open. That's going to be DRX on Baron. They take down 4 of T1. The flank from Pyosik on the top side and then teleport in from Zeka.
DRX circled T1 like sharks, herding them in. T1 didn't find a response. Guma, can he steal it?
Guma will have to fire right hell.
And we never heard from K-Drill again.
Bad boy, Mark, bad boy.
Bad boy. But hey, it gave me goosebumps, Dagda, seeing that Uzi moment from 2013. I think there's a lot of newer viewers who might not know these plays, right? But he was a menace.
He was incredible, and 2013 was actually the first Worlds I ever watched as a fan. And I remember watching that play thinking, oh my God, I want to do this. And then I remembered I don't have hands and became a support main instead.
Hey, I'm a support main.
Close
enough. So, of course, keep your eye on this bracket. It was the Vayne Flank that made it in this one, and we'll see, of course, the other iconic plays that are going to fill this bracket out. Is there an early favorite from the ones that have already gone through?
I mean, I just want to say that Guma stealing objectives on Varus is like easy mode.
Yeah.
At this tournament, he's also stolen them on Xayah and even Yunara of all things too. So
what is that? Is that game sense or what is that? That he's the only one who can do it. So
that's just Guma things.
It is him. It's just him. He is him.
He is him. Exactly.
Balls Pentakill is my personal favorite. Though.
All
You
right,
asked which one's my favorite.
Totally win. But speaking of brackets, let's take a look at our Swiss stage bracket as we head into the final stages of Swiss. How do we feel overall about the draw?
How the hell is KT the team that has gone out? That's the thing I want to look at, because like out of all the teams here from the LCK, the fact that it's KT that goes 3-0 is just mind-boggling to me.
Actually, so funny, and it is so applicable. What's really crazy too, though, is BLG, #1 LPL seed, is down there in the elimination bracket already with T1 of all teams. There are certainly sharks down there in the elimination bracket already.
It's crazy. I feel like for EU and NA, there's been some bad draws and
some good draws.
I was going to say 100 Thieves Road versus FlyQuest Road is like, oh, you beat BLG, congratulations.
Big Dokes wants the challenge, you know. He wants the hard path.
They take it in stride. Also, Kobe. What's up with Jarvan? Does he suck?
Honestly, I still think the kit is fine. Like, the champion is well designed. I think it's a fine pick. It has been over prioritized early on in the tournament, so it got early picks previously.
Oh, Fnatic, are they still in?
On the last day.
No.
Razork, okay. Razork and Karsa both had really good Jarvan games on our last day that we just saw of Swiss stage. Unfortunately for them, they only won the Jarvan games, and both teams got eliminated afterwards.
Oops.
But they showed, you know, how you should use Jarvan. an early priority on ganks. They were able to snowball, and critically, Dagda, they picked them into immobile carries that couldn't just get out of Cataclysm, and so they had a lot of good combinations.
Yeah, I think if you mess it up, it's so easy to go wrong with like supports having access to heal and exhaust, and you've also got redemptions. It's very difficult to finish someone off in the backline. So if you mess it up, J4 is not having a good time.
Yeah.
It's a comp issue, not a Jarvan the Fourth issue.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, too, if you early pick Jarvan, then you are picking your jungler, so you can't, like, throw in a Trundle if they pick Sion. And Sion has been, like, a super good pick, so you really need to have counters to Sion, so.
Makes sense. I wonder if we're going to see Jarvan today, and I hope that you allow us to indulge just a little bit, because I know FlyQuest versus G2 is our second series, but we just want to get you started. Also, when the draw happened, a lot of people weren't shy about popping off about that result. Let's take a look.
I saw him practicing it.
If we want West to make quarterfinals, Fly needs to be drawn right now.
Oh
We got one team in! We got one team in!
It's the best prize!
For you, Raz. We're coming for you this time.
Hell no!
Let's go! We're so happy.
I cannot wait for this.
Oh, Teemo!
You killed Teemo!
Yes, go Teemo too! Honestly, though, I feel like FlyQuest, even if they had drawn some of the LPL and LCK teams, we would be excited as well.
Really?
Yeah, because we want to see them get through that way, but versus EU, that's got to be the best, you know? We got the rivalry.
Also, it's for, I think, one of the first times where it's like Seed 1 versus Seed 1. I think it was NRG versus G2 when that last happened specifically. And the fact that this should be the best versions of both teams in that regard, Rob. So what is it going to come down to?
I think it's going to come down to the jungle and the support, honestly. And like even talking about the different seeds, like when we saw these two teams face off against at MSI, it was G2 coming in as the second seed, whereas the first seed for NA. So I think across the board, I just cannot wait to see how this one's going to face off.
My read is kind of that I know what I'm going to get from FlyQuest. They are very, very good, specifically in these matchups. We saw it at MSI. But for me, it's going to be, did G2 actually get better? We watched a BLG game, but people want to say, well, BLG's playing really badly. You still have to drive it home. We saw them in Madrid as well. So is that going to be what makes a difference?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am a little bit worried here because G2...
He's worried!
They look significantly better than they did at MSI. For sure, this G2 is definitely a better team than that team that FlyQuest 3-0'd at MSI. And they're already showing that creativity and champ select that everybody knows and loves about G2. You know, throwing down the Anivia, you know, already showing the LeBlanc type of stuff. So
and that's when we're our most dangerous. When G2 look comfortable in the draft, that's where they're worried.
Is it? Would you say your hubris is not as strong as some of the other NA representatives, or?
No. you got to keep it kind of low key until we get the edge. You know,
yeah.
I feel like everyone popping off a little early. It's okay.
You got to be careful.
We've got it under control.
You got to be careful. But it's a great match to look forward to, of course, as well as our first one. It will be CFO taking on HLE. And Laura, she did catch up with Chawi in our Verizon Game Day interview.
Chawi, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's series. Big day, heading into quarterfinals. Tell me about CFO. Looking at the whole year you had, what is the biggest improvement for the team?
I feel like we learned how to play the map a lot better. Just in the past, our region, we usually just lose laning phase, lose everything. And so because we did pretty well in first 10, so we get to scrim against the top teams from LCK and LPL. So we learned a lot from all those scrims.
Now, looking at today's matchup, you got another LCK team to beat, but you beat the world champion. So I'm thinking I'm not too much worried about you. What is your read on Hanwha Life Esports right now as a team?
I feel like Hanwha Life Esports has really high mechanically skilled players like Zeus. So it's really hard for us to win them. We have to come up with a lot of good strategies and through ban picks and how we play the map to maybe take a game off them. So we'll try to do our best.
All right. Any specific player that you should be careful about?
I feel like it's going to be the top end.
And it's a game.
It's a mystery.
Top and who? But
I think top and AD carry probably.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be Viper down there.
That makes a lot of sense. When it comes to kind of Chawi talking about the year, I think that for me, CFO has been such a great team to watch because I think in comparison to maybe even some of the teams from my own region, right? They went to all these international tournaments and they learned something every single time, applied it, and got better. And I think that is so inspirational to see for players coming out of that region.
Yeah, and it's also difficult to do when they only dropped a single series over the course of the whole year, right the way back at the start. But it does say a lot about the coaching staff and the players themselves that we have seen them grow over the course of the last 2 or 3 years. And I think a huge portion of that is kind of like the players moving to regions like the LPL, maybe not having the best of times there, but bringing those learnings back. And that's why I'd like to focus on people like Junja and Doggo, because Junja ended up playing on EDG with Viper when they end up winning Worlds. It was actually subbed out for JJ, couldn't find the success there. And it's a similar story when you look across at Doggo. Picked up after a fantastic series at Worlds and moved across to BLG right as Zeka ended up leaving from BLG, but these players couldn't find the same success that these LCK superstars did, moved back to the LCP and grew their region brick by brick and now find themselves competing with the best in the world.
And they're looking like they 100% deserve to be there. Doggo has actually been insane.
Crazy.
The Draven pick where he's just laning top, gets solo kills in this game, the Caitlyn game as well, amazing from him. And so that's going to be a super exciting matchup versus Viper down there. And Junja, you said it, you know, he has been running that region for a while. Really, really impressive stuff. CFO, they've gained so many fans because they have been consistent in coming to all of the international events, you know, so far this year.
Doggo has been a player to watch, but for HLE Viper, Dagda is always a player to watch.
This man is insane. Like, he is incredible. No matter what pick you seem to put him onto, he will always perform. Even in their losses on things like the Kai'Sa, this man was absolutely insane. It feels like at times he can do no wrong, and it has to be shutting down him. Even if we didn't get to hear it in the Chowie interview, has to be the #1 priority here.
He has to play well, and then he also has to tell Zeka to build a tier.
Yeah, that does help.
Just remind me.
That's also, they're not going to make that mistake again. Come on. Maybe. Well, when it comes to this matchup, there are, I think, some things where CFO could find an edge, although Chowie was very careful. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the draft adaptations and the Sion particularly, because we've seen it be so instrumental for CFO, and teams just don't want to ban it for some reason.
I mean, it's an incredibly strong pick across the entire board for every team, but in particular for these squads, we traditionally would have seen like one of the 2 top laners for CFO pick it up, but the fact that both of them are performing means that they are a 2-time devastating top side of the map. Exactly, but I think it's then opening up for some incredible moments with team fighting, being able to weak side, work through these lane swaps, and especially for a team like CFO that is very good at finding picks on side lanes, when you're able to play away from a Sion, it can open them up for these early leads that are spectacular.
Yeah, and it's going to be big on the side of HLE too. Zeus set a world record for most kills on a Sion at an international event. And so it's dangerous on both sides. I feel like it's going to be definitely a high priority early on in the series. This champion has been kind of the talk of the town now with the meta.
Yeah, it will be. I'd love to, of course, big up the underdog a little bit more. I just think underdog stories are the best, and they could really pull off a Cinderella story here if they do this. Dagda, can you give me one thing that you're very confident in that they should be able to translate into winning moments?
Oh, it's their team fighting. Like, hands down, it has been spectacular to watch. It's the understanding of how to set up at objectives, how they want to try and play around this front-to-back style. And even in their last series against AL, they refused to give up. It was fight after fight. They are trying to catch you at every step of the way. CFO are a team that will not give up easily. And when it comes to team fighting, they're able to transition those early leads into huge wins off of like this play from Junja. Like, this sticks out of my mind so much. Just this flash over the wall was so sick to watch.
In this game and in this match, of course, it can qualify you directly to that next round, which is absolutely huge for the likes of CFO, but also for HLE. Peanut wants to make that last dance count. He wants to make it work, but it isn't always that easy.
It definitely is not. I mean, CFO are for sure the underdogs going versus HLE. The individual talent on this HLE team is insane. Chawi was just about to start talking more about Zeus and how many problems Zeus is going to actually cause for the CFO team. And Peanut being in his last dance, it would just be so poetic if they're able to make a really, really strong run here. at Worlds this year.
It would be. I think a lot of people would like to see the underdog win for CFO and those players that have worked so hard the entire season to all culminate at Worlds, which is what you do it for. But on the other side, HLE, it would be almost embarrassing if they don't make it to the knockouts. And Peanut, he wants to get it done, that miracle run. Can he do it? And who will we see take a step into those quarterfinals today? Let's see.
Ever since I've gotten into Worlds, I haven't been doing very great.
And just like that, the last hope of Europe is eliminated.
This year, we'll do whatever it takes. If I can bring Europe back on top, it would mean everything to me.
2018 Fnatic, 2019 G2, all those rosters kind of gave me a lot of hope. I got so much hope seeing that the best of the West could compete with the best of the East.
I think Europe has downgraded a little bit over the years, and I think this year we have to redeem ourselves.
FlyQuest will steamroll G2 as the latest chapter of the rivalry is written as an epitaph for Europe.
I think we are best team in the West, so we're gonna win. Believe in us or don't, we'll win anyway.
You're going up against a different kind of G2. One that won't go down easy.
저희는 8강을 무조건 간다는 마음가짐으로 왔기 때문에
Impressive stuff from HLE. A single best of 3 away from making it to the quarterfinals.
다음에 상대가 누가 와도 꼭 이긴다는, 무조건 이긴다는 마음가짐으로 준비하고 있습니다.
Hanwha are putting on a display in Beijing.
지금 연승을 통해서 기세도 굉장히 좋기 때문에 2승 1패 팀 다른 팀을 만나도 저희가 훨씬 강하다고 생각합니다.
我觉得我们 CFO 最强的地方就是我们每个人都有自己个人的特色，然后这些特色如果加在一起的话，我们就会有一些特別的奇效跟加成。
You thought it was difficult taking down CFO before this. It has just become so much harder.
전문가들을 생각 하나생명 e스포츠보다는 AEL이나 아니면 젠지 같은 팀이 그래도 더 강하지 않나라고 생각을 할 것 같아요. 하지만 그 생각이 틀렸다는 걸 완전히 보여줄 겁니다.
最重要的意义就是让大家看到我们 LCP 也能够进8强，我们会证明我们赛区的实力。
I hope you're ready for us. 그래도 꼭 마지막까지 서 있는 팀이 되도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. The best thing about today is that we could still have both of these teams in the knockout stage. First, we will introduce Team Flying Oysters.
It's a pleasure to have them here on the stage and at this World Championship, as throughout this year they have continued to leave their mark at this competition and at every competition that Riot has hosted. They're a name that you just can't ignore with their impressive performances and how they've challenged the best in the world.
Their ability as well to pull off 6-man teams, to me, is one of the most impressive things.
Yeah, it's so incredibly cool. And on the other side, Hanwha Life Esports.
And this team really had a breakout performance in the LCK playoffs after the expectations were somewhat muted because they were really playing second fiddle. And I think thus far in the tournament, we've both seen why they're regarded highly, but also simultaneously some of the weaknesses that were the reason why they weren't able to win the final and what plagued them throughout the regular split as well.
Yep, and so I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler and Vedius today to go through this first best of 3, to see which one of these 2-1 teams is going to be making it to the knockout stage and which one of them has another best of 3 to play. That's the best part, is because I expect this to be an incredible best of 3 series between these 2 squads. One of the youngest players here at this tournament in Hongqiu, who has just looked so fun to watch. Another one of these prodigies in the mid lane.
And for the occasion, I also watched back the series that these 2 teams played at the beginning of the year at First Stand. And I think things are looking very different going into this matchup. The matchup that back then we saw Zeka really overperform on both Yone and Zed. we haven't seen that form of him, even on his champions, whereas Hongkyu has been amazing this tournament.
The thing that I just love about CFO is it feels like that they play with the nameplates off. The level of confidence that they bring to every single game, the way in which they just stick to their game plan and they execute upon it well, it's nothing but a joy to see. My question to you two is, do you feel like that this is the HLE that we saw in playoffs at the start of the year, the HLE that's at full power, or do you think there's still room for growth when it comes to this HLE?
Yes. There is. This is a team that is not necessarily
Very good answer,
at the
Outpost.
full force that we saw in First Stand especially, right? That was the tournament that, as you mentioned, Chronicler, was where they managed to get that 2-0. That was a lot to do with certain players that have since deteriorated a little bit in the quality of their play. So we'll see whether they can turn it around, because that is the most annoying part about Halma Life Esports. You know that they have it in them. Zeka could just today be a god again. He might just decide, oh, I want this trophy as well, and they could really just leapfrog themselves into the knockouts from here.
And that has happened before for Hanwha, but Zeka is obviously the big talking point. I think Delight still has his highs, but he has a lot more ups and downs than he used to have previously, where I think he was a large part of the reason why they were so dominant at the start of the year, and has obviously been playing very well, as there is that Sion man that I think we're all waiting for.
Exactly right. We are into Champion Select here for game number 1. Already some bans coming through thick and fast. A certain Golden Pigeon is still standing out though.
So the thing that's interesting about CFO, of the 3 wins that they've had so far at this tournament, all of them have been with Sion. HLE, the first team to sit there and go, you know what, we're just going to ban it away, especially away from Driver, the man who is named after the Sion pick himself. Of course, we know that Driver has become a lot more diverse in his pool throughout the summer split, so let's see what he's prepared for Zeus in the top lane.
And here at Worlds, he's going to have to be a lot more diverse in his champion pool. In fact, adding double the amount of champions here today, which is going to be a large statistical leap.
It's also something that I was really wondering coming into the series for Hanwha, is that they were, in my opinion, the most well-prepped team, and they had the most targeted plans out of anyone. And I think that CFO kind of echoed that. The way they dispatched of T1, I think, was really a super good approach at specifically what made T1 strong in the early game, which was Owner, the very early invade, and we see Halma Life also taking lessons with that Qiyana banned away from Junja.
Well, Aurora, Azir, both very powerful mid laners open, with the Ryze open too, but we do know that CFO do have a tendency to lean more towards this Aurora, especially with some of the performances we've seen from Hongkyu. Yunara, another big one. I feel like if CFO don't prioritize it, this is something that Viper will happily take off the board.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't really spoken about, which is a little bit more of an overarching thing, is the fact that we had 2 days off. And so developments could actually exist here in this draft. Not so far though, because the Orianna has been first pick priority for quite some time. I imagine that the Yunara Azir is looking like a pretty comfy lock here.
Also wonder whether that ups the Jarvan prio. I do know that we've been talking a lot about Jarvan, his strength as a pick. I do think the combo with Orianna specifically does really hold up to scrutiny. This pick for Viper would be no surprise, and Zeka does have the opportunity to go towards the Aurora. Orianna, to me, is kind of where we've seen Azir a lot in the past, where she feels like her laning phase is super oppressive, she skills really well into the game, she really kind of does everything. Might be prio for Peanut early on the Xin Zhao. Trundle is still open, but Xin Zhao we've seen do really well into Jarvan specifically.
Absolutely. The question is, what do you want to pair alongside this Orianna? Because as you're highlighting, the Xin Zhao kind of preemptively to dissuade something like a Jarvan, but they might not care about it, as they immediately switch on over to the Azir, something that Zeka, we've seen a fair amount of from him throughout the year. And I imagine that paired alongside the Yunara, already you're looking at a very stable and secure front-to-back style of composition.
And we've really gone back and forth on Zeka, where at first Azir was one of the champions that obviously was added to the melee pool very early on. And then there was a large period where he could kind of play everything. And then this year we've really seen him struggles even on pick that he's been historically great on. I do think Azir is one of those champions that you just need to be able to play within the LCK. And really anywhere, but in the LCK in particular, we have a couple of really big enjoyers of this champion. So not playing it isn't an option. Would mean that the Xin Zhao is going to go over to Junja here. That is still a great combo with the Orianna. I don't think it's as like team fight heavy as a Jarvan would, because you also have the ability to go in with the R and then follow up from there. But still, very strong amount of early skirmishing here, already locked in for CFO.
wondering how priority things like K'Sante would be if they're interested in tanks. It looks like it's going to be very high priority.
Yeah.
For
I would say they'll
CFO.
choose to do that.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do. So now you have the choice of do you lock in your jungle here for HLE to make sure that you have a solid matchup, because as you mentioned that there are still a good number of junglers left that you can play into the Xin Zhao. Alternatively, you can get that top lane counter. But we know that Zeus is someone that has a very deep pool, is probably very flexible with what he's played into the K'Sante. So I expect the jungle to come through, given that Zeus has so much flexibility in his options.
I'm looking at Poppy. Jarvan is, again, I think a pick that has been very often talked about, does still have a decent amount of power, but I don't love it into what CFO already have, and they do still have the ability to pick an AD carry that isn't bothered. That for me is always one of the big tests. If you're playing something like Sivir, that will be something where you do really struggle playing into that, and instead, I think the Poppy might still end up as a ban, because I do think that CFO really don't want to play into that.
Well, Caitlyn's going to be taken away first as we hop into our second round of bans. We'll see where CFO's focus is going to be. We're looking at top lane, we're looking at support, and I think there is a certain shape-shifting support champion that I know, Chronicle, you're a huge fan of and think is very balanced.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing whether they do get rid of the Neeko or not. That was sarcasm, by the way, everyone at home, in case you didn't pick that one up. He hates that champion.
I think Neeko's, this is the amount of engages I've seen.
The current iteration
there you go.
Power level at this point in time.
Sounds like he hates Neeko.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Is this how we're going to start?
Between
you guys
the
are already ganging up on me?
I'm just trying to understand. Alice is just your translator, you know what I mean?
We just need to
find Betty.
We just need to help him.
And there is the Neeko ban coming through from Hanwha Life as we try to move on
they hate
from the
Neeko
conversation.
as well, is that what you're saying?
Well, I think it makes sense that they don't want to play into it.
Harsh, Chronicle,
trying their very best to continue on in this draft. Poppy, to me, could obviously go top. We saw Broken Blade pilot that with great efficiency, and Zeus is also one that loves his more creative counter picks. But Hanwha Life could also just say, like, we slam Rumble and just leave it at that. And that's not the best matchup into the K'Sante. Specifically, we see K'Sante picked a lot into Rumble, but with Jarvan and with Azir, it does make sense as the Braum ban comes through.
Are they thinking Kai'Sa? I don't love it.
Yeah, that sounds
I'm
like
just
a
thinking
risk.
about,
Like
I mean, I
Kai'Sa
think it is a... No, I mean, like, the safest would be something like Lucian or Ezreal, and it is Doggo, so I feel like that he's more than happy to play both of those champs.
Yeah, it's going to be the Rumble locked in, though, for Zeus. No real surprises there, but not necessarily something we say checkmate as far as the top lane is concerned. Doggo's Draven was pretty good the last time we saw it.
Against a Jarvan, that would surprise me. Jarvan Rumble seems like... I mean,
no, I'm with
ambitious dating carry, I would say.
Are we going to see the lane swap come in again, though?
That's true, yeah.
Because he's already taken out the T1 top laner of now in a solo kill. Maybe he's going to do the one previously as well. Never mind, not on an Ezreal.
Not going to
That's
get
not
the opportunity. I do think, I'm with you, Vadi. I think their Draven was a really big risk. Even in that game, I think their Draven got off to basically the dream start. It worked out really well, but Ezreal is just so insanely safe. It takes away a lot of the value from that Jarvan.
Nami could also be...
Oh, God, no.
I was thinking of two other enchanters, Kaiwing. I gave you two others that you could use.
Those others more,
Karma, Nami, I'll even take a Lulu.
Oh, no. No, that look on his face. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, Nami's out.
There we go.
Okay.
And this is a bit of a special one, right?
Yeah, this is what we come to expect from Kaiwing. Definitely one of his special picks, and he had a great performance on it as well, so already in this tournament. It just helps a lot with the poke. It gives you a little bit of sustain, but also that disengage ultimate to help with the threat of the Jarvan looking to engage on your backline.
And it's actually really interesting, right? Because Kaiwing, one of the older players on this team, Delight, when he was a pro, was an incredible Nami player. He was known as playing enchanters. We see him now as like engage, but that's what he developed himself as alongside Henna.
And while you mentioned, bro, Delight got
he's pretty good at this champion.
This was back in like 2022 when bro wasn't really that much of a threat. Of his Rakan specifically, looking at the composition for Hanwha, I think it's very cohesive. Obviously plays very well, very far forward. I do think they can struggle with the lack of front line if they end up getting into like these kind of classic front to backs. And the early skirmishing has been the biggest thing in this tournament. And I do think that Zeka's laning phase in particular will have to be good here to buy Peanut the space to go for these early plays.
Yeah, I mean, what I think is interesting is HLE have a lot of damage threats, but their engage is very quick. Jarvan and Rakan are very fast ability to dive onto the backline, and Rumble can immediately follow that up with his ulti, with both Viper and Zeka kind of doing what they can, hitting whatever target becomes the closest. Whereas I feel for CFO, while I think it's a little bit easier for them to gain space, because what's K'Sante afraid of? You know, when that Dragon is being started by HLE, he can walk up, he can acquire some space for them, he's got that Orianna, he's got that Nami behind him, but their engage is not the easiest to pull off. You've got a Xin Zhao that can dive in, K'Sante doesn't have the easiest way to start off the fight, and I think that as long as HLE play with their range, it's much easier for them to kind of get advantages in team fights, leverage the poke, and I think in the 5v5, I do give the edge to HLE.
Yeah, it's feeling very committal on the side of CFO, but that is exactly what CFO do. They hard commit to fights all game long, and we're going to see whether they'll do it again here in game number 1 as we get onto the Rift for this best of 3. Don't worry, guys, we are just going to be promoting a team to our top 8 rather than saying goodbye to anyone in this best of 3. Still a chance for either of these teams if they don't make it through this one. But then it's do or die as the Gyos do come through.
You know, those power rankings that we just saw at the top, I know obviously these power rankings, the statistics that come in behind them as Junja looks for a bit of early vision. You know, there's always a lot of conversation that happens around them, right? Like, arguing, is HLE actually the second best in the world right now? Is CFO number 5? Like, you can debate for
days. Is KT the best team in the world right now?
Excellent question.
Yeah, it's a very good question.
Yes, that's why I love casting with you.
Good call, Max.
What I love about it, and what I think it really demonstrates, is the unbelievable amount of growth that we have been seeing from CFO throughout the year. The fact that they have consistently challenged these top teams, but unfortunately have always just fallen short of being able to beat them, just shows the level of which they've risen to, but also showcases the potential that exists in this roster. And to upset HLE today, I think would be monumental for them and the region.
Yep. Having a look here at the year of CFO, they have been just kicking goals all over the place. And the other side of the coin isn't the same story, right? And I actually love this as a barometer for how HLE is going to look and to measure the performance of CFO and how much they've improved. Already, you can see that this lane matchup, not exactly the most fun for Zeka.
Well, I've also seen teams, I think, really stifled in their growth when you're so obviously the best team in your region. And that, I think, is so cool about CFO, is that hasn't seemingly harmed them. There's obviously also the proximity, right? They're able to scrim against LPL, LCK teams. But you need to get to the point where they see you as a scrim partner in the first place. So
that's not an easy thing.
That is not an easy thing. Known hard thing, actually, to get going consistently. As looking at both junglers currently pathing towards the bot side of the map, we also have actual just normal lanes, which I love.
We're also seeing in this early game just pressure from CFO all across the map. Hongq playing hyper-aggressive in the mid lane, making sure that he leverages the early strength of Orianna. In the bot lane 2 versus 2, the additional sustain that Kaiwing is bringing on the Nami means that he can help the Ezreal get that early push. And on the top side of the map, Rumble doesn't have the same threat that he will later on into the game. So CFO are playing with 3 pushing lanes now, and I'm very curious as to what Junja will do with that pressure, because when it comes to star power, he really is kind of the shining star of this team, and he makes a lot of magic happen for CFO.
And Peanut has been one of the biggest early instigators in the entire LCK. The man loves to flash over walls early on, try and go for these really aggressive level 3 ganks. We're not going to see any of that this time around, though. Both junglers have just decided to go for a full clear. Peanut's going to cross because obviously he wants to try and play away from the bot lane that is so heavily pushed in, and should still be able to get his crab there.
Yep, going for a little bit of a wraparound here. We'll see whether he is actually looking for Hongq, but instead going to be a little distracted by the shellfish.
You need that crab.
You got to get the crab first. But then he might head into this mid lane to try and punish a bit of the shove that has come through here. Junja going to finish off his clear as the Demacian junglers both going to be mirroring each other on opposite sides of the map. And you can see here, Zeus, level 4, feeling a whole lot more comfortable in this matchup. And speaking of matchups, things actually are... One thing that I hadn't actually noticed is that Hongq on a champion is pretty comfortable on, guys. 11-2 his whole career on this champion, and that is a lot of games for someone so young.
And not only that, I want to highlight again the contrast to me.
Bit of a grand entrance here as Viper doesn't have a lot of the blue stuff, but is otherwise feeling okay. Delight still has the moves on the Rakan.
The contrast coming into the series compared to where at the beginning of the year where Zeka was picking Yone and Zed and actually did have like really flashy performances on it, obviously known for his melee champions for the longest time. But coming into this series, I think that we're seeing Zeka still kind of struggle with the issues he had domestically, where he's just not able to really perform to his highest level. And that might be the opportunity that CFO are going to be looking for. I am also looking at how these team fights are going to look. We've seen a lot of games really decided, like the first 2 skirmishes at Drake's, sometimes a Grubs contest, but usually that one is traded. But the Herald is where games are made or broken, and then, you know, at Otacon you get the opportunity. Maybe they throw back at you. As I hope we'll get that today as well, because the last time these two teams faced, even though the series wasn't that long, it was violent.
Certainly was. Oh,
Oh!
Jinx. Look at that synergy. Isn't that beautiful?
He needs to
I'm really
talk.
looking forward to when you come to the LCK next year.
He needs to talk. You have to say his name, because you jinxed him.
Oh, sorry, Vedius.
I mean,
Do I need to say it like lots of times?
Day, but it's okay.
I mean, I could do that.
Can't believe he jinxed me on a cat.
I mean, it's obviously Andy Day.
That's true, only my mother calls me Andrew. Shockwave.
Yeah, Zeka taking a bit of damage here, but I think he'll be all right. The pressure from Honkyu is just massive, though, and you can see it is being demonstrated in that 10 CS gap. Peanut going to move on over here as Control Wards are going to meet in the Banana Brush. For this Dragon, will be going over to Junja without too much of a contest by HLE, just trying to get the information that they're looking for.
Yeah, and Hanwha Life already swapping away, not looking to contest this one. I think they do really need their level 6 on most of their characters to really get anything done. So instead of risking the game at an early play...
You think they want to kill Honkyu?
Yeah, possibly.
Well, they're going to go for it here as Emperor's Divide will pick him up.
Peanut?
We'll see whether he can get himself out of there, but that is going to be first blood going over to Zeka, and that is a great start for this Azir that was struggling.
HLE just sent all the boys to mid lane.
Yeah!
Delight was there, Zeka was there, Peanut was there, and Zeus were all there. Doggo trying to get a bit of chip damage down onto Zeus, but he's going to walk that one off. But it is first blood over to HLE, and they make it look easy.
I actually really like that play there from Hanwha Life. They know that there's no ultimate for Honkyu, but also I think normally when you get Drake for free, you would expect Hanwha Life to play towards the top side of the map, maybe invade their setup for Grubs. Instead, they just really heavily overload mid. Honkyu not wanting to use his flash, and to be fair, I think even if he flashes, Zeka follows him, and he will end up going down.
Now, from Zeus' perspective, there's the risk of a dive in this position. There was a stacked wave, he'd taken a decent amount of damage, but given that there's no presence of the jungler, they saw the timing of the blue buff, that actually pinged on the top side saying, actually, I'm pretty confident that Junja's on the other side of the map right now, giving Zeus the safety and security to sit underneath his tower, but also giving that information over to Delight and Viper, who are holding onto this freeze on the top side of the map. It was a very stock standard early game where I felt CFO leveraged their pressure extremely well. But now that the SWATs have started to come through, Grubs are going to be spawning soon, you can see that CFO under a little bit of pressure right now as they can't really punish anywhere on the map. And with Grubs spawning in 25 seconds, it's HLE that's going to be in a much more favorable position to set up for that objective.
Yeah, and despite the fact that it's only about a 600 gold lead, which is somewhat considerable at 7.5 minutes, this is where HLE builds on the tempo vibes, right? They move around the map better.
It's time.
You're not aware of the tempo vibes?
I'm unaware of the
Have you done that
vibes.
your Atlas prep specifically?
I did not.
I mean, so tempo vibes are not actually something represented by what's going on in the game.
Very important.
Right?
You might think of tempo and like tempo. No, not that.
It's not actually like that. It's just a vibe of who's in the better position. And right now, Peanut not in a great position as Arcane Shift from Doggo getting so many of these Mystic Shots down. Viper trying to kite it out, has that Q activated, and he has to flash to move himself out of the area. Battle Dance to save Delight, but Doggo snipes down Viper and will be able to answer that first kill.
So Doggo, he's got loads of tempo vibes out there.
Absolutely, there we go. Shockwave going to come through as Honkyu also pretty good at that. He is going to be able to take a turret shot and be okay, but this dive is not over yet. This wave is crashing down, and Peanut and Delight both under full health. And Cataclysm does put Doggo in the cage, but Kaiwing is able to help pick that one up. Is that going to be Feats of Warfare? There it is! As the Orianna collects it. Now Zeka finds a triple knockback with the Emperor's Divide, and Viper has made his way back to the fight. Kaiwing will be the first one to go down in this next team fight as Honkyu. No mana and not a lot of a chance to get himself out. But he is going to be able to flash. Still, Zeka able to pick it up. A double for the Azir, and HLE salvaged the play.
And you can see there at first, they're not actually going to pull the trigger, right? Doggo's he's just getting poked. And Doggo's like, no, we are all inning. Viper wasn't ready. But then the extension on trying to further go for that dive towards the top side ends up backfiring as reinforcements arrive for Hanwha.
I mean, Doggo is just a monster. Someone needs to check his PC immediately.
Not normal.
It was not normal at all. Of course, the consequences of all of this for CFO is while they were able to get a bunch of kills, big stacked wave on the top side, a couple of CS going to be lost. They're going to be able to grab all of these grubs in favor of HLE as well. Doggo is in the vicinity, and you've got to be mindful, Peanut. This man is not afraid of anything.
He certainly isn't. They do have a lot of mobility, though, so Battle Dance should be able to get Delight over the wall if he wants to leave the pit. And Driver is now the one that could be in trouble, or walking up very, very far. He's K'Sante, so he will be able to take a beating, but oh my goodness, Slurkle slows him down. There's the interruption. Great flag and drag from Peanut. And now the all-out does have to be employed. Can Driver do the funny business to get himself out? He uses the flash to try and escape, but he's ran out of options. Does eat that CC very nicely, and oh no! He just gets himself out!
Not even close, baby! I thought that when he used the W, because
we really need Showmaker here, I think.
Clearly he made the read.
Oh my goodness.
That they had based, right? They were expecting a base to come through here. As we go back to that dive.
Yeah, let's go back to the dive. So this is all after Doggo has already secured that kill. It's a 4 versus 2. You can see that Peanut tries to punish Kaiwing as he gets aggro underneath the tower. The EQ doesn't really result in much, and it looks like a clean dive to start things off. But with the arrival of Zeka, I love this awareness. An easy 3-man ultimate to set up for Viper to come in, who's just come off the back of respawning. Means that he's just spent his gold, he's got items, and he does enough damage to work with Zeka after CFO have already used all their tools.
And that's the big thing. You know there's no cooldowns, all the ultimates are down. I also did not really catch, at that time, Driver was just proxying between 2 turrets, and Zeus was like trying to take a limb, but obviously it's K'Sante, so that didn't work. And then they tried to kill the K'Sante afterwards. Also didn't work as the Drake.
Yeah, Drake gonna get started up here as Zeka finds another 2! There is the tidal wave, that comes on through, but Honkyu's already dead. Cataclysm will be avoided, but Doggo, he's out of the fight, he's out of the pit, and there is no hope for Junja this time. It is a steamroll from HLE.
And Zeka is 2 for 2 now with these shuffles. Actually, 3 for 3, even the gank in mid lane was him setting it up. On the Azir, 5-0.
Absolutely ridiculous performance from the guy that was getting the most criticism.
Yeah.
First, he doesn't build a tier on Rise, and now he's hit 2 fantastic shuffles here in this game, just trying to ramp himself up, perhaps. As right now, might be eating my words, have done that already this game, so do need to be a little careful, but we are going to be saved by the replay of the Dragon fight.
And the target focus from Zeka is fantastic. When you're being collapsed on, just attack one of the flanks. He finds the bottom lane of CFO, quickly connects onto them. Doggo has to escape to safety as they're able to find that kill onto the Orianna. And this is the thing, while Orianna is a very strong champion in the current meta, when you don't have that flash, you're a very vulnerable champion, especially to the amount of mobility that HLE has access to. And we talked about it earlier, right? Speed. HLE's composition is fast, and I feel like that CFO are being punished in the setup for some of these objectives, as Honky now gets dangerously low and is at risk of a dive.
Yeah, this is scary. No flash available. Does get the 2-man shockwave, though, as the punishment is going to come on through, but Redemption will be able to keep Zeka relatively safe as Kaiwing moves himself over. Delight is not afraid. Otherwise, everything's going to be okay.
Actually, really nicely done there. Made sure to clear the wave so that there wasn't an angle for a dive. He knew reinforcements on the way, so the next dive was at no threat. And I really want to highlight what you said earlier, Vedi, about Honky. Without flash, there is a Jarvan whose ultimate will force you. Maybe even the flag and drag is Zeus.
Yeah, going all out here as the equalizer goes down. It just puts a wall between himself and Driver. There's the knock-up and the punishment to come in. I'll hold it until he's actually dead, and there he does finally go down. Some revenge here as True Shot Barrage not quite correct here to take down Zeus.
Peanut feels very omnipresent right now. It's probably because we just came out of a replay where he was bot lane and now he's top lane. The man is covering exactly where he needs to at just the right times. As Zeka.
Yeah, looking for Honky here as the quickness comes in, and Delight will just hold him in position. Emperor's Divide, perfect position, but he's not dead just yet, and Junja is making his way down. HLE, a little bit of a split decision, but Zeka decides he wants to get the kill as there is the turret going down in the top lane at the same time.
And the shutdown will go to Junja. That's a small moment of respite for CFO, but they still got the 1-for-1. Zeka, I think, made the right call. He's not getting out, so he might as well make sure that he gets the kill onto Honky. But the bigger story is that while that's happening because of the kill on Driver, top lane has fallen as Doggo.
Yeah, Viper taking so much damage here. That Trinity Force has been finished. The knock-up from downtown as Barrier is trying to keep Viper alive. Meanwhile, here on the bottom side of the map, Junja is in trouble as Zeus is down here as well. That's a great ulti, and Junja is going to be able to keep himself safe.
Oh, that flash predict from Doggo just doesn't quite have the damage yet.
And as you can see here, in the Coinbase Gold Grind on the left of your screen, Zeka with a whole lot of extra money against the biggest powerhouse of this team.
And it feels like the game is quickly slipping out of CFO's control as HLE, I mean, I just took a quick glimpse at the minimap and it's just red wards littered everywhere. Some of that deep vision that HLE had gotten on the bottom side is now wearing off, but they have such great information on CFO's movements and they're already ahead of the play. Peanut has been there, ready to set up for these objectives, and while CFO have been able to steal a few of them away, given that they are sitting at 2 dragons right now, this Herald looks I mean, why do I say it's uncontested? Of course they will challenge, it's CFO!
Well, they're going to try. We'll see whether they can actually lock down the objective. He's just going to be able to steal it away. Feats of strength come in as well, but there's a great equalizer from Zeus. Cataclysm comes down, and there is the quickness as well for the charm. Junja is immediately going to get punished, and they may not be able to get the eye, but at least they have some cool shoes.
I love that Junja is just exquisite at winding HLE up. He is diving in solo. The fight doesn't go their way, but they steal away the objective once again. And CFO showing their aggression as Doggo.
Another arcane shift forward as Peanut going to get himself out of the top of the morning to you, he says. Zeka is going to shift some sands to get himself to safety as well. Doggo, he's going to do it, isn't he? Okay, never mind. Not this time.
I was ready for it.
They had vision a lot in the area, so he would have been relatively safe to do it, but decides not to.
And that was a really nice steer from Junja, but I think it also highlights what you said earlier, Vedi, which is that I think the CFO comp, if they're at an objective first, I actually think the comp feels so strong. You have a lot of zone control, you have a lot of poke, you have a lot of healing, but as you can see here, when they need to regain control of an area, it's quite hard. Even though you get the steal here, look at the re-engage that comes through from Hanwha. Zeus might be in trouble.
Yeah, can't watch the replay in this one as Zeus is in so much trouble. Audacious charge comes through. He does flash to get himself out of the way. Wind becomes lightning, goes the wrong direction, but there's the shockwave, and down goes Zeus. Shut down money for the Orianna.
Honkyu gets some much needed gold as he has been the target from HLE throughout this game. The gold advantage still very much in HLE's favor, but CFO, after finding a pick, now set their sights on the 3rd dragon of the game.
Yeah, so much vision though, and you're exactly right. And Infernal Soul is a big deal at the same time. Honkyu this time in a whole host of trouble though as Viper not quite there for the damage. Still waiting for this Rumble to come back up again, and right now CFO do have control of the area. 50% on that health bar. Zeka gonna need to find a fantastic shuffle if they want to win this fight. Orb does come down. Honkyu still with no mana in this fight. Great double knock up in the backline, and there is the flag and drag. At the same time, Exhaust onto Doggo. He's put in the Cataclysm. Zeka takes down Kaiwing, and HLE have found their marks. Yes, Peanut goes down, but he has done enough for his teammates as Viper may have stepped too far forward. He does get disengaged with that blast cone, but they will be able to get themselves the dragon. Honkyu burning, but Zeus will not be able to find that kill, and my goodness, that could have been way worse for CFO.
And that was the light that set it all up. He went for a flash charm into 2-man knockup onto the backline of CFO. That took Doggo low, because don't forget, they were a member down, but I want you to look, Honkyu doesn't have a lot of mana, doesn't have a lot of health, and no ultimate, so really this feels like a 4.5 versus 4. But the engagers from Hanwha this game have been so on point, and Junja accidentally knocks Peanut over the pit onto Doggo.
I mean, it's a very close fight. It's just happening back and forth over the wall. Doggo playing at the very edge of life and death as he's able to almost take out Viper, who heavily committed, thinking he could get the cleanup play. But again, with Doggo's positioning, able to navigate through that fight. But HLE, the good news is they get the Drake.
Viper, you have 1 item. I know that normally you're the accelerated guy on Hanwha Live, but you need to chill. If you have 3 items, you can go for that play. It's fine, but
I don't blame him.
This one.
It has been Viper Life Esports for quite some time, okay? And today Zeka decided to step up, and so he's all a bit confused and discombobulated about where he is at the point in the game. So I don't blame him for that one, but still gonna have to get themselves together if they're gonna win some of these team fights. CFO not out of this one yet, and those extra couple of Drakes helping out a lot.
The beauty of this game is it really personifies CFO as a team, how they really play with the nameplates off. The fact that they've contested every single objective, and they've stolen most of them, and the fact that they still commit to these fights, even if these fights don't look optimal, sometimes it backfires, but other times they find ways to either equalize or contest. It's important to realize that right now it is HLE in the driver's seat. They do have the gold lead. A lot of it is sitting on the important carries of Zeka and Viper. but we see how Doggo plays it. It only takes a couple moments like that, a single moment from Doggo to punish your positioning, to swing the momentum back in CFO's favor.
And he's hit that 2-item spike as well. I mean, Doggo is extraordinarily powerful right now. You have a bit of an engage though, as Zeus in a bit of trouble once again. Equalizer goes down, he's doing a lot of damage. Junja almost just dead, but the all-out holds him in position, and Junja will survive.
Peanut's gonna look for an exit kill here.
A little bit of an angle perhaps, as he does dodge out of the way of that Q, looking for the Xin Zhao here. As you can see, Delight wants to come on over as well. Driver not quite finding the angles onto Peanut here. He will take the consolation K'Sante for that 1-for-1. As Viper comes down, and if he gets the kill, that's going to feel a whole lot better here for HLE, and he does.
Ends up being a 1-for-1 overall, and there's not much else at the rest of the map that CFO can trade for. Those neutral objectives are unavailable, and Otacon all the way up in top lane. CFO didn't really have the tools to get out of that situation. Ideally, they would have loved to convert it into another tower, but it is important to remember that HLE right now have 3 towers standing, and CFO really can't get close.
CFO is still holding on to the mid lane turret though, and I think otherwise we might have seen Humble Life already way deeper into the enemy jungle. This time the rotation wasn't in time. If Otacon was on the opposite side, even though Junja didn't end up dying, was very low, was at that point just shy of his second item. That could have been a window where Humble Life pulled the trigger. Not going to be the case though, and this Otacon certainly to be where the next fight says, as I say that, they're starting it up.
Yeah, Viper is just hitting it. Peanut going to turn up as well. There is no vision available here for CFO. And Kaiwing, like you say, he's going home. Junja is going to be able to get a ward over the wall here, or at least try and look for it. There it is. The control wall goes down. He gets the bad news.
Too late.
But this Otacon is not long for the world, and Delight will turn up. He will be able to play defense to avoid him getting in here. Down goes the Otacon, and now Driver slowed by the Slurkle. Zeus gets himself in there as the Equalizer comes down. Perfect position once again. The tidal wave comes through. It's a phenomenal shockwave. Honku decides that they want to win the fight, and now it's Junja's turn to go deep. They look for the angle. Zeus goes down. Delight in a safe spot, and HLE, they're just trying to get the heck out of dodge.
They need more though. Zeka might go down.
Yep, tagged by the Mystic Shot. Emperor's Divide pushes Doggo away, and is he going to survive? He will! Mystic Shot doesn't get the snipe, and Delight will also be safe on the top side. Man, they're not allowed to get away with that.
The problem for CFO is that they've just ignored all their waves. They focused on chasing down the kills. They wanted to try and get more off the back of it, but top lane was getting pushed in, mid lane was getting pushed in, and now HLE can reset back out onto the map, which means that CFO, even though they find a good shockwave, they find a good fight, okay, at the very least, can they?
I don't know.
They're not actually going to get a tower.
Oh, that's so unfair. Doggo does have to back away here. 3 versus 1, and not odds that he wants. 1 versus 2 he's very happy to do. This was a little bit of a bridge too far, as now Dragon going to be up in 18 seconds.
Hey, come on now. He'll go for it.
Yeah, I kind of regretted saying that as soon as I started.
That does mean that we're now 33 flowers to 10, and they will get this mid lane turret. Humble Life instead playing for Prio on the Dragon. Zeus, obviously, as decent wave player.
On that Equalizer, if they do want to just eradicate the wave. You're exactly right. Drake has come on up here, is now HLE in a bit of trouble. Shockwave onto 1, but Zeus is no longer here. The scrap shield's good, but Junja just says, nah, get out of town, and he is going to be able to pick up that kill. Equalizer went down beforehand, though, and Junja in a little bit of trouble. He's still going forward. Delight will be able to deny him, but I do love the idea at least. Another pick there to come through. It's Peanut gets taken down. There is Viper finding a decent amount of damage, but they cannot do anything without their job, and that should be sole point.
Oh my god, the Ezreal ultimate almost got Delight because his back came through at just the right time, but it didn't actually hit.
This is a design. I don't know what is even happening here, but it should be sole point picked up by CFO,
It's going to be. HLE are going to trade back this mid-tier 1. This is something they've been doing very well this game. The cross maps, the trading objectives, they go into Honku.
Yeah, Honku does manage to get the flash out, and now the bubble connects by Kaiwing, but the follow-up, it's just not there. Viper stands in front of his Azir. Now Driver looking for a bit of an angle, but Delight is going to be there for the defense. And man, CFO are just getting so close so many times, it's frustrating.
And that is why the lack of engage comes in, right? The best way for them to start a fight have been like these shockwaves, or in case of this, just Doggo hitting again and again as Junja follows up on the shockwave onto Zeus. Zeus tries to walk it off, but not able to. And then here I think Junja correctly identifies that he will just not be able to get out of here alive. So he tries to get the kill onto Delight, who barely survives, as Vedi highlights, even almost gets sniped. But it's this pick right there, the cancel from Driver on the flag and drag, that kills Peanut, and with no jungler, that is CFO going to Infernal Soul Point. And this game it just continues to deliver. As Driver might be in trouble. There are a lot of people on the way.
Exactly. You've got Viper moving down from the north, as you can see, with Peanut alongside. It could also mean an inner turret as well, as Driver does go unstoppable, but Viper does have his teeth in now. Driver gets himself out. But is this inner turret going to be the next target? Looks like the answer is no, as Honku trading on the other side of the rift.
So this is really good news for CFO, because now HLE playing a little bit desperate. They sent a lot of members towards the bot side of the map, committing to that play. They couldn't really keep that top tower alive for much longer, but it's also giving Ginger an opportunity to steal away some camps, as Peanut is doing the exact same thing on the bottom side of the map. Remember, the deficit that Honku is at was absolutely massive early on into the game. It's still a 1k difference between the two mid laners, which means that he doesn't have that arm guard just yet. But CFO have a much more favorable position on the map. They've reduced the gold lead significantly. They've gotten the XP and the items that they need. And CFO, they're in prime position, especially with Soul on the horizon.
Exactly right.
And Hanwha Life are going to be looking to find either Honku or Dogo. The one thing CFO need to be extremely careful about is this is a 2-carry composition. We're getting to the point of the game where the Xin Zhao alone isn't going to be able to get the damage output to really chew for a lot of the members on Hanwha. So Zeka, Peanut, and Delight are all going to be looking to either take down Honku, Dogo, or ideally both in one fell swoop. If they can eliminate those damage dealers early on in the fight, they might be looking at the next objective, but I think CFO has done such a good job consistently of not letting Hanwha Life just exit after they use their engage, after they use all their tools. As Peanut has just been looking for these flanks. Dogo's obviously a tough target. Powing also still has his flash available.
Yeah, playing some defense here as Delight making his way forward. There's the quickness. Delight seeing who he can pick up here as the wall. Sorry, the wave is going to be avoided. Cataclysm puts them both in equalizer. Down on top to barbecue them. And there is the Emperor's Divide to lap up that bottom lane. Now Zeka in trouble though. Will he be able to break the arm guard? He will. He's on 1 health though. After everything's said and done, the ult from Ginger so incredibly good. But Viper is still standing. It's so much damage. And the carries for CFO are down.
It was a beautiful engage from HLE, but it ended as a 3 for 3. The fact that CFO is able to turn that around is phenomenal.
And it's the absorption of Delight. Is eventually able to get on top, but the only real damage he receives is ultimate. The shockwave comes through from Honku. Dogo's there, and if Zeka hadn't gone that TP off, they would have been in dire straits. Instead, it's Driver. Look how he holds this choke here.
And Zeka has to put himself in such a dangerous position in order to make that play happen. With the arrival of Viper, though, you'll think that it's just cleanup. But Junja and Driver just go God mode as they find an escape angle. The blast cone gets them to safety. And what should have been an uncontested Baron for HLE after finding a phenomenal fight, the map just resets.
I do want to highlight, though, in a minute, Dragon will spawn. I think that is something that CFO can ignore, Hanwha Life cannot. They cannot give it up. Look at the summoners that were used. Honku probably will have his flash available at that point, but Dogo and Kaiwing will not.
The armband being used by Zeka, but is now available for Honku. The moment of stasis that he's going to be able to buy could be the difference maker. Level 15 secured for Zeka once he gets to level 16, 3 points in his ultimate. This is going to be very scary. Whoa, 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 CFO.
This is aggressive. Driver does push himself forward. Viper finds the Slurkle, but isn't going to be able to get too much more. Zeka is getting money towards that bottom side. If he can complete the Hourglass, could be a big deal. And there it is, picked up. So got enough money. Now contesting this Baron feels a little bit better. But look at the gold. It is dead even. One thing we do need to talk about, though, is pedal advantage with 26 extra pedals.
Oh, yeah.
They have almost 2,000 gold worth of adaptive force there. Thank you very much to our stats team for coming up with that one. So this is still a bit of an advantage for HLE. Delight's flashing forward. He finds the quickness to lock down Honku. Another phenomenal equalizer from Zeus. And the blast cone will not save the Orianna. Battle Dance gets him out of there. And Delight has been so good. Junja now in trouble. If they lose their jungler, they're in so much dire straits, as you said, Chronicler.
Look at the flash timer. It just now became available. Honku didn't have it. The timing from Hanwha Life, literally seconds away from what it could have been. And now this should secure the Dragon because they didn't kill Jinja. I don't know if they can go for Nash, and you need to be careful that Nash isn't taken.
Oh my God, those slows.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, 3 items for Viper, 3 items for Zeka. They just melt through Driver now. And I mean, the timing was perfect because I think both Dogo and Kaiwing had just based as well. Like, HLE found the perfect moment.
Ooh, ships in the night here as the Dragon will be secured. Second one for HLE, denying the soul. As Viper takes half of his health bar from that True Shot barrage, Dogo still hurts so much. now with his third item completed.
But this is really could have been game losing because Junja survives. Like, it's fine. Honkyu now is his flash available. Humble Life got a dragon, but again, it's only a second Drake, not the end of the world. Doesn't really matter that much. And it means that this game will remain in an even state. I do think we're seeing that if CFO leaves up or down their guard for just a second, Humble Life will take something, right? And that's been where Humble Life has really excelled, when they're able to just pull the trigger quickly on these plays. And I think we're going to see them just continuously put pressure on this Baron because they shred this objective.
Certainly do. As Honkyu, even though he's 2 and 8, has still done the most damage in the game.
2 and 6 and
Sorry,
8.
2, 6, and 8. There was an 8 there. I put it in the wrong spot. That is my bad.
I think he's overgrouping though. He has TP available. There's a nice way for him to catch on the bot side of the map. It would get him level 15. He needs a little bit more gold injected into him, but he's so wary of HLE forcing things that he wants to be present for the fight, and that fight is about to happen right now.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Look at Junja's positioning.
This is just melting. It's absolutely obscene. Driver goes in there. They're going to see whether they can win the fight because they're not going to take the Baron. The rest of CFO move over, but Driver's going all out, and he needs to get out because that health bar is just missing. Emperor's Divide finds 2 in the back line, and Saze is there with the flamethrower to take down Honkyu again. Junja will be able to keep himself alive at least, but Peanut takes down Doggo. There are those carries you were talking about, Mal. They're now taking a nap in the river, and there goes the rest of CFO to follow. HLE, they will find their team fight in the end.
And that's just going to be it, most likely. All the damage dealers on Humble Life ready to push down that mid lane. Baron buffs there, and CFO, they fought valiantly, but Humble Life get the Nash and take the game.
HLE with ruthless efficiency force the Baron, force the fight, win cleanly, and have the Nexus in their eyes.
Exactly. Nexus turret's going to be the next ones to fall down, and we had questions for HLE. Will Zeka be able to tidy up the play? Well, the answer to that is yes. Will Delight find some of his fantastic engages? Yes, and they needed to take down CFO here in this game number 1.
I can only hope this best of 3 goes the distance. Because this first game delivered everything. We see some of the power of Hanwha in those engages. The Lights Rakan, Zeka having, I think, his first truly good game of the tournament. At the same time, CFO, they made them work so hard for it. They got Soul Point. If a couple of plays had gone differently, some of those chases would have netted them more kills. Could have been CFO taking the win.
Well, we'll see what our analysts have to say about it, because, man, that was a barn burner.
Absolutely spectacular. It's HLE that put themselves 1 game away from the quarterfinals, but I cannot stress this enough. After having to resist an unbelievable CFO, I love this team. I want to see them take a game in the series. This wasn't the one because HLE withstood it. What a fun game to watch. What a great game to watch, and it came down to sending
the wire, to everything. It was incredible. Like,
it was great.
The casters, as they tossed there, like, there was a handful of shields that came into play that just barely kept HLE alive, that just made all the difference in this game.
I mean, these fights have just been so fun to watch. You know, we're starting out, at the top lane play, and Doggo's like chasing them down on this Ezreal with Nami E on him, and we're like getting so hyped. Oh my God, it's gonna be a Doggo moment. But then Zeka ends up getting a bunch of kills off the back of it, and then it's gonna be a Fed Zeka moment. The fights in this game were just so close and so back and forth. And the Oysters getting to 3 Drakes, making it really close. This series is going to deliver.
There's so much to talk about, because also Junja, right, who maybe we won't talk about that much, but is also doing so much. But HLE do win it. And I think where you started in that top lane play, where it looks very promising for CFO, Rob, is unfortunately also where we see that Azir getting a couple of kills.
Yeah, it looked so good with Doggo with this insane snipe underneath the tower, but as you say, it was the turnaround and sticking around for that little bit too long that allows Viper to come back, and immediately they get those early kills, and that's where the snowball really started. But it's nice ganks like this in the early game that initially started Zeka in towards his moments, where again it's Delight setting them up, having this Jarvan that can knock them down, and it's the fact that again here, this was the overextension, great ultimate from Zeka, and he does it over and over and over in this game to find HLE their wins.
Yeah, getting an Azir extra fed super early on, everyone knows this is going to be a huge problem. You get to your Nashor's Tooth super quickly, get to control side lanes, get to control the team fights, and we're going to see another one right here from him.
And every time you can't really win then at this point, of course, for CFO, and you're trying to play this team fight, right? You have too much to focus on, and Azir is always threatening.
And there's just, they're coming in from so many angles. It's not like it's just like one straight 4 plays. Delight's fishing for one, you got the Jarvan fishing for another, and then it's just Zeka kicking in the front door to look for the play himself.
And that being said, Hongq, even though the Orianna was so far down, he hit that massive 4-person shockwave when they were chasing.
And the Nami ult.
Yeah, made you believe maybe that comeback was in the works.
I actually believe that I really did, and I think it is maybe because of the fact that I've seen that Viper game where he did so well and then HLE still couldn't close the deal. I think that does instill you with a little bit of doubt at times, especially when you are up against a team like CFO. They are so willing to play forward, to never say die. You don't have a moment's respite.
And that's the thing, right? Like, there's moments of doubt, but it is this tenacity and resilience from CFO. We saw it in the AL games where they're pantheon ulting in and they're like, you're not getting away with this one. We're going to pick up kills. We're going to continue this pressure. And then we're seeing it again here with Hongq in these insane plays. Doggo chasing Viper to Kingdom Come to get these kills. It is exactly what you want to see from this team that wants to be the upstarts.
It's what we need to parlay into game 2 as well, as we see kind of the death blows of this game. Although in the mid game we got so many skirmishes where also thanks to Junjo, I think they can go better, but HLE in the end close it out.
Yeah, and I really like the engages later on from Delight as well as Peanut. You know, he finds multiple in this side of the jungle. The first fight here ends up very, very close, but then they're able to get a little bit more space next time around and really bring it through. Then Zeka here comes in again, Zeus follows up, and this was the real clincher. This was the nail in the coffin, the Baron, and the fight afterwards.
Yeah, they also really, HLE obviously knew what they were doing, because earlier Zeus ults and he locks them in place so that they can't go back because he knows that Zeka's coming in. And I think they, at that point, they see the play, right? And they know that their carries are fed.
And one of the critical parts is look at how close the gold, they actually kept the gold. CFO there, you know, fighting back until a really big moment towards the Baron there. But the key is for CFO, this team, they really have no fear of any other players at international tournaments. So you can see it in their play. They have so much confidence.
What a great segue. I wanted to bring up a quote from Doggo with Cheap Esports with Armand, where he said, everyone has someone they idolize. I don't, because I don't want to end up getting intimidated by them when I end up facing them on the Rift. And I feel like he embodies that so much, Rob. Is he still kind of your win condition if we go into this game 2, if we go into this game 3?
I think so. I mean, the fact that you see him playing with his confidence on the Ezreal going forward is exactly what you want from this team. And I think as well, like, they are embodying their name. Like, Fei Mu Li is the translation of flying oysters, which is a play on the words for family. They are playing like a family. They are playing like a team that doesn't give a crap who you are. They can rely on each other. They can rely on themselves, and they will be able to get across the finish line. And HLE, I think, are going to be surprised with how much they got bitten in that game.
That's a great point, but in the end, it's still HLE that are only 1 game away from qualifying to the quarterfinals, and they probably say, we've withstood it once, we can do it again. We need to give them that credit, but we'll see how it ends up in game 2. If anything, I hope it is as bloody as that first game. We'll be right back with that.
Melting, it's absolutely obscene. Driver goes in there. They're going to see whether they can win the fight because they're not going to take the Baron. The rest of CFO move over, but Driver's going all out, and he needs to get out because that health bar is just missing. Emperor's Divide finds 2 in the backline, and Zeus is there with the flamethrower to take down Hongq again. Junja will be able to keep himself alive at least, but Peanut takes down Doggo. There are those carries you were talking about, Mal. They're now taking a nap in the river, and there goes the rest of CFO to follow. HLE.
PSG CFO 加油，超越！我们的 PSG。
Let's go Super! Let's go BB って感じ。元気のさ、fighting!
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. We are one game into this best of three between CFO and HLE, and that man on your screen right there had 2 extra days to wake up. And guess what he did?
He showed him that the bird is the word, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did Delight, double birds.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
They flew their way to victory, one could say.
Against the flying
Against the flying
It's a very avian series, is it not, gentlemen?
I mean, otherwise, how would they get to them?
What I will say is I felt like that, I think you two will like this one.
Okay.
I felt like that HLE's quick attack was their most effective move.
Oh, it's supposed to be 40 base power, but it felt so much higher than that.
That it did.
I don't know whether it might be 35. Never mind, it's absolutely fine. We are very, very close to getting into Champion Select here for game number 2. You're not a...
No, I don't know the numbers by heart. Obviously
You
not.
don't know quick attack's base value?
Guys, come on.
You know it's priority value, though, right?
No, we're talking about the game. I will not be
talking about
I am never off topic. Okay.
All right, by the way,
vibes.
we do have a little bit of a change. So no tempo vibes just yet, because now we've changed up the entire unit of CFO with Rest subbing in. So it's going to be a different matchup here for Zeus. We'll see how he does this time.
And if you're a Omnov fan, you've never watched CFO, this is very regular. It was actually, I'm pretty sure the last time they played Rest for, if I remember correctly, multiple games in a row for the longest that they've ever had.
Yes.
They've been extremely successful in actually running a good 6-man roster, which again, I think is just a mind-boggling feat in and of itself, because it is just so hard, and it also speaks to the bond that the players have. So it's not a surprise from that perspective. I don't know if it'll be enough to fix CFO's issues, though.
What I will say is, for a while, I felt like we were led into believing that they had like two distinct champion pools, and then every time we cast them, it felt like that they played very similar champions.
Yeah, dude, I was so worried because we see Rest being subbed in. I don't think Sion's going to get banned, and then maybe he just plays Sion again.
Yeah.
And we're like, guys, what are we doing?
But a part of their evolution this year has been both top laners not being pigeoned into a single style of play.
Love these bird rabbits.
and I think that one of the big things that we've heard before is that in these high pressure situations, that is where they prefer to have Rest, because he feels like the more calm, collected, cooler type of top lane player that doesn't really feel the pressure in the same way that Driver does. And so now that they're already down 0-1, bringing in that fresh mindset, giving that opportunity for Rest to jump in and show what he's got, I think is a great adaptation and something that you've already highlighted, Chronicler, that this team has taken full advantage of throughout the year.
Well, I've also seen them do it regardless of like whether they win or lose, regardless of whether how a player looks, because Driver was obviously fine last game, absorbed a ton of pressure, played I think a very solid Cassante game, but just to highlight that again, as hopefully should be getting into the Champion Select soon, but fortunately we're here to entertain you for as long as it takes, and we have a lot of material to cover.
And this is the thing, is that when you've got a new player sitting down, he needs to get all of his stuff working. You know, you gotta plug the mouse in, plug the keyboard in. Maybe you don't have to plug the mouse in because he's using a wireless mouse.
Well,
you have to work out whether he's using a wireless mouse.
It gives the players a chance to rest, one could say.
Oh my goodness.
Up top.
David Turley's here in the building, is he not?
They actually high-fived, by the way.
It probably came
I like Atlas. He's got my vibe.
We like interrupted you with a high five.
Well, no, I just want to highlight, you do still need to plug in like the original connector for the wireless mouse. Like,
oh, that's true.
Plug it in.
I shouldn't have been caught up by the wireless factor.
I just wanted to get back to that.
We're
That's
one
unacceptable.
step away, though, and I feel like you've landed on a fantastic business idea.
Wait, which? Oh, yeah,
Because I mean, surely
wireless.
Bluetooth has to exist.
No,
the Bluetooth mouse and keyboard.
What if you made
that's not a thing because of the latency.
Why don't you just make like the ultimate like Bluetooth mouse though that
Mind
actually
control.
No, it overwrites every other wireless thing ever, and so you just turn it on and you control every mouse in like a 300-meter radius.
Do you know in school where you would unplug someone's keyboard and plug yours in instead? This is the ultimate version of that.
Oh, it's so good. We're about a minute away, so don't worry. We're just going to keep talking.
We're talking about it because we're thinking about gifts for you.
Oh, no. Dearly beloved. No, we're not. No. We're talking about gear.
But don't worry, guys. We do, like,
series.
because Chronicler is going to be leaving us pretty soon, we will have another speech for you. Well, it is coming. He agreed to it. As you can hear him here,
No, we're at
he's
Worlds.
definitely
I've been taking
agreed
cliff
to
notes,
it.
No, we're
My
locked
notes
in.
are right
No, we're
here.
locked in on the games. We're going to talk about the game. We're going to talk about the draft so soon. I swear.
And if he doesn't do it, I'll do the speech on his behalf, pretending to be
That's
him.
even worse.
We will do it.
No, I don't trust either of you.
One word each, like one of those improv
Please,
word games.
please, champ select. Please, come on. Free me from my sorrows.
Have you actually counted how many goodbye speeches you've done?
No, and I don't want to know. It's
a very big number. It is a big
too
number.
many.
Double digits?
I cannot wait for it to be another number higher. You know, that's what I'm really looking forward to.
Excellent,
As Peanut, you can
excellent.
see on his face, he's really looking forward to video games starting. He's pretty keen for that one, I could
Phenomenal.
imagine.
Wow, the atmosphere is electric on the Caster desk in anticipation of this draft. I am optimistic that the draft will be spawning momentarily.
And look, you might have a little bit of inside knowledge here.
I might.
As far as whether or not it is. I'm going to keep everybody else in suspense. I have absolutely no idea whether Champion Select has started or not. But you can see Zeus is having some communicating, and that is not a sentence, but that's fine. Here we are, into Champion Select for game number
English is my second language.
Imminently.
You don't have
It's
an
my
excuse.
second language too. I speak Australian.
Yeah,
What the
Australian
heck?
is his first language. Come on, man. Be
Wow.
respectful.
Wow. We worked together for how long?
5 years max.
Yeah.
Still
They
don't
banned
know.
Sion again. They know the trick.
They're aware.
Yeah. Still gonna first pick it, as it turns out. As we have the Poppy and the Ambessa taken away, and on the other side, same bands to come on through once again. But now, because it's Fearless, we're not gonna have the Orianna or Azir to worry about. The Rise value gonna be going up.
Honestly, I think Caitlyn value for Doggo is going to go up. I really do think that it's a champion that you can just have so much agency on the bot side of the map. And I feel like with the amount of dive that we're seeing from junglers, especially, but the Wukong's open. So I think that they're going to change their priority and instead lock that one in on the side of CFO unless HLE look to remove it.
And they're like also anticipating the Rise ban that could theoretically come through. If the Wukong is banned, they can't first pick it. They can pick the Rise without having to worry about Aurora. I kind of love this from the side of CFO.
So will it be the Rise first pick? Would you guys consider Zeka a prominent Cassio player?
No.
But Taliyah player?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he
Well,
can do that one. Although it's not my favorite. Like this year, I feel was where he really figured out Taliyah, but it wasn't one of the ones in his wheelhouse.
You could also say it is a Victor angle, and I would disagree with them.
Oh God, no,
but
no.
We have seen him do it many a time. As the Rise is going to come through. Something that we also highlighted during the last game, and I hope CFO pivot away from, is that I think with how crisp Hanwha Life looked in the team fights and the target selection, now that draft was also a little silly when it comes to dive, but maybe pivoting towards a free carry composition is a better angle. And that has nothing to do with the play that we saw beforehand, but having rest also on an actual carry, I think could create a lot of opportunities for them, where even if Honkyu is focused, even if Doggo is focused, they do have a third threat. Because a lot of the fights in the last game did come down, and they're not going to be any better, because we're already seeing Vitalia when it comes to a single carry immediately taken out of the fight. So I would love to see CFO try to find something with at least a decent amount of threat towards the top side of the map.
Well, a blind Trundle is not blind, actually, because Vi is already locked in. So the Trundle for Junjie is going to be considered here, at least, as far as that answer is concerned. We'll see whether it is going to be more damage. I think it's the top lane that our eyes are really going to be glued, but I don't know whether it's going to be a blind top lane choice here, unless they really want to keep this bottom lane a secret. I wouldn't even mind something like an Alistar, just because it's so good into Trundle. Then you wouldn't have to worry about banning it, things like that. Keep your top side a little bit more open.
I feel like the Viper is eyeing up a Kai'Sa right now.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm wondering if Doggo just wants to get his AD carry now to potentially dissuade it. I don't love the idea of a... Are they really going to blind Renekton? They're going to blind Renekton.
They blinded Renekton.
So I am happy about the fact that Renekton is picked.
It's Zeus. That's what I mean.
I wasn't done. I'm not happy with where it's picked, because Zeus is the guy that will counterpick you in a way that will make your laning phase very, very miserable. And I think Zeus has had his fair share of ups and downs, but I think so far at Worlds he has been able to perform. And this was one of his true trademark champions. We'll see if it actually gets knocked in.
Oh, no! Wow! That I was like, whoa, this is his debut champion. He's so good at Nah, this is incredible. And then it was, this is the champion only Flandre is allowed to play at this tournament.
Yeah, I do think Zeus is like the only one where I remember him having Rek'Sai games also way back where it looked pretty solid, but I'm kind of with you on this one, Atlas. I feel like the blind Renekton not feeling too bad.
I mean, I guess they just wanted a more reliable dive buddy alongside the Vi, so that when Vi inevitably ults onto Honkyu or Doggo, at least there's someone there right next to the Vi.
In any case, we'll see how things transpire as we move into the second phase. Already the Nico going to be removed from the bot lane pool.
I imagine the support pool might really get thinned. We might see some fun stuff.
I feel Kai'Sa has to be high on the list for CFO. Like, Viper is known for many a AD carry, but I feel like Kai'Sa is kind of up there.
He did go to the LPL to get his Kai'Sa license. We've got Ruler as well, who did manage to get that one. The rest of the players that we have in the LCK, they do not have them. They do not have that license, unfortunately. The Corki going to be the first one taken away, though, and it's kind of similar vibe, does a lot of damage, especially on 2 items.
I really like the Corki ban here. Corki, to me, is one of those AD carries that just doesn't really have weaknesses. Like, his laning phase is good. If you can pilot him well, we've seen Ruler, for me, is always the standout, at least in the LCK. He skills well. Your 2-item power spike is disgusting. And he is really hard to lock down, and so far we're not seeing too much of that, as there is the... And that's a crazy amount of respect, because you do have the amount of dive that will make Draven's life very hard. So Doggo, I think, given the respect that he does deserve...
The reason why I respect it is only because we've seen a Morgana at this tournament already, and I could just imagine CFO locking in a Draven Morgana bot lane and being like, yeah, have fun, Peanut, good luck getting through that.
Yeah, try and do damage to this guy. Well, we do have one more ban remaining. Will it be that Kai'Sa taken away? And it will.
It is.
And so I think that like now you've sort of opened the floor for like an R4 Caitlyn pick to feel a little bit better. And that is what is hovered, at least for now, and locked away. Doggo, what is the answer here to this? Oh my God, that would be so all in.
There's no way.
Oh, Doggo, please. Surely. No, he's not.
No. He's
sometimes
just
hovers are fun.
He's teasing you.
He knows what the people want.
It's something like an Ashe. Maybe it's a...
I like Ashe a lot, actually.
Jinx could be a possibility.
Jinx also have good setup, right, to get kills early on.
The only problem is, like, how do you live? Okay. Ziggs definitely helps you live, that's for sure. I mean, their damage profile is also completely fine because they've got that Bruiser with the Renekton in the top lane. And I mean, I will never doubt Doggo on any champion that he plays. All I know is that he doesn't press... You know how WASD, W is for forward, S is for back?
Yeah.
I think they removed his S key. I think that he only has the W.
He's one of those players that just remaps D to like another go forward.
Yeah, exactly.
A big thing that we always talk about is satcheling aggressively, right? Like, how do you use your satchel? And then what we mean by that is using your satchel for poke. I'd like to think that Doggo actually satchels himself into other people so he can do more damage.
Also, D is turn right. It was S that I was talking about and realized at the end of the sentence, so that was a little bit unfortunate. The Leona, this is one of the classic Ziggs bottom lanes. And is Delight going to do a classic Caitlyn lane? Like, just lock Lux. It'd just be fun.
Ooh.
Instead, it's going to be a cow. And when you see a Trundle, the cow is pretty good.
Yeah.
Cow beats
Troll. You don't get to subjugate it. Yeah, cow beats troll. It's like rock, paper, scissors. I don't know what the other thing is. Maybe bridge. You haven't played that one? Troll, cow, bridge?
I mean, I've heard of it.
I'm lost.
Yeah.
All right. Alistair locked in here.
You've got time to figure that one out. Okay. These are your compositions. I do feel like HLE would look better with a Gnar, but that might be personal preference.
I think so.
And we'll see whether Zeus is going to be able to join Flandre as one of the players that's able to make the Rek'Sai look pretty damn good.
I do love the early setup here for CFO. I think that you have an incredible amount of early game power, right? You have Leona, you have Ryze, you have the Trundle, which you can really use to get off to a good start. I think we did see them really struggle with keeping up once it came to mid to late game with the rotations that Hanwha had around the map. So we'll see if they're able to find a better answer to that this time around.
I'm just worried about this Renekton. I think it's going to be so difficult to execute against Caitlyn Taliyah. Like, he's going to have to find some crazy flanks. You do have Leona, which I think can be a very good engaged champion. But again, like, there's just not a huge amount of CC on the side of CFO, so I feel like they're going to run into very similar ranged problems that they ran into in Game 1. But hey, we know that CFO is aggressive, so let's see what they can do in the early game.
Exactly right. Both of these teams wanting to get off to some early sieges as well, so movements around the map and allocating lanes is going to be something that we're going to be glued to. But now it is time to pseudo hop onto the Rift as a sepia mode is what we are greeted with, making sure maybe it's, you know, rest. Maybe he did accidentally pick up the God mode mouse, so everyone was doing the same mouse movements.
So
and it would have been very
I'm gonna
awkward.
regret this, but the cow bridge, is it like because the troll's under the bridge, so he loses the bridge, or like what is the, I think
the cow loses to the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, because the bridge is with the... Yeah, Troll's good at bridge.
No, look, listen. You see, so
Much better at card games.
Trolls can play the game bridge, right?
Yeah.
Cows lack the
hooves,
intellectual,
so
their inability.
Is it about hooves or intellect?
However, trolls are incapable of harming cows, probably because
they have an unbreakable will.
Yeah.
And their subjugate doesn't work very well against it.
Exactly.
I like that you did an actual little gameplay narrative tie-in. That's good stuff.
What do you mean? Look, that's
how the game works. This is what we designed. Vedius and I designed this game.
It's actually been,
really.
Why did you guys do
sold
this?
in multiple countries around the world.
It just didn't really like go that hard in the Netherlands.
If anything, I'm just kind of hurt that you haven't.
There's a board game I don't know about.
Board game?
Or card game?
It's not even a card game. It's you have a hand
play
game.
it. We can play it right now.
Yeah. We're not going to, though.
We're not going to. This is a more important game to play.
We're going to focus on that one right now. First damage going over to CFO as the bouncing bomb does connect onto the cow. Ziggs would be another thing that we could include into the game, but it would make it too complicated. That one's pretty good.
He's in a separate game.
Yeah.
Aww.
Ooh, doing some thumbs up. Zeus has been very good at the top laner game. And you can see Rest having a bit of a go as well. But right now, HLE asserting some dominance as the Gyos come through.
Minions have spawned.
Looking at the early setups here, we have Zeus with what I assume will just be the same like kind of bruiser build here for the Rek'Sai. Does have Grasp to try and stack as much health as possible. Also, Doggo does have TP, which obviously will help over rotations around the map, but I do think that level 1 for the Ziggs in some lanes, you can actually see him be pretty oppressive. Caitlyn lanes, I don't think is going to be one of them, even though the Alistar obviously is really weak level 1. I think just the amount of damage that that Viper can do, plus the fact that they have early access to the wave here, should mean that it might be a bit of a struggle.
Yep, Peanut, 149 international games. And this might be one of the last ones, right? And it will be. A few extra best of fives perhaps in his future if they can get a victory here, though, as Peanut does get a ward down on this red buff, sees that it's not there, and now moves all the way over towards the chickens.
But he
now
doesn't win
Junja
that.
is going to see him.
He doesn't win that.
Yeah, and so instead he's just going to
Waste.
annoy the chickens.
I mean, that's they must have had to read that it was at the top side of the map, that he started there. Because otherwise, I don't know why he would go for reps. I thought at first he was going to go over the pit and then go for a play towards bot side.
It really felt like that his plan was to try and split the map because, I mean, it's something that you do all the time with Caitlyn lanes, right? To try and provide her with that safety. Junja, though, looking for a gank in mids.
Yeah, gets a really nice pillar, and the flash has to be employed here by Zeka. Lots of respect, but he gets to now move into this top side. And now, is it just going to be a 3-quadrant start? For Junja, this is real rough for Peanut.
And for Zeka, you know he's there. Like, we just witnessed him. You know his bot side jungle is fully cleared. He just can appear in that brush, really to play a little bit more towards the other half of the map. There might be an angle for you there. And now Junja, again, this is PTA Trundle. Like, Vi does not get to stand a chance here. Peanut will know.
Well. Oh dear. Peanut will know that this is going down. Gets a ward in there. Vault Breaker comes through. Let's see who wins the Smite fight, because we know Junja is probably just going to win the fight. Zeka is going to move up, though, trying to make that man advantage. Smite does come on through, as Peanut does get his red buff. Flash has to be employed as Zeka in there in the nick of time to save his jungler and to try and bail him out.
Really nice play from Zeka as he sacrifices some farm in the mid-wave to support his jungler. Bit of an over-ambitious play from Junja. I feel like if he'd gone for the Krugs, then there was an opportunity for him to steal those away without being punished. But ultimately, he sets his sight on the red buff. He's not going to lose too much outside of his flash, which could come back to bite him later. But he picks up the Scuttle Crab. He's going to clear out his top camps. And overall, he's still going to be ahead of Peanut, who makes his way back out onto the map.
Yeah, should be Scuttle for Peanut as he makes his way back down towards that bottom side. So it could have been way worse, but it is still a decent little tempo advantage here for CFO. That's real tempo that we're talking about there as well, in case anyone was thinking the Tempo Vibes were going to make a comeback. Right now, Tempo Vibes feeling pretty even between these two squads.
Peanut did ping. Yeah, he's actually going to go for it. So on the minimap, he briefly pinged that he was sending his sights on the bot lane Krugs. He knows that Trundle wants to clear through the top side, but Junja seems to be reading this super well. He's actually pathing his way towards the bot side. Kaiwing is going to come and check. Now they'll spot him out.
Yeah, Kaiwing gets the information. Zenith Blade is going to hit there as well, as Peanut is behind enemy lines, and now Junja's going to make his way in. No flash. He cannot get over here, but Peanut just goes straight into his hands. Not sure about that one, as Peanut is just dead. First blood over to Junja.
What a phenomenal read from Junja to recognize that Peanut would try to go for the Krugs. I mean, Peanut's early game has been completely usurped through all of these reads from Junja. And now it's CFO with first blood.
Yeah, double crab start.
That's with his bot lane having prio as well. So, like, I feel like if he just paths toward his own bot lane...
I think that's part of the reason why he thought that those would be safe. But again, he's communicating with Kaiwing saying, hey, can you check the Krugs? I think he's there. And the irony is he goes over the wall. He also should have known that Junja was over the wall. He queues over. I guess he's thinking, I know he doesn't have flash. I have flash. I get to the Dragon Pit. I can flash to safety. But the pillar then completely changes that.
Yeah, and I thought the Frozen Domain was on the ground, although it was the old one. But still, a bit of a confusing situation there. Viper playing into the hands of Junja, and now on the back foot. Currently 500 gold behind, the largest gold advantage there for Junja, as Kaiwing moving back down towards the bottom side. Elsewhere, we haven't really been keeping up right now. Viper is feeling all right, about a wave in the lead as far as farm, and Zeus is doing fine too.
I'm wondering, I've played a lot of Trundle, I don't actually know if he didn't have vision of the Frozen Domain because he didn't have vision of Junja.
Yeah, right. That's what I kind of
thought.
So,
like, maybe that was the reason, because I feel like otherwise he would always try to at least queue towards his own team. That said, the read from Junja, not just to send Kaiwing over there, but also instead of going for a base after you've already gained the lead, to just immediately run and read Peanut that well is a really big deal. And we've seen CFO do this before. That was, to me, the main reason why they were able to dispatch of T1 the way that they did, is because they had such a good read. And there was, funnily enough, also Owner playing Vi. Back then it was Junja and Kiana, if I remember correctly. And that early lead was enough for them to take the entire game. It's going to be early Dragon here now for CFO as well.
Yep, Ocean does go over here, as Junja is going to be able to lock that one up. You can see nice knock up here from Zeus, as the Rek'Sai starting to find a few angles here. Peanut clears out this ward, rest. Does need to be a little careful, as the back will complete. And Zeka makes his way home once more. Does have a tier, which is great. Good to see. But yeah, Rest does manage to get that ward down and will be A-OK. Slight experience advantage here for the
Peanut has made like I think it's like 6 separate jokes in Humble Life content about that, by the way.
Really?
It's like, man, he really does a lot of damage. I wonder if that's related to
My favorite was when Prey messaged him immediately after the game, and Peanut's response was just a smiley face. It's just so good. Oh, man.
Especially given that it's Prey. Yep. The history between him and Peanut. As we do have not Peanut. I don't think that 4th invade is the answer.
If at first you don't succeed.
No, I think he wants to Scuttle Crab. I think he's respecting
he will.
Troll King.
Is he on time though? Should be okay. Yeah. Smite is about to come off, so I think he's fine.
Yeah, convinces the Rift Scuttler to go the other direction, so should be all right. As that Prey Seeker going an awkward direction there for Zeus, who does have Peanut standing alongside. You can see these rage bars are well and truly stacked up. Zeus is going to eat his to get that health bar back.
And if there wasn't a Trundle on the top side of the map, maybe they go for something, but a level 7 Renekton with ultimate, even though he hasn't based yet. By the way, neither top laner has his Peanut.
This is quite clever. He's come... Junja thinks that he's gone away, but he's stuck over the wall, came in through the back. Junja doesn't realize, and he's able to steal away one of the grubs. Well done there by Peanut.
Very cute. It should be Junja being able to grab the next 2, or at least one of them. So that experience lead that he does have should still be there. Peanut with level 6 though, the most important thing for a Vi to get to, and is now able to lock someone down.
You think these 2 top laners just have a pact that we're just gonna not base until our first item?
I hope so.
Wait, he's breaking the pact! This
is kind of ridiculous. Doggo moving up towards that top side. Mega Inferno Bomb does connect, doesn't quite do the damage though, and now he's trying to tunnel his way over. The ulti comes through, and Zeus goes down. Immediately, Doggo now at about 200 health. Zeka trying to get himself out of there. He flashes, but the Realm Warp will follow. There's feats of warfare as no one on CFO has gone down yet, and Kaiwing was even looking for more. It's obliteration by the Oysters.
And CFO find a giant lead here early on. the damage comes down on Zeus. Peanut not able to help in time, and that's a free for 0.
Just extremely well executed from CFO. They waste few movements. After securing the grubs, they turn their attention to top. Rest did the initial damage to allow for Doggo to come in.
Oh my
and
god!
Now they find themselves 3-0 up in kills. They've got a 1.4k gold lead.
Maybe that's the pact.
He
Full
did the
item
thing.
pact.
First base eclipse.
He got it.
We look back at this play on the top side, and again, Rest is going to find some nice trades in the top lane 1 versus 1. Doggo going to help secure the grubs, and then the arrival of Doggo in the face of Peanut. And again, we talk about this man only having a W key. Like, he both figuratively and literally. The nice interrupt comes through from Kaiwing as well to stop from Zeka collapsing. And then Doggo picks up that kill onto Zeus. They dive underneath the tower onto Peanut. They get themselves another one. I mean, just flawless in execution and nothing but confidence.
But that play from Kaiwing, I think, is actually what makes the whole play work. If Zeka is at that top side and the dive happens while there's like Talia stones, while you have to play around the W, I don't actually think that maybe you trade like even, but it would be a very different situation. But because Kaiwing gets the cancel, Hanwha Life is playing a member down or 2 members down throughout that whole sequence, and 1.5 gold lead. Close to this early on is nothing to scoff at.
Certainly isn't, especially when you're looking at then a Caitlyn that gets some free farm to bail you out. She's not necessarily known for that. As Zeus also not looking like he's going to be able to get out of this one either, as he takes a bite out of him. There is the Vault Breaker available for Peanut to try and play some defense. Zeus might be out, but Peanut could be in trouble. Honku decides that he wants to kill the Rek'Sai, but it may have not been the right choice. Peanut tries to get himself out. The Solar Flare connects. And this is a little bit cute. The ring around the Rosie to come on through now as Peanut not able to get over that wall. 1 bite from Ginger, and he clears out his opposite number. 0-3-0 for Peanut to start this one off.
I mean, Ginger is just schooling Peanut in this game. Zeus did so much to get out of what was a very tricky situation, and Peanut thinks, hey, I'm coming to help. I'm going to escort you to safety, but instead, CFO just turn their attention and say, well, instead, you'll be the target. They pick themselves up another kill. They extend the gold lead even further. And the LCP's first seed holds the gold lead here in Game 2.
It's also Junja on one end, and then Kaiwing on the other. He was also the one that got the initial setup on Peanut towards the bot side of the map, was able to get the cancel on Zeka earlier on as well. CFO able to actually build up that lead even further. And we do know for Hanwha, obviously, that team fighting power is always very good. That is something that CFO is going to have to really respect, their ability to turn on a dime. I think they're looking at first item finishes on Peanut, on Zeus, and on Viper. Those 1-item spikes do really hit. But if... Oh, there we go! They're not letting down on the gas!
Yeah, Honku makes his way in with Kaiwing. Viper going to try and go for the execute, and he will be able to get it. Flashes out of the Solar Flare to make sure that no one gets the money. Still going for a bit of a dive now towards the top side of the map as HLE, they've come alive. The shutdown to give Peanut some money back, and Delight gets his Unbreakable Will and is able to help take down the Croc there on that top side.
The cross map is clean as HLE lose nothing on the bot side, only gain on the top side, and they're going to get some much needed plates to reduce this gold advantage that CFO have been able to build.
And we see Junja take the Dragon. Trundle was one of those champions where I actually would have loved, might still be able to make it actually, so I gotta eat my words there. I was kind of hoping with Triforce, as fed as you are going to absolutely shred through this turret. As we can see here, instead they went to 2 Drakes, which obviously is a big win. Nice ult there from Doggo to clear out the wave, as they should be able to get out here, unless he just bases there, but he will see Kaiwing, so I think he should be good to go.
Yep, tunnels should be employed to get Zeus out of dodge, and does, of course, have the Tremor Sense, so should be able to see if anyone's coming. So, not too much to worry about now.
The scary thing for CFO right now is that it's really great that they're getting these kills, but HLE have demonstrated that they have a really good understanding of how to play the map well. We only have to look at last game where after every single skirmish and fight that was happening on the Rift, they would always, once the play was kind of over, send one person back to already start resetting and making their way to one of the side lanes to start pushing out that wave. And we're seeing it already here. The fact that not only was Viper able to make the best out of a bad situation, they also make a successful cross map. And now Delight is here to cover for what is CFO's strong side of the map. So Fortunately for CFO, they do at the very least get a turret to reclaim the gold that they had lost. But it's something that CFO have to be very cautious of as Peanuts running into rest.
Yeah, does manage to find the Vault Breaker here as Viper set up. Let's see whether he can get some of these shots in. Teleport to come forward though as CFO are turning the play. Zeka will be moving over. And meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, you've got Zeus and Honku potentially about to fight as well. Seismic Shove just to get rid of him. Mega Inferno Bomb right on top of Viper's head. And this Caitlyn's going to be real difficult for him to continue fighting. Bouncing Bomb almost connects at the same time. But HLE look to be out of there.
And I'm happy to report that Dogo does indeed play the same way. On Ziggs, as he done in other champions.
Yes.
Runs bot, gets his turret, immediately gets towards the top side of the map to make the action happen there. And I do understand CFO's want, because as you were highlighting, Vedi, these continuous traits, as they happen throughout the game, Hanwha Life in game was able to just always eke out ahead with small advantages, but it did really add up. So I think CFO is really trying to actually get that break point. And this time I do think their engage is a lot better. The addition of the Leona, the pick potential that you can get with Pillar or a Renekton flank should really help them, because if this gold lead remains the way that it is, I think you might struggle down the line once Viper gets to more items. If not, though, and you're able to build upon it further, you're already at 2 dragons.
Yep, and the Coinbase Gold Grind, as you can see here, Peanut versus Junja. Junja's still in a very good position, but it's kind of stagnated as this game has gone on, and that shutdown money really helping Peanut try and find his way back in. As the Blast Cone, the Mega version, is just going to be denied for just about forever. Delight has to flash to get himself out of that situation, and the Mega Cone finally does come in, and the Realm Warp to follow. CFO, a steak dinner prepared beautifully by them.
An easy pick secured onto Delight. We've seen him miss position here and there throughout this tournament, and fortunately for HLE, that's not going to result. I say that, I stand corrected. CFO, of course, run immediately towards the top side where the Herald is spawned. They know they have the numbers advantage, so they're going to force that objective. HLE are also not really on the right side of the map. Peanut now pathing towards bot, wants to at the very least try and cross-map for this tier 1 out of tower.
Also feels like a little bit of disrespect from Hanwha Life, where in the last game we saw that CFO will bring the fight to you. And that's going to be Herald now, should be leading to that mid-turret falling. Hanwha Life able to get something on the cross map here, as we talked about, but I think you still take the Herald, especially if you can open up mid lane. And with a Ziggs, you don't even need to actually kill the turret. Peanut might be looking for a play onto Doggo here.
Yeah, might be able to get it into satchel range is what CFO are thinking, but Doggo playing very defensively will just clear out the wave, back away. And HLE still finding themselves on the back foot. They do manage to get that 1 turret, they do manage to get that 1 kill, but that is just not really enough to get them running in this one. And maybe this next Dragon is going to be where they try and turn things around. As Chemtech Soul, not exactly the greatest, but Soul Point's still going to be very, very valuable here for CFO.
Absolutely. CFO find themselves in a very tense moment where, with this kind of gold lead, with the strength that they have, look at the difference from game 1 to game 2. Honku now constantly on a side lane, has a healthy gold lead, ramping up very nicely on the rise. Gonna have that Seraphs completed very, very soon as HLE secure another outer tower. Just that last mid one remains, but this isn't gonna be an easy one to siege. CFO just have so much of the driving factors here in this game.
Yep.
With the wave clear that they've got thanks to Doggo, the TP committed by Honku. Now it looks like that Dragon is going to be their focus.
A whole lot of control here of this river, and they're going to throw down Shelly just to make sure that they retain it. Junja is going to drive her in, but we do have the wall being set up, and so it's going to have to be a different place to get a headache. Never mind, just swings by, just bypasses the wall, but then bypasses the turret! It's not what you want to see. There is the cease and desist, and Junja will immediately get punished, but he does have the subjugate, and Zeka just kind of evaporated off the back end. They still get the charge! How the hell did that work? That is so it looked like he missed, but maybe it was part of the play.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Absolutely. We have to. Do we have to now say that it was obviously part of the plan? Because it worked out.
Perfect calculations, Atlas.
Exactly.
How did you not see that?
I really do like to assess things based on the result. Is now Doggo going to get knocked up here by Zeus, looking for the target, and doesn't finish him off. The flash from Peanut will be able to get on in there, and Zeus getting so many knockups in this fight. It is going to be the Troll finally going down and getting punished. Viper is at full health in this fight, but now his front line has ran out, and HLE are just trying to get themselves out of there, and Honku is going to say nope, as they all do take the Realm Warp, And so Zeus might be able to just buy some time here with some tunnels.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. We'll go down for sure here. We'll see who they give the kill to. Looks like it is going to be Rest. Well, maybe an opportunity here as the Dragon is started. Vi does have a good amount of damage here on this objective with her W, but I don't think they're going to get the time.
Well, I'm not
sure.
Perhaps this is an overestimation of the amount of damage that he can do, because this is nowhere near close as Rest is going to move himself in. Doggo is teleported over at the same time. Mega Inferno Bomb, massive damage onto Zeka as Honkyu could be in a little bit of trouble, but Kaiwing is keeping him safe. Peanut realizing that he's made a big mistake here as well as Tolite gets the headbutt to save his jungler, but I mean, this is still just a leash, so they get soul point.
Yeah, I think Almost should be happy that they don't just outright lose the game there. That could have been the end of it. CFO's like, what are you doing? We're not the only one thinking what is going on.
This play started with Herald being used mid.
Oh,
yes.
God.
And I
okay,
think,
now, bring us through this genius play from Junja.
The ultimate from Zeka means that there's no path. So what does he do? He goes around the roundabout, naturally. Yes. This gives him an angle, but then he misses. He misses the tower. But he knew that this would bait them into a fight. Clearly, that was the plan from the very start. Because notice Zeka's positioning. He gets airborne. He gets airborne, and then the chain CC comes through. He immediately dies. Junja ulties, allowing him to buy enough time to flash away to safety. All the while, no one focused the Herald.
And then here, we see that damage being done to the health bar of Hanwha Life is enough to already take them out, and then it's going to be a hero play from Zeus here as Doggo.
He overstays way too long.
He really does, and especially as you don't need to do that. Zeus follows up with the flash, doesn't quite have the damage, which is what leads Peanut to flash, and I think that's what makes this fight awkward. If they have a little bit more there, if they're closer to the rest of their team, maybe Viper is in a better position to do damage, but Viper isn't that big in this game, and with Zeus already as low as he was, having used all his cooldown staying for Peanut, and not able to get more. 3K gold lead now. Soul point for CFO. And I really wanted this to go to free because game one was a banger. So far, so good.
Yeah, we're looking real good for those 3 games, and we'll be looking even better if CFO can get themselves an Otacon.
No. Let's steer clear of the Otacon. This time, that engage is amazing. Just play for the fight.
No. Based on the last play that we just saw, I want someone.
I think if CFO is fighting, it's a good thing.
You have your 2-item spikes, right? You have your Renekton with level 11, level 2 in the ultimate, 2 items. You have 2 items on mid. No.
So just start a fight on Otacon.
Yes, here we go.
Well, it's going to be HLE starting this fight as the wall is going to be put down. Zeka is knocked off it a little bit early though as Mega Inferno Bomb just pushes Viper out of the fight entirely. They do trade it for Honkyu, as Viper with the redemption might be able to stick around for like a little bit longer, but the Otacon not going to be a target that they can collect.
CFO, is this an Otacon angle?
That actually does, by the way, that ult does save the play, because otherwise Hanwha Life is 100% playing for Otacon. Instead, because of the damage done to Viper, they don't feel safe, they have to back off. Honkyu, the death is unfortunate, but doesn't give up too much.
Yeah, Honkyu overextends on the top side of the map. HLE overstack. Make sure. I think there were 5 people collapsing on the top lane because there wasn't really much.
As well.
Oh, he did. Yeah, that explains why there was 5. And the reason why they could afford to do that was because there's nothing really that CFO can cross map for, which is what Honkyu really didn't respect the ability and rationale for HLE to collapse.
But CFO,
they have the TP.
Let's see whether this is going to work, as Zeus is doing his best Void Grub or Rift Herald impression by being a Void monster in the pit. As there's the flick back onto Doggo! Peanut looking for that angle there, but it is just going to be the satchel that tries to get Doggo out of dodge. Zeus now could be the one in trouble though, with Solar Flare. The circles are layered, and it's not enough damage. He just tunnels his way out, another shove to buy that space, but the Otacon down underneath half health. As HLE still wanting to go for this one. Redemption to get those health bars back again. As Peanut, can you get the steal? That's the question. He gets himself in, but it's not going to be stolen away. And down goes Peanut immediately. It's a brilliant knock-up there from Delight, but Honkyu is still alive somehow. And CFO are just trying to limp themselves away with the Otacon in tow.
Heist successful for CFO. They get the objective. Peanut can get the steal. And that's going to be them getting the pedals.
And you doubted CFO's Otacon.
Okay, my bad. I apologize.
CFO after losing their mid laner, they TP back and they start the objective. It was a sketchy situation because Doggo lost so much HP, but Hongyu, he takes matters into his own hands. He tries to keep Peanut out of the pit. He slows him down, he makes it as awkward as possible. You can also see the satchel charge there as well. He can't quite get in range of the smite. It is secured by Junja. And after securing that kill, CFO do the wise thing, disengage from the situation, and they walk away by getting a kill and the Otacon.
Yeah, you can see Dandy and Mowgli looking a little bit perplexed as to how this one's going, as pedal count actually very, very even. So lucky for CFO that they did manage to take down the Otacon. Even that one out quite nicely, but it's not going to spell too much of an advantage just yet. 3,000 gold, certainly a big deal here as we close 25 minutes. But this is just Chemtech Soul. And the thing that's ridiculous is that I said before that it's not exactly the most popular Soul. It's Renekton and Trundle. Like, they will not die.
They love that. That's great stuff for them. The amount of sustain they have in their kits, between the passive to subjugate. Renekton with his Q as Highwing is looking aggressively. Viper needs to do some damage. How alive? Get it low.
Well, there is the Solar Flare towards that backline as Junja in a bit of trouble, but it's so much AoE with this Mega Inferno Bomb. Still, Rest is going to go down. The double knockup is fantastic, and it's 2 on the floor here for CFO. Zeus is down, the Dragon getting amongst it as well as the ulti from Viper to soften up Hongyu as Zeka on the flank angle. The flash pulverize from Delight is gorgeous, and Viper is there with the follow-up DPS. Doggo now out of cooldowns, but is able to at least get rid of the cow, and HLE come alive finally in this game.
And at the final hurdle, CFO just don't fight the fight that they were looking for. I think a little bit disjointed as we see the ultimate comes in, but look at Viper in this fight.
The positioning was fantastic. Just keeping at arm's length away from any of the threats. The wall from Zeka dividing CFO as well, meaning that the usual in-your-face Doggo that we typically see was separated. And the moment that HLE could just play the front to back, it allowed them to pick apart CFO, secure the Dragon, and just like that, they're back into game 2.
And this time around, the Rexa actually had a really big impact, forcing multiple members away, so he basically created 2 split fights. On one hand, Viper was completely safe, but on the other hand, the backliners of CFO couldn't join the amount of damage that was being done, and now Viper 4-1-1. And it's an oldie, but a classic when it comes to Humble Life.
Yeah, and the thing that's beautiful about this game is I think if you wanted a recap of HLE's year, just watch this game. You know, because there's so many of the situations where, you know, Zeka is making interesting decisions. A lot of, like, when they don't look good, it doesn't look great at all. As Zeus is continuing to have a rough time. That interruption was absurd as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but he takes another tunnel, tries to escape, and it does not work. And could this just be the setup for Zeus? This is one of the downturns for what we've seen from him as well, as they have just started this one up. HLE looking for an outer turret as well as Zeka on a flank angle. He will see Rest as he walks out of that brush, decides he doesn't want a face check, and these health bars are actually getting softened up. 50% on that Baron right now, and HLE still wanting to look for the 4 versus 5. I don't know about it, as there is a teleport available from Zeus. They need to buy some time. Only 15 seconds left to go, and they back away from the objective.
I love how, the way I imagine Viper, the moment he sees his top laner dies, he takes a deep sigh and says, here we go again. As he, just the positioning in that Baron pit, he was chipping away at Junja's HP bar. Zeka found a bit of a pick, but is he in danger himself?
No, I guess not. As Kaiwing gets on in there with the Mega Cone. There is another flick back as well as River, not going to face check, gets a ward down. Peanut will be spotted, moves away. Man, these setups, it's scary. It's like jump scares waiting in every brush.
My goodness, the tension is at an all-time high, as it feels like it's Viper versus the world right now. If CFO can lock him down, then CFO can, I feel like there's very few threats that they need to be wary about, but the challenge is getting to the Caitlyn, and we've talked a lot about it. CFO need to find quite the flank in order to do that, and you just look at the minimap and look at the vision coverage on the top side of the map. You can see the advantages. Is it happening again?
Well, Junja's going to get the flash out of Peanut.
Nice.
He's got
Peanut.
a Mega Cone to get himself to safety, which is obviously what he knew he had, so that's why he was in the enemy jungle like that.
Oh, no!
Oh, there's a brilliant little flick, but the headbutt pulverize doesn't work, as Delight gives him the thumbs up.
Yeah, we're really getting both the full spectrum of Peanut and Delight in this one. Peanut giving up
There's the
flash.
bell curve of HLE, and we've had both sides
I
of
see.
it
Yeah,
so
no,
far.
yeah, I can see that.
For not Raptors, and then Delight obviously also almost, or not getting the combo there. I want to highlight, though, looking at the item finishes, Doggo is so close to that death cap, and I do think very funny that Zeka is like, I am not the carrier, I'm going Rylai's, went that second actually, but it does mean that for Rest, for Junja, and for Honkyu, actually playing the fight gets a lot harder, especially with Viper's positioning as we've seen so far. Their main range is Doggo, and he needs to get to that Rabadons.
All right, well, then we can start a new fun mini-game.
I like mini-games.
Doggo is, as of right now, 300 gold away from the death cap.
Okay.
Okay. Just got himself another 90, so now he's about 200, give or take.
So 200 gold.
He needs 200 gold from
STP.
somewhere. He can get 200 gold. The problem is the Dragon ticking down. He needs to get it before this objective spawns. They might hand the red buff over to him. You can see him pathing down right now.
There's Krugs as well.
The thing is, CFO don't really need to fight tooth and nail for the Drake, though, right? They're the team that has the sole point. That's the value of that.
But it is CFO.
They will fight.
Yeah, come on now.
If they want an item spike,
give CFO some credit.
They can choose to.
Gentlemen,
give CFO some credit.
Yes, we've reached that time. He has received enough funds in order to make the purchase of a game time. I was going to say lifetime, but it's a game.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
Here we
Maybe
go.
it's the most important Rabadon's purchase, though, of his life. So far. Probably not.
Probably
but he is
not.
an 80 carry, so he doesn't buy that item very often.
Here we go. Death cap completed, level 16 as well.
All right, Junja in position now. We're getting the snap traps down, though. And HLE, they have pulled this one out. Zeka on that angle once again to try and get that wall in. Junja is trying to keep himself there. He's pushed all the way out. And so this Dragon should go over to HLE. They deny us all yet again. But can they win themselves a fight as Kaiwin goes in and then uses Delight to taxi his way out? They're both in that backline as Honkyu is delivered to the open arms of Zeka. And Rest is now just trying to slice and dice his way out. They'll take a crab. They get one kill, but it's exactly the one they needed.
And it's again Zeus in the back line that is able to keep Doggo out of the fight, which means that even with that death cap being done, he doesn't actually get in a position to output a lot of DPS as the TP comes in. CFO know that they cannot give up this Baron.
Every teleport is going to be employed to try and stop this one from going down. 25 seconds on Doggo as well, who doesn't have teleport when he does respawn. Still they're looking for the angle as Zeus goes in. It's a beautiful flick back, a double knock up again. The pulverize is there and Viper is indeed unstoppable as everyone is CCing every member of CFO, and that just allows Viper to shoot them. The Baron gonna go down next. It felt like a hint of desperation because CFO, it was 4 versus 5.
Doggo, you need to steal this. Run!
Oh God,
Running
can he get into Mega Inferno
I don't
range?
think he can. He's
Come on,
gonna try.
Oh, well, it's down to 2,000
gone.
now. He's not going to be able to get there. And it probably wasn't going to happen anyway. There's a large circle saying, I'm throwing damage at the Baron.
Look at this ult from Zeka. Just fantastic once again to split up the fight. Rest comes in from the flank.
In between the wall and the wall!
It's so awkward for Junja to get into the pit. And then look at the backline. Viper is not under threat. This is what we talked about. They cannot get on top of him. Meanwhile, Delight and Zeus, the Bash Bros on the back line, make it so difficult for Doggo to play the game. And by the time we come to the Baron, the numbers are not in their favor. The flick from Zeka again. The quiet carry of Zeka this game, his I've forgotten the word.
Seismic shoves.
That's the one I'm looking for. His shoves have been fantastic. His walls have been on point. And HLE take firm control over game 2.
Yeah, it's like Zeka is walking around with a bazooka called Viper.
Absolutely.
That's what's happening.
Yes.
And he can tell his opponents just to, get away from him and into the open arms of the damage.
And for CFO, the wave flare is amazing that they do have right between the Rise, who obviously does need to get into range, but especially with the Ziggs. So they might be able to stall it out. They need to be very careful, though. I think they really need to exercise restraint to get another shot, because Hanwha Life is not going to win the game off of this just this Baron push if they're not able to actually break open the base, and they are not even close to Soul just yet.
Yeah, well, you've got Zeus in that mid lane.
Just
CC
defend.
eaten by a tunnel.
Let them have the turrets. It's okay. Come on, CFO. I want my game free.
See whether we can get there. Another double shove comes on through, though, as Zeka. I think he just wants to go back to the hotel, Chronicler. I don't think he wants to give you that game number 3 as Junja down so incredibly low. Peanut to try and set up here as well. The solar flare is decent, but the shove, the knockups all over the place, just chained so beautifully by HLE. They'll use that to take down this inhibitor turret. And no Crocodile to stand in that front line and defend. The inhibitor might actually be defended, though, as we can see here. That's not going to go down just yet, but they have now broken open the base. A 6,000 gold lead here for HLE as well. As the siege continues, Delight gets the headbutt in triple pulverize one more time as it's Zeus that assassinates Doggo yet again as Viper gets around the side to land the pot shots. It's a double as it all settles, and my God, HLE, they really came alive, and they were asleep at the beginning of this game. But no, it looks like it's going to be a 2-0, and our second LCK team will make their way to knockouts with the fall of this Nexus. Peanut's last dance is still alive.
I mean, it felt like HLE figured out the formula. The use of Zeka's ultimate to just break apart CFO's composition, to make it hard for them to leverage their poke, really bring anything together, made it so they could play the fights the way that they wanted to. And Viper, I mean, you see what happens when you let this man do what he wants to do.
And it's a confirmation of the good things we saw off CFO, right? Their ability to go for these fights, their big plays, but the fact that Zeka is actually arrived at Worlds, for me, is the main takeaway for Hanwha.
Yeah, the lock-in from Zeka, absolutely ridiculous in this series and has got them to the knockout stage. Analyst Test, what did you make of this game?
Out of HLE, phenomenal performance out of HLE. They told me the Great Wall was in Beijing, and I just saw it. But again, Zeka.
Over and over and over again. Zeka just keeps on building the wall bigger.
Like we found out yesterday, apparently there's 17 parts to the wall, and I think I just saw 18 of them built today. It was absolutely insane from Zeka. This man was beautiful with the way he was able to set up those fights and isolate everyone on CFO.
Not just that, I think there's a lot of props to be given. We saw it there, the 100 international wins. Is that correct? That was correct.
Yeah,
when I was saying it, I was like, that's crazy.
It is.
Yeah.
And I know why, because I just saw it in our HyperX Reflex replay when they have to stop CFO. Zeus, he does all the work.
He does such a big job. Him and Delight assassinating Doggo here. The bounce house bros. You see Zeus going first, knocks him up. Then Delight comes in, knocks him up again. Zeus gets his ult off into the E just enough before he gets knocked away there. They assassinate him. But my favorite part about that replay was Zeka's wall bumping Junja over the wall, flashes back in, and he's still stuck there.
But it was the fact that every single time he got into these fights, it's the wall and the wreck side. That was the big issue.
Yeah.
And you get to see it in that one where Doggo's isolated, Honkyu's isolated. They have nothing that they can do, and you can see that in these moments the damage just wasn't quite there for them because of it.
HLE, they make it to the knockouts. Peanut can dream about that Cinderella run. Zeus can keep dreaming about maybe meeting his ex-team in the finals. And for CFO, they are not out yet. And I think, as final words here, Rob, I think anyone who gets CFO in the next round has to be really careful.
They look incredible. The fact that they are pushing HLE every single time, and both these games incredibly close and could have broken in the way of CFO, means that in this next rotation of games, it feels almost inevitable that they will start to move on towards a playoffs run or make it a very, very difficult time for whoever does make it.
Meanwhile, congratulations to HLE. They look really good. They're firing on all cylinders.
They are 2-0, as clean as you want it, even though it wasn't an easy game, but I think they like it that way to show that they still got it. But of course, we have a lot more coming up because EU versus NA after the break. FlyQuest versus G2 for that other spot in the quarterfinals.
There is the solar flare towards that backline as Junja in a bit of trouble, but it's so much AoE with this Mega Inferno Bomb. Still, Rest is going to go down. The double knockup is fantastic, and it's 2 on the floor here for CFO. Zeus is down. The Dragon getting amongst it as well as the ulti from Viper to soften up Honky with Zeka on the flank angle. The flash pulverize from Delight is gorgeous, and Viper is there with the follow-up DPS. Doggo now out of cooldowns, but is able to at least get rid of the cow. And HLE come alive finally in this this game.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Procs it will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen.G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to the match you've all been waiting for, the legendary face-off of EU versus NA, the battle for the best in the West. May the salt flow endlessly. It's FlyQuest versus G2, the first seeds up versus each other for a spot in knockouts with an amazing panel that is, I hope, as excited as I am. Welcome, Azael.
Thank you, thank you. I'm hot dropping in for some EU versus NA. They couldn't keep me off the desk.
I cannot wait. I'm so excited.
I actually wanted to, but then Kobe came up to me and he looked me in the eye. I was like, Chronicler, come on, buddy. And that's why I'm here. I can't wait, and I have no emotional investment. And I'm not gonna lie.
That's a lie.
I am.
That is a lie. That's a lie.
I'm feeling great. My team just won. I'm just here to have a good time and talk about some League of Legends.
True. Maritz works in the LCK, but he supports NA if LCK is not in the match. So it's 2v2.
Sometimes.
It's fine.
Sometimes.
It's just so that's even, you know. It's
Okay,
2 versus
okay,
2.
okay.
Anyways, Azael, give us your 2 cents then, because it used to be all about EU, but NA has been winning so much over their counterparts in the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, since the NRG upset over G2, it's actually 13-4 internationally for NA over EU. Has been going really, really well for us. But I gotta say, it's always that feeling of stress, because then it's like, wait, it's gonna feel so bad if we lose now. I got used to success and I like it.
But I think the thing is, that trio that we saw at MSI was, for Game 1 and Game 2, incredibly close. It was so back and forth, and then you kind of got smashed in Game 3. But I think this G2 has really been leveling up over the course of that week.
Classic minor region versus major region clash.
Shut up,
you think you're close.
The tweet, yes.
I think it is a case of like G2 stepping up over the course of the year and finally winning a title. They're not the second seed, and now we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to take it against FlyQuest here.
Yeah, Maurits, I think for FlyQuest, we know what we are getting. They are incredibly strong. They hold the head-to-head for this Best in the West title, and for G2, it is, can you be better? Can you show that you have become better?
And for me, it not only, like, to stay a bit more recent, for me it goes to that series we saw last year, which obviously left me with a lot of trauma, which was the FlyQuest Gen G series. Because that really, even though I rated FlyQuest, for me came out of nowhere, because Gen G had been so untouchable up to that point. And we know that G2 have had those glimpses, right? Some of the series against TES, for example, come to mind. But I think both teams still have a lot of opportunity to oscillate one way or another because of the little, relatively, we've seen of them thus far because of the best of one.
What I'm hearing is 3 games. I love it. And this match does also feature a clash between 2 of the best players in the West.
Today in the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Inspired and Caps fight for a spot in the quarterfinals in our latest installment of NA versus EU. Hailed as the best in the West right now, the Polish jungler has had G2's number for a while, sweeping them 3-0 only a few months ago at MSI.
Caps makes his way in with a TP. Broken Blade flashing away, barely staying alive. Monster jumping in, needs a little bit more damage. Monster's already got the kill. G2 are gonna get wiped. FlyQuest find the moment instantly.
G2, however, has the greatest Western player of all time on their side. And despite EMEA looking weak as a whole, you can never count Caps out. He will make the necessary sacrifices to achieve victory. Will Caps be able to carry G2 out of Swiss for the first time? Or will Inspired repeat their MSI performance and secure FlyQuest a spot in the quarterfinals?
Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Inspired versus Caps. And I know, Azael, that you also had a tweet about these two, right? Specifically citing their kind of level and what they should be called.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think so many people are just conflating like what greatest of all time is versus the best player now. And I think that is what these two players are. Caps, to me, is by far away the greatest Western player of all time. I don't think it's close, but I think Inspired is the best Western player this year, today, current form. I think he's the king.
You know what they say, if you can't beat them, go to another region and beat them from there. That's exactly what Inspired did. Amazing. What a great matchup, and there's so many to talk about. We don't have that much time. If you had to name one, maybe Busio, maybe Skumon, what can he do versus Inspired? Give me your one take.
I mean, it's Busio versus Lebrov. I want to see who takes over the early game. Lebrov's been stepping up. Can he keep it going?
It's true. That's going to be such a deciding factor today. Let's see, of course, how the fans have voted in our MasterCard fan prediction of the day. And let's see what the time zones are saying, I think, right, for this one. Because if there's a Euphoria, slight
it's close,
edge,
very close.
edge to G2 in this one.
I think that's fair. We're basically looking at 50-50.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting it to go the distance today. I also expect that for last series, I was wrong, but Vedi actually called it at the top of day, and he's saying a 2-0. So I'm a little worried. I think he's wrong, though. I think we are actually going to see it. And for me, one of the things that I want to highlight, as you already asked, for me, Inspired, that man got praise from Canyon. And let me tell you, Canyon basically doesn't say anything ever in interviews. He's just like, I love Canyon. One of my favorite junglers of all time, arguably the most, but he doesn't say a lot. So when he praises you, that's big deal.
It's true. Big words to live up to. Let's take a look at our predictions. We had to do it for this one. I will just preface mine by saying I voted against them a lot. Oh, actually, we have a little bit more time, but I will still, I'll bring up our predictions later because that does mean that we have a little bit more time.
We got our predictions right now.
Never mind. Spoiler alert. Oh, they're gone. Well, we're going to bring it up again later. That does give us a little bit more time to maybe talk about some of the finer points of this matchup. I know that we're talking about Inspired versus Caps, but Azael, is there something that is on your mind that you think is going to make this close that you haven't said yet?
I mean, I think the creativity from G2 is kind of like what is most concerning to me. I do think that, you know, like over the last couple of years, looking purely at form, I think FlyQuest is the better team. Yeah. But we saw how good G2 looked in that game against BLG, and I think largely it was because of the creativity of their draft. I think they completely headshot BLG in draft. The Poppy and Nivea, the Braum made it so impossible for them to fight through, and I think they're really creative, so that's something that I'm always worried about going up against G2.
Yeah, and I think if it's me, I'm worried about Busio. Like, I kind of got to hit on a little bit, but this guy has been incredible. And honestly, like, I know Inspired gets so much praise in this team, but Busio has been holding this team together for me in the early stages. He has been impeccable. His early game roams have been fantastic. His ability to play around mid lane has been great. And he's engaged. It feels like he just hits everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Busio got a little bit of a raw deal because we did... For MVP, it was MVP of the year, which I think Inspired rightfully won. If it was MVP of the split, I think Busio wins. I think he was the best performer of the split.
And if it's MVP here at Worlds, I think that story continues. I think Inspired has been a little quiet, honestly, in the early stages, but Busio has been holding down the fort, and it feels like nothing happens on this map without Busio being involved in some way.
I still have nightmares from MSI and from that Bard. I will just say it, it's true. I think also for FlyQuest, I think in an interview also, by the way, he did say like, oh no, we don't think about EU. Like we're thinking about beating the LPL or the LCK teams. The good thing for FlyQuest is you don't have to, just like last year. You could actually just beat EU and make it into the knockouts. And I think for them, they need to take advantage of this draw because you don't want to run the risk that you have to face a stronger opponent later. For G2 goes the same, but they of course already did beat BLG. But it's not easy if you end up back in that 2-2 pool, right? For nobody.
I mean, you could potentially have T1, BLG, CFO, like so many of these teams that are at the top.
100 Thieves.
End up there.
100 Thieves.
Yeah. 100 times better than T1.
Yeah.
You know,
BPLG,
by the name.
M-Boy, maybe.
It's okay, Azil. It's okay. I got you with today. Right? Right?
Of course.
No, but it's almost too perfect, isn't it, Azil? They've always beaten them. There's not really a rivalry anymore. They don't even care about them. They only care about LPL and LCK. They've had a great draw.
These things happen.
I actually want to piggyback off of that point because for me, one of the big differences between now and MSI, although best of 5 always will feel different from best of 3 as well, is the performance.
2 more games.
Hell yeah. Is the performance of Broken Blade specifically. I think Broken Blade really is a player that I hold in high regard when it comes to top laners from the West. And I think that he really didn't have a great MSI. I think what we've seen of him thus far does give me room to believe that that might be a bit of an equalizer as opposed to what we've seen in that series.
Yeah, and I do also want to highlight like how much Skumon and Lebrov have been difference makers now. Like when you look towards finals, Lebrov played out of his mind against MKOI. And he's talked about in interviews how much he's been getting getting help from the G2 staff on how to deal with pressure and how to perform under these situations. And I think that's why, even now on the world stage, we're still seeing him have some fantastic performances. And Skewmont as well has really integrated into the team. So even like in games where Caps is not performing, G2 can still look great and win playoffs and win finals, which is not something we've been able to say about this team all year long. I think that's why it's a very different form of G2 coming into this series today.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I just feel like I haven't learned anything about FlyQuest at this event, which is part of the problem for me, you know, as far as seeing like current form. We had like an absolute stinker of a game against T1 where it just felt like Inspired wasn't even there. And then we had 2 games against teams that were heavily favored against where they kind of got the job done and it's expected results. So I just don't feel like I've learned anything new about this team so far. I
see what you mean. They really have to show you what they are made of in this one. Let's head over to those predictions. I will just say in the past, maybe I've always been delusional, and I'm still delusional today. Broken Blade said Delulu is the Salulu. So if I don't believe, then what is that 6? What is that?
Oh, it's predictions. Sorry, I thought they were asking me how many years it's been since G2 has beaten NA team in a series. 2019. 6 years.
How many times did you play him?
Did I misunderstand the assignment here? I'm sorry.
Like Busio said, G2 just wants to beat an LPL team or an LCK team.
Are we trusting this guy who can't even read?
What about you? What about you?
I think it's 2-1 G2, I'm fully honest.
Them. The casters.
All right. So, I've changed jobs. I was a play-by-play commentator. I'm now playing mediator. Moving into today's match. And,
let's go, buddy. Let's go.
I think the hat doesn't really help for the intimidation factor here.
Oh,
Kobe.
it does. This provides cushioning in case maybe lands any headshots.
Does help on that front, as we do have the players walking out. G2 got skipped, so unfortunately, Vedius, you do not get to talk about your team as we are taking our seats and getting ready for this one, this EU versus NA clash. 6 years, I didn't actually have that stat fresh in my mind. Really,
yeah, let's not talk about the game that they did win, the MSI Finals versus NA. That was, at the time, fastest. Yep.
For me, I just want to make it super clear that FlyQuest are definitely coming in as the favorites in this matchup. They 3-0'd at MSI. They have demonstrated how it feels that they are a cut above, and I think that it is still the responsibility of Europe to prove to the world that they can even go to toe-to-toe with NA's first seed. This is a fantastic opportunity, but 2 years ago, when G2, when all of Europe thought that it was a free ride into the quarterfinals, reality struck hard, and they lost 2-0 to NRG. So I think that all of Europe is very cautious right now. We saw the fan prediction being slightly in favor of G2. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one as we're getting ready for draft.
Yeah, I do like that you try and claim underdog status after having a positive side on the predictions. That was it's very well played.
My predictions are delusional. Okay? That is my whole motif.
Yeah, I don't know about. He's like, oh yeah, everyone's really cautious. I'm like, well, I have not seen that.
Yeah. It hasn't necessarily been represented in the predictions, but that is just fine. We are getting so close, though, and here we are into Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. And gentlemen, let's see whether FlyQuest are going to be able to use this blue side to their advantage. Already, the Pigeon going to be taken away at the Orianna as well, so in our previous series, that was the first mid lane matchup, and that one's now gone.
Now that Sion has risen so much in priority, I'm curious as to whether or not G2 will look to ban it away, because we know FlyQuest is happy to prioritize it, but we also know that things like Trundle, and we've seen Kled, Mordekaiser being used as answers into it. So whether or not Fly is happy to let it go through so that G2 can take it for themselves, I wonder where it will fall on the ban table.
Yeah, it definitely depends on pick order there for sure, as you're going over, especially if Trundle is up, but not even going to be a discussion point in this match because G2 red side opting to ban it. I think that is going to become a lot more prevalent, red side opting to ban the Sion instead, until we see some people really prove otherwise. You know, the Ambessa counter pick hasn't quite been as effective as people have looked into. The Trundle, though, of course, still is a very big one. Whoa. Yeah, Cap showing the LeBlanc. This is one of the things that you know, we were talking about leading up to this series was going to be some of the things that Caps can use to put pressure on Quad, because Quad is a very predictable champion pool, especially with Orianna and Azir taken out. You know, he really does like to almost always sit quad on these control mages that are all very, very similar, and so they don't want any of these like LeBlanc plus, you know, kill-oriented jungle pressure lanes.
Yep. Just have to see what is going to be locked in first, because we're not trusting that Kai'Sa hover just yet. Fun fact though, pro players have a 51.2% win rate on their birthday. And it's Busio's birthday today.
I like that. Any extra odds in our favor? That's slightly above average. Let's go.
I like to think because it's a 52% fan vote prediction for G2 in their favor, this pushes it back to completely even. I can't do math, so that does help.
Well, the Wukong is definitely something that FlyQuest have put a lot of effort into. They've used it over and over. Very comfortable style for them because they like to have Inspired really focusing on the farm, being very efficient. And so they invest.
They locked it.
Yeah, they're going to steal away the Bard. This is a good strategy against FlyQuest in Fearless mode because then Busio is not going to be able to obviously use it later on. This is just a best of 3, so it's not super long Fearless, but it's still Fearless for the rest of it.
But it's an interesting approach for sure, because very rarely do we see teams deliberately prioritizing champions that what they know could be a threat in the series. We've seen Lebrov's Bard before, but to first pick it is quite a surprise from G2. This is a very different look, and for Skewmond, he is that, I mean, him and Inspired are very comparable in their approaches, so for him to also pick this like heavy utility team-orientated Maokai, while we've seen it from him before, it is a surprise to see them lock it in so early in the draft.
Yeah, and we saw a lot from them at MSI, and it still did not save them versus FlyQuest. Good thing too about Busio, he's not just a Bard one-trick, so they go with the Alistar instead, who has been such a huge engage support here.
And Quad hovering his favorite champion, which is, of course, the Cassiopeia. That's where he rose to notoriety, but instead we'll be locking away the far more comfortable and meta pickup here in the Taliyah.
Question is, how do you round things out now for Caps? Thinking about what mid laners are available, he could... No, I mean, normally we'd see, for Caps specifically, Tristana would be something, but I don't know if it's really great in the current meta. Yone is a possibility, but again, into what FlyQuest have drafted. I question whether or not that makes a ton of sense.
Gonna make you keep guessing.
Yeah, I wonder how deep in the pool we'll have to go.
We're not guessing.
Oh, I see. The new tech, Caitlyn mid. Let's see there.
No, it's old tech, isn't it? That's season 1 tech.
We're going way back now. I mean, Caitlyn Bard lane on the bottom side, you know, into the Alistar, they are going to have priority. Is going to give some time for roams as well.
I wonder if Corki's going to make its way to the ban table. Thinking about things that can do well, Varus is another one that Hansama already brought out against BLG. Just that extra bit of range can match up. Ezreal is something that's also quite safe, and also, given we know how much Busio likes to roam, could be an option for Marsu. But they're going to need something. Alternatively, they could just look for an early swap as well to just avoid the Caitlyn lane completely.
Yeah, I also like, you know, possible Ashe or something for Masu. Hawkshot really, really valuable for this squad, playing against a roaming Bard. Trying to scout out some of these movements and using the Ashe Arrow for engage could be something.
Yeah, but they're global as well alongside the wall.
Yeah, the Poppy band though, of course, you know, you're running Alistar and Wukong. So that one's definitely pretty straightforward.
About K'Sante blind top as well. We'll have to wait and see what direction Whippo will go on that top side, as G2 seem to be focusing AD carries, but instead they're going to get rid of the Rumble.
Trees don't like fire.
Yeah, I guess they want to limit the amount of backline threat that Hansama's going to be put under. I feel like G2's prepared something for us.
Honestly, that's not really a big deal for Whippo either. Like, Whippo does not care about that.
I was going to say, Rumble was not going to be a contested pick for me in this series.
One last ban to come through from FlyQuest. We'll see what they are going to be taking away here, whether it is going to be still just aiming towards that top side. Brookblade's champion pool is relatively wide, but still going to be taking away the Renekton. Things that are blind pickable, they do want to remove to make sure that it's Caps that is going to be giving away his option there in that mid lane. Of course, already quad with his champion locked in, so it's not necessarily the most important, as that's a Graves.
That would be very interesting.
I think they're just hovering it, surely.
Surely they're just hovering it. The time has been out for a long time, and it is finally going to be switched over to Victor. love the brief little delay there to make sure that we're as baited as possible.
I love, too, this is like, oh, they hovered it for a long time. Everyone starts theory crafting. All right, is this going to be a Graves lane like later?
I just had like Canna flashbacks of like Graves top, that meta, like 1,000,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And by 1,000,000, I mean 4. It still feels like a long time.
I feel like Ambessa could be a pretty strong top lane option right now, along with the K'Sante. But it looks like Bwipo's going for the more defensive approach. And that's going to be locked in. So now we're looking around out with an AD carry. We talked about a bunch of options. Vayne, I think, would, strictly speaking, be quite bad.
Yes.
Into Caitlyn, yeah. That would definitely be painful. But Vayne, then you could do it in the solo lane, you know,
True,
and you could
do
like
the swap, you're right.
Force the top lane AD carry swap extended. But
Corki, Zeri, Ashe, I think are all very solid options. Corki, very safe, a lot of mobility, long range poke. Ties in nicely with the Taliyah, and it's looking like a very well-rounded, straightforward comp from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think the key that you kind of hit on there was the mobility for Corki.
Okay.
You're facing the Bard and the Maokai, so definitely want that extra dash.
Final pick will be that Rek'Sai locked in instantly by Broken Blade. Not going to be delaying any of the choices here as we've come to the very end of the draft. So, gentlemen, who's feeling the best out of this one? I'm looking at FlyQuest. I'm seeing so much CC and options here, but the range and scaling from G2 is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, G2 have drafted a very traditional front-to-back composition. I think that given they have push on the bot side of the map, but I say that, I don't even know if there's even much options to use that prio. Don't be surprised to see G2 set up a split map early on, go for an early invade, try to push Inspired out of its jungle, but I have to imagine Inspired will read this as well. And I think the biggest thing is how much backline access will Inspired have alongside the K'Sante, because if you can take out Hans Sama, a lot of the damage is going to disappear, and this K'Sante won't die if there's no Caitlyn to melt through it.
And this is a very fun statistical game as well, gentlemen, because Skumon, 24-6, known very much for his Maokai, 80% win rate. Inspired, 16-4 on Wukong, also 80% win rate. A battle in the jungle of the 80%, and Masu is 9-0 on Corki, his career. So, I mean, that could be going down, or he could be 10-0 and getting there at Worlds. That would be absurd.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a comp that FlyQuest are very, very, very comfortable on. And I don't think that G2 threw out any surprises in game number 1. So I do have to feel confident from the FlyQuest side that the fact that they know their enemy quite well at this point too for G2. I guess the Bard is a little bit of a wrinkle, and we'll see how well Labrov can play, the Bard in this game versus Busio versus FlyQuest, and see if we can actually, have that, improvement from Labrov, from Skumon here to make this different from MSI.
All right, here we are, though, ladies and gentlemen. We're under the rift for game number 1 of this EU versus NA battle. FlyQuest, I think probably feeling pretty good about this draft, but I think the same thing is going to be the case on the G2 side. So this is exactly what we wanted. Even footing, moving into game number 1. And let's see where the shenanigans will arise.
I guess I'm just a little surprised by how scaling-orientated G2 have gone. Traditionally, I expect them to have a little bit more skirmishing power, at least given how they've recently been playing in summer. So to see them lean more towards this, as Hans Sama has matched the swap on the top side of the map. So now that Caitlyn versus Corki is going to happen whether Masu wants to or not.
All right, and as we can see here, it was what we were talking about. It's like season 1, but it's just in the top lane instead of mid.
Yep.
We've nailed it.
Both of them up here matching the AD carry swap. So Caitlyn with the long auto attack range and trying to use brush there for the headshots. See about the push on bottom side though as well. So G2 getting the push on bottom side as well as the push on top side with their Caitlyn.
Knockups, knockbacks, all sorts of things happening here towards this bottom side. If you were to adjudicate these 2v2s, how are we feeling?
I think Broken Blade and Labrov should have the push simply because Labrov is the only one with a ranged attack.
Yeah,
so
that's a good point.
He just gets to kind of hit you while you don't get to hit him. I think that once a couple levels come under the control, I don't know what I'm saying. Once they get more levels, it'll be better. More levels, good. FlyQuest bot lane.
Love it.
Alistar not known for his level 1 prowess at all.
Level 2 looking all right, though, as we can see. Bit of a pushback, but we don't want to watch that. Don't want to watch that because Labrov going for an early roam. Does get the meep slap, but doesn't land the Cosmic Binding. So Quad is going to be okay.
I accidentally said Busio is starting to move. That's how I'm so much used to seeing his
Busio's moving too!
Yeah, he is moving. Look at him go. As we get the flash away here, as Broken Blade getting himself out of there. It's not his turret that's there in this 2v1, and so does have to use the flash to avoid being headbutted to death.
So, Busio moved less distance than Labrov, but it was more effective because he got a flash.
Very true. An early ward is utilized, though. The pings have come down onto Busio as he looks for a bit of a roam. Oh, I say a ward. There is no ward. They're just reading the play very well. He's covering around this mid lane.
Yeah.
Making sure the quad gets through it safely, and it looks like he's going to do just that.
So Masu with the early back on the Corki to get the tier purchase from the push from Caitlyn. And Hansama, the Caitlyn doing really well up there in the answered one-on-one swap. So Masu is going to be in a lot of pain. This wave is pushing away from him, pretty low on the CS count overall. And even though he went back to get a purchase, it's just a tier. That's not combat power for him.
Not going to quite be helping, but it does help the scaling. Trying to get to that 2-item spike as quickly as possible. Bit of a 2v1 here, but it looks like Broken Blade is going to be feeling just fine as Caps is just eradicating the waves over and over again. And I'm feeling like if this game remains pretty slow, G2 are probably going to be pretty happy with it. Right now, Labrov moving towards his top side. Masu going to have to get out of there. Valkyrie employed nicely. Some more Biffo here towards the bottom side of the map.
So just a small jungle thing is that Inspired did a full clear, got the Scuttle Crab on the top side, went back to base, and is now picking up his Krugs. However, for Skewmond, he started on his Wolves. He doesn't have the same wave clear speed as the Wukong does, but what he does do is once he grabs the bot crab, he immediately goes back to the respawned Wolves already. So he's actually on pace in terms of jungle clear. He just hasn't had an opportunity to go back to base yet, which I imagine he's now going to do, impressively keeping up with the Wukong early clear.
Yeah, so just a clean re-clear for Inspired. He'll end up towards this top side. And again, the top side is kind of the success story so far for G2. With the Caitlyn prowess in the 1v1, and we'll see if Masu can recover here, because stacking up his tier, but is going to be pretty low if they do have that early skirmish up there. Of course, the Wukong is going to need another Scuttle after the re-clear to try and get to the level 6.
Yep, Turtle Port meant that we had to wait a really long time for that seismic shove, as flash out from Labrov didn't want to get pulverized there. So he's now going to be putting that one on cooldown. A couple of flashes have been employed here on G2's side, but no real capitalization just yet here from FlyQuest. And they are falling just further and further behind in farm, just naturally as this game goes on. As BB having fun with these tunnels, moves back towards the bottom side once again.
It's a very stock standard slow early game as Caps find some nice trades in mids. Both top laners continue to trade HP back and forth, but as you rightly said, really a lot of this gold advantage going the way of Hansama.
Yeah.
And once Caps catches this wave in mid, it should equalize the gold in the mid lane matchup as well.
You know what they say, Atlas, your network is your net worth. It's usually a business term. But for Rek'Sai, it's also true, because that allows you to escape ganks. And so you pre-make your network of tunnels to allow for outplays for later. You know, it's an investment.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. I actually hadn't heard that analogy before.
Yeah.
Well, BB currently has like one tunnel, so we're going to need to increase that network.
Is not that big
but like,
yet.
does like more tunnels equal more tunnels? You know, is it exponential?
It is about quality of tunnel too. Yeah, so
okay.
you know, going inside of the Dragon Pit.
All tunnels aren't born equal. Is that sort of how it works?
Yeah, quite. Okay. Let's see. Top side here. This has been pain for me to watch, and it looks like it's going to continue to be pain.
Yeah, Busio's like, I don't want to take this, but I will. And does, and still they are looking a little worse for wear. Headbutt Pulverize here, as Busio does go in, but it's like, when it happened, I was like, I don't know whether this ends well for them, but there weren't too many other options, as Captain Quad just still hitting red dots. That's a really nice Pre-Seeker. Probably utilized his passive for that.
This could be a Dragon start for G2. It's a little slow without your AD carry there. But given that they know Bwipo's just gone back to base, with the push that they've been able to garner in mid lane, as I say that, the bounce back has come through now. It's Quad that moves into the river. Broken Blade needs to be careful.
Yeah, he's just sort of taking a beating here by Bwipo, but there's those tunnels. That one probably not going to stick around, and oh no. Tunnel removed.
I mean, what you'll notice Broken Blade do a lot is actually just move into that Tri-Brush to see if the Tremor Sense will pick up anyone roaming towards the bot side of the map. Also keeping his eye on the Dragon in case Inspired tries to start that one off. But it's been a very timid start for both junglers. As
Really
nice
knockback.
knockback.
Yeah, Quad finding the angle, the double pulverize, but there's not very many people here to follow up outside of just Quad himself. So it is just going to be Caps taking a fair bit of damage and then slinking away.
Yeah, looks like FlyQuest at least going to start up these grubs. Labrov and Skumon want to head over. Caps actually had to go get Honey Fruit, though. So Caps is going to be a bit delayed getting to the grub fight. And you see Victor trying to clean up those minions by mid-tower. So that gives enough time there, enough priority for FlyQuest to grab at least the 2. They want the final grub for the Might.
Yep, they should be able to get it here as well, as in they go. Magical Journey does get Labrov out of there. But that was just G2 watching as all of the grubs fell down. And Fly then just gets back away. Still behind in gold, but those grubs going to really help.
Just a really nice awareness from Inspired, recognizing, oh, hang on, my mid laner has a health advantage. He's just chunked out enemy mid. We should have prio over this topside river. Corki can collapse first. And so an uncontested objective just from smart play there from the FlyQuest jungler.
And, you know, props to Quad for actually hitting that seismic shove and achieving the health difference.
Absolutely.
It's like, yeah, Inspired, good job. You recognized that your mid laner made a good play.
I'm gapping it,
bro. Quad with a big double seismic shove for the big chunk there. So, you know, nicely done. And we have had a really calm early start.
Yeah, this is kind of what I'm used to. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I'm feeling more and more at home as this game is going on. So I like it. I like it a lot. We call this the Bro and Brew. That's the state of this game.
In the middle of all that, Caps also got his first upgrade, which I imagine is that laser, which you now see on screen. The amount of wave clear that this Victor's going to have just exponentially increased, and now you expect Caps to pretty consistently be the first one to get that push in the 1v1 matchup. Once he gets full levels in that E and a little bit more itemization, he's going to absolutely melt those waves. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Broken Blade finds himself in a 2 versus 1, but I think G2's sights are very much set on this track.
Yeah. And both these teams pretty confident in their ability to team fight. Interesting little kind of deep invade here, though. Labrov linking around the other side, so they have really good vision, super deep wards for G2 through the red quadrant of FlyQuest jungle. And as you saw, they push Inspired away from his Raptors, so yoink those on the way to their Dragon.
Oh, there's a stat that we need to find as well. What's the latest First Blood in World's history? Ooh. We need to get that one. I don't have that one.
That's a good request.
That is a stat that I hope we don't beat in this game.
I'm thinking it makes it more interesting if there's no kills for the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
I love the reset that we just saw from Labrov as the Dragon was being started, because he was aware that, oh, FlyQuest would look for a cross map here, so he wanted to be in position to try and protect Broken Blade in the event that a dive came through. Ooh, Caps, though, taking a bit of damage, but the minions kind of doing the same in response to Quad. But really good awareness from both supports overall in this game. They've been roaming very effectively, covering where it makes sense. Right now, Busio is just hovering around mid in the event that Caps overstays so that he can threaten a dive with Inspired over the wall. But TP going to come back through from Caps as he completes his first item.
And it's like everything's even. You know, I guess it's just grubs. So there's grub advantage for FlyQuest. But that is going to be, so that evens it out, the Dragon. But that means that also you've got, like, Feats of Strength is completely even. And so it's all just tied up.
They each have 1 foot.
Oh, yeah, true. That's what it is. They've got a foot of strength. It's all right. It's not very far, isn't it? I don't know how long a foot is. I do the meters thing. I'm sure it's about the same size as a foot. Never mind. Quad. Let's see where the gravity field is going to work. The Arcane Storm doing a fair bit at the same time. But the Seismic Shove also lands. Death Ray comes in. The Flash and First Blood is a Caps solo kill that's immediately answered here as Busio pushes him back underneath the turret. But man, we had no action and then a solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, Quad just kind of stands in there. He wants to commit to the play because Busio is coming. But Cap says, fine, I will flash in. I will make sure I get the kill before dying. Now, the FlyQuest one is assisted as far as the kill, so you get that extra 50%, you know, money for the team. But the focused gold does go into Caps. He did have to spend his flash, though, Vedius, so how are you feeling about, like, repeat plays there?
Oh, I mean, I think there's ample opportunity for FlyQuest, especially with the Wukong and the Alistar by your side. Caps, though, playing with confidence as he finds a solo kill in mid. In terms of the goal, it's not going to change that dramatically in the mid lane matchup, so I don't think Quad is too upset about what took place, but the fact that Caps is able to finish those upgraded boots means that he's now going to be a little bit ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I think that because Busio has Hex Flash on Alistar, as well as Spellbook, he's still going to have some mobility. He might need it.
Yeah, he is ghosting, so that's going to move him pretty quickly, but let's just get into position here. Twisted Advance does come on down, but it's Skumon that does get pulverized. Another brilliant flick from Quad to pull Skumon back, and in the meantime, Caps, oh, that flash is gone, and Inspired will take him out because of it. Now Quad looking for that angle once again, and they have corralled them underneath this turret, but it looks like FlyQuest, they're just happy to get that one pick and then set themselves up elsewhere. They'll have inside track with mid lane, for example.
Yeah, we got an instant answer on our question. Is the Flash going to get punished? Yes, it is. Inspired immediately jumping on that, punishing that cooldown here for Flash, getting the kill. Wukong with Trinity Force, Vedius. It's the exact right time to go looking for a Victor wandering through the jungle. And
he doesn't see them because they're stood still.
Oh, the Flash Pulverize going to come on through. Another headbutt back here. Even the Valkyrie damage is helping out. Trample going to come on through, but he does have part of that network set. And the flash forward does need to come in, but it's not enough. The little bullet from the Corki couldn't do it. And out goes BB once again.
Rek'Sai so obnoxious to lock down as Labrov throws the ultimate mids.
Yeah, Tempered Fate comes on down there as Hans Sama gets on in. Didn't quite have the snap trap, but he just flashes over the seismic shove and will be able to get the last hit onto Quad. So Hans Sama going to even things up once again, as in this top lane, Bwipo taking some damage from Caps.
Okay, so the gloves are coming off now from both sides. They're getting a little bit more warmed up on stage. Items are coming through, and they're looking to punish where they can. Mid lane has clearly been the focus from both sides, but Hans Sama picking up that kill will build him up to a huge lead of 1K over Masu.
And last time, Vedius, I was like, oh yeah, you know, Quad, he just took his death and it was good, you know, because Caps flashed and Quad didn't. But that one, well, wait a second.
Yeah, got a bit of a flash forward here from Bwipo, who's going all out onto Caps, has Inspired alongside him, and down goes the Victor once again.
A fantastic punish comes through from Bwipo. Again, Caps had no real way to get out of that situation given he had no flash available. The gravity field also just doing nothing to Bwipo as he used his ultimate to get away from that. And with Inspired at his back, it's an easy pickup as FlyQuest get that feats of strength of 3 kills.
And the point I was about to make there, you know, about Quad, he should have flashed the Bard ulti. Like, Caitlyn is there, and Caitlyn's going to be able to follow up with the trap, so really nicely done from G2. But Quad, that time, holding a little bit too long on that flash. Maybe it will still be useful for a play imminently as they teleport up topside, and Busio is seen by the ward.
Yeah, this time BB just going to be able to make his way out, but saving the turret, that's a big deal. As FlyQuest, if they're able to get that first turret, that will be feats of strength locked in. At the moment we are locked down as far as the objective feats of strength are concerned, so another 2 going to be required from either team.
I mean, if you are a G2 fan right now, you're looking at Bwipo and being like, that's kind of scary. If you're a FlyQuest fan, you're looking at Hans Sama and you're going, that's kind of scary. But admittedly, I don't think that she quite has the tools to get through what already feels like a very tanky K'Sante, even though it's G2 that's first to this objective.
Trinity Forces are pretty good, aren't they, when they're built? As you can see, Hans Sama getting the brunt of that. Masu does have that first spike complete. I'm also looking at Inspired. I think he's pretty scary as well.
Absolutely. Double Trinity Force spike is a big one.
Yeah, redeeming Masu here. Does get the heal. Almost walks out a little bit early, but isn't going to.
Probably should trade the Dragon, yeah, for Rift Herald here for FlyQuest, because it is on a Caitlyn recall timer. Hans had a decent amount of money to spend. Full BF sword there back for him, so good value there for him. 2 Dragons stacked up by G2, but again, the top side objectives, the Grubs and the Rift Herald, are the ones that turn into early game gold. And so FlyQuest here, if they can use this Rift Herald, knock down one of these outer towers, really does set them up for a lot of wait a seconds. Could they do it early here? They've got an Alistar as well, so Caps has to be a little bit careful. FlyQuest have been targeting him fairly successfully.
All right, now Labrov just using as much information as he can. I think Busio is unseen for the moment, but does just walk out of that brush. So now Quad on that gravity field, but his Caps just up here. Does get the flick back, very nicely done. 50% of his health bar goes missing. Quad able to really handle the pressure here on this top side, and he needs to because this is very, very close to first Turret Blood going down in favor of G2.
We'll say, Bwipo is building an even greater lead over Broken Blade.
Getting that kill with the assistance of Inspired was a nice pick for sure, but on the side lane, I feel like that he just spent more time in lane, allowing him to build almost a full level advantage over his opposition as G2 set their sights on the tower.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp does calm down as Caps is getting pushed out of the fight. Ace in the Hole comes on through here as well, but looks like G2 decide against going for anything more. Net over the wall will get Hans Sama to safety, and the Rift Herald going to then try and turn the tables as far as this push. And this could actually just be feats of strength right here as Shelly decides that she wants to give them over to FlyQuest, and that will come on through as soon as we deal with these minions. No real defense here by G2 going to get set up, and there she blows.
Tower achieved, as you say, the feats as well as the extra gold here. Soaked up by everybody, and Busio as well as Masu kind of helping Inspired usher that Rift Herald up to make sure there's no counterplay there from G2 to put a stop to it.
Inspired now building a 1.4k gold lead of his own. Just been passively building up this farm, securing towers, and you can really see that gold advantage just slowly continuing to mount for FlyQuest. Obviously, the tension still feels very high because we're yet to see that first fight and how things will really play out in the 5v5. Both teams have really just been trading objectives, but Otacon alive in 1 minute and 5, along with the Dragon in 2 minutes' time. You expect these to be the next major objectives that both these teams will turn their attention to.
And honestly, I would expect Labrov to go for an ultimate on quad pretty early, ahead of time, if you can get that flash out from the Taliyah, or if you can even just make a play on him straight up. You know, the Bard has a lot of options at trying to make some plays preemptively before the Dragon. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds here on the clock for that one.
Yeah, there's 35 seconds on the Otacon as well. He's going to be spawning towards that bottom side of the map, so does mean that that Dragon's even more dangerous because you can just follow it up immediately if you are able to win a fight prior to or after that Dragon being taken. So it could be a battlefield here in this game, because there hasn't been much of a battlefield so far. There's 5 kills all up, but it's a lot of posturing as Labrov able to walk out of the way of the wall. Seismic Shove does go wide as Hans Sama not quite able to get the net for the slow, but otherwise is able to get out of dodge. Still, Summoner Spell's now on cooldown, and that flash being down for the Caitlyn is a big deal as Labrov in the back of this pit just get flicked back, and I thought he was just going to magical journey out, but he doesn't.
Yeah, where are you going, buddy? Busio sits him down, and Bwipo trying to sit Broken Blade down, but the flash is enough.
That's beautiful play-by-play there, Kobe. That's what we actually had some feedback after the last series. We're like, we should probably have 2 play-by-plays because there's too much action. And see, we managed to utilize it here in this particular moment as G2 able to eat the pressure towards the top side as well.
I mean, it feels as though FlyQuest is just getting these very small advantages that are turning into bigger ones, as, for example, on the bottom side of the map, Bwipo getting the flash out from Broken Blade, on the top side, Quad getting the flash out from Hans, and that ultimately led to Labrov thinking, oh, I can still stick around, my magical journey should be off cooldown any minute now, but then he gets punished by Busio. A really quick flash to set up for the play gives FlyQuest another kill. 4-2 now, the advantage. 2k the gold lead. Dragon spawning in 9 seconds. And look at the TPs. G2 have a clear game plan in mind, and that is to force a fight around this objective.
And Hans is very close to item number 2 as well. It's going to be Infinity Edge. As far as 2 item spikes, it's probably the best that you can get for the Caitlyn. He's not quite there yet, but still, G2 have so much control of this area. Nature's Grasp for holding on to control as well is so incredibly good. Hex Flash going to get channeled here as Busio looking for an angle towards Caps, perhaps, as he gets taken down so incredibly low. Unbreakable Will comes in, and now you've got Bwipo trying to make the difference, but Tempered Fate to hold them in position. Hans Sama in so much trouble, and he does get taken down. Inspired to grab first blood in the fight. Busio is going to be the answering kill, and Broken Blade takes down Busio as well. It's FlyQuest that can actually answer back as Caps trying to do some of the damage, but doesn't quite manage to do so. And it's a big win here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, huge engage there. Busio threatens around the top side. Inspired just goes straight in through the Dragon Pit. Look at Inspired go straight onto Hans Sama. They put so much pressure on this Caitlyn. Busio's threatening around the outside, but there goes the flash. Inspired is in. He ults and then clones away from the gravity field to stay on the Caitlyn.
And I just love the target focus because Bwipo is right there with him as Busio sets his sights onto Caps. trying to mitigate the other damage dealer from doing what he can. And as we mentioned in draft, once the Caitlyn is gone, the front line really doesn't have that much to worry about. So Caps is forced to disengage, and FlyQuest find a beautiful fight. And crucially, they take away that Dragon Soul point from G2.
Yeah, after Inspired was able to finish off the Caitlyn, he then had a Q come up, and he just Q smited the Dragon right in front of Skumon to yoink that objective as well. So FlyQuest, this is something they're so well known for in North America. You know, give up the first couple of dragons, invest all of your money into this third dragon fight, and they really pulled that one off quite well to bring the game under their control.
Yep, and Hans Sama didn't have the Infinity Edge for that last fight, right? We hit like the perfect 2-item spike that we talk about for Corki all the time. Miramana was in there, Masu was able to stay alive, keep doing that DPS, and him and Quad have been able to do a lot. Quad especially, man, this guy has looked so good in this game on this Taliyah thus far, and 2 items have now been completed as the Liandry's is now done as well. They'll grab themselves another turret, and they are starting to really roll this snowball down the hill.
Yeah, I like that you're going, wait a second, this one's just for fun.
It's a bit of an exciting one here, as we do get a bit of a stun onto Skumon, but he gets himself out. That's a headshot. That's a lot of damage onto Masu. Does need to be a little bit careful. The Infinity Edge is done.
I like that you're, you know, really complimenting Quad there, though, because he's been so aggressive with all these seismic shove chunks, has opened up a lot of like small opportunities for FlyQuest so far, and he's able to finish off that mid tower. So that's all 3 outer towers down now for G2. They have no longer any outer defenses, and FlyQuest immediately pull the trigger on the Otacon.
Yeah, there is a ward still here, though, for G2, so they know the size of this health bar. As you can see, Bwipo just trying to stand in front of them.
He's
to
far.
keep them out of this one, as my goodness, he's so incredibly tanky at the same time. Is G2 going to have to deal with him first? The wall goes down just to try and keep him alive. There's a Pulverize as well as Broken Blade. Gets himself out of there. Now the Nature's Grasp does fly past. But the Otacon will just turn its sights onto G2 this time. Down to about 4K as FlyQuest possibly out of this. There's a flash forward from Busio, but I don't know about it. The flick back, though, is gorgeous, and Skumon put in position, but unable to get the smite. That one's going to go to Inspired. As the gravity field goes down, the Arcane Storm doing nothing. Master going to take down Caps, who cannot get it done. Now Broken Blade buying some space. They only lose one, but Otacon, such a big deal.
FlyQuest play with such patience. Quad with a fantastic ultimate to start that fight off because it isolates Broken Blade. It looked like Bwipo was the one that was caught out of position. He was so far up the river without the support of his team, but then Quad's ulti completely changed that dynamic. And the reason why it's important is because it forces the ulti out from the Brav. So here you're thinking, wow, Bwipo, you're way too deep, but look on the left. A beautiful ultimate comes through. Then LeBron reactively uses his ultimate, but to no effect. Now the Maokai ultimate is gone. Lebrov's ultimate is gone, and it makes it easy for Fly for the re-engage.
And then it still comes down to a clutch smite fight right here. You know, Maokai gets knocked in, tries to go for the Q smite, but Inspired clutches out the smite on the Otacon to get that one, and it is huge. Then Caps just gets jumped on. Masu Valks forward, and since Bwipo teleported in, Bwipo's back to help him out.
I mean, just great patience being demonstrated by FlyQuest as now Broken Blade in a lot of danger.
Or is he? I mean, this is the Rek'Sai situation, right? It always looks like he's in danger, and then I do that play-by-play thing where it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna die, and then he never does. Well, let's see whether he does here. See, that thing. You know, let's see whether he, no, it just doesn't happen, as he has just eaten a whole lot of pressure in this game.
I gotta be honest, Vedius, it's looking a lot like MSI to me.
I mean, right now, yeah, we haven't really seen any proactivity from G2, and again, one of the big question marks for this team is seeing Skumon and Lebrov work together. But when Skumon is on a champion like Maokai, well, he has been playing it extensively throughout the year. In summer, that's really not been their motif. Things like the Wukong, the Xin Zhao, the Pantheon, things that he can have a lot of agency and playmaking to try and play through mid. Work with Lebrov is what we've been seeing a lot more of. But it feels like that they've taken a much more passive approach, and while their laners have been doing pretty well, FlyQuest have just found way more punishes. They punished Caps a lot in a side lane. They got Hans Summer's flash out from him ahead of a major fight, and just the timings and punishes from FlyQuest have been fantastic.
And the desk was talking about it, right? It was the fact that Inspired has been a little bit quiet this Worlds. Well, I'm looking at this game, I'm feeling like Inspired's been pretty loud. 3-0-2 currently on the Wukong, as Bwipo just constantly keeping G2 at bay. Standing in front, he's a bouncer this game, and that is going to mean that we've evened out the Drakes between the two squads. A quad stack Chemtech Soul would be a lot of healing and shielding power.
It certainly would. Busio is ghosting again.
Oh, dear.
To Hex flash over. Do they actually make a catch here, though? That's pretty far. Yeah.
It's a dangerous one. Bwipo not going to be getting over the wall. They just clear out vision, and it's all going to be fine. But FlyQuest have not been giving up space. They've been playing slowly, but they've been just constantly encroaching on G2. It's like creep spread or something like that, to use a StarCraft reference.
And something that FlyQuest are just so ultimately confident in is always their team fighting ability and choosing the correct timers here. And they have just out-executed in these fights over and over again. It's not quite a blowout or anything, but they do feel very much in control.
Absolutely, and what was a massive advantage between the two AD carries in favor of Vansummer now has shriveled into nothing. The item advantage is in favor of Masu. He has the gold advantage, he has the experience advantage, and you can understand why throughout his career he is 9-0 on the champion, and he's looking to make it 10, as right now FlyQuest holds on to a 4.9k gold lead here in game 1.
This Baron certainly looking like something that could try and get a blowout as far as that gold advantage is concerned, put themselves into a winning position. But G2, we mentioned it already, right? Like, if this composition can just stick around, right? Then it does have a lot of options later on in the game. Like, you get to max items on a Caitlyn, she has so much range, it's really, really hard to get to her, and she does so much damage, but they have to get there. As Ace in the Hole comes through, Bwipo ignores it, and it bounces off him, or something like that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and I think so far, the problem for G2 is that, yeah, you know, you've got Caitlyn and Victor range for later, but FlyQuest engagers are supremely confident. Inspired and Busio are the best players on the team and constantly will look for these super hard engages really quick. So it's like, they have to have really good like Maokai and Bard ultimates in order to navigate that team fight.
And they were picked together, right? Like, this was part of that Wombo combo that you're trying to set up. We haven't quite seen it just yet.
It's a really important purchase for Vansummer there. The LDR are going to help get through some of the resistances that Bwipo is going to be bringing, but a level 16 Cassante.
I feel like even items, though, between Corki and Caitlyn, you're still feeling like Corki's fine. I think 4 items, you're like, I'm starting to be very scared of this Caitlyn. So a bit more time for G2, maybe.
So frontline-wise, I just think that Bwipo is a lot scarier than what Broken Blade brings. You should start winning out on these trades against Bwipo, though, as you can start to see.
Getting a bit aggressive, doesn't land that Q3. Skewmond is taking his time with this blue buff. Does look like Bwipo isn't too worried about it, though. Man, there's such a wet noodle fight, isn't it?
They are farming the damage stat right now.
Yeah, this is just, it's just grass.
Let's pump those numbers up.
Yeah. And look, they did get a bunch of stacks, so nicely done there, guys. But not really too much going to come of it. So I think, like, maybe as nothing happens, it's G2 favored, but it's still feeling like the game is very much in control of FlyQuest, and as they get more and more vision control, the Baron becomes easier and easier. It's hard to work it out, guys.
The Baron is very scary against the Maokai, of course, especially given that at any point the Bard can completely change the dynamic of the fight, whether that be maybe hitting onto your backline so that no longer you have any damage threats, or even if it's just hitting the Baron to stall and now you're just trapped in the pit waiting for this thing to wear off. FlyQuest are respecting that objective wisely, especially given that they are stacking these dragons and know that the next dragon is a minute away.
And FlyQuest are clearly like delineating every moment that have an item power spike, then we go for our fight. They got Guardian Angel now on Inspired. This completely changes how you're able to play a team fight as Wukong. You know, you can just actually turbo into the center of the enemy team, even if they are able to delay. He has a Guardian Angel to get back up, allows some really aggressive clone plays as well for Inspired. So, you know, that's a big break point. And then if that death cap does get completed by Quad, you will see FlyQuest be the ones to force the issue.
Yep, that is massive damage prepared here, and he might actually have it on this back right now. And it's a Taliyah, so even if he didn't have teleport up, he would still have the ability to wall over there. And also, if he didn't have wall, he'd just go fast. So it's very unfair. So he's not going to have any issues making his way back up, but does decide to use the teleport to bring him in here. So with that cool new hat, double item spikes, Kobe. Is this going to be enough for FlyQuest to look for a teamfight angle, because it's also soul point for both teams? Bwipo goes forward, but isn't going to be able to find too much more. Inspired, look at that flank angle. As the knockup does come through there on Busio, the explosive damage is massive. The wall comes through just to make sure that Caps cannot get in. Hansama not able to find Busio, but now the Unbreakable Will is worn off. Is this just going to be soul point over to G2?
Yeah, I think they get it. You know, FlyQuest, basically Busio's out of the fight now. An Alistar low health with no ultimate doesn't get to do much at all. They just call it off. Yeah, FlyQuest, after they see that, they call off the play, and G2 win the objective with their burst damage on the Alistar.
My goodness, that headshot definitely hurts.
It kind of epitomizes this game, though, because it was a team fight. No one died. One team walked away, and another team got a Drake that wasn't even a soul, so it's not even really going to change the next 5 minutes. But if G2 are able to get the soul, that could be a big deal. And now FlyQuest looking for this Baron. G2 in position, though. They still have a lot of buttons up and available. It's only the ace in the hole that they really used. And so Inspired going to back away. They're not going to go for any 50-50s. It's Broken Blade in an uncomfortable position, but the Seismic Shove isn't going to find the mark. As they all get themselves out. There's the Nature's Grasp as G2 are actually looking for it here, but it's a clone that eats that up. One of the benefits of being Wukong into the Maokai, of course.
Such a big ultimate used when Baron is being threatened, though, and look at these waves. Bot is now bouncing back in favor of FlyQuest. Top is pushing in favor of FlyQuest. FlyQuest are also going to get to the midway first, which means that G2 have pressure really starting to build up everywhere on the map, giving FlyQuest more and more control around the objective. That control ward in the back of the pit is really the only thing that's giving G2 vision, and Inspired is going to take that one away, start the objective up once again.
Yeah, Megacone is going to be denied here at the same time as Whippo just patrolling the edge of this Baron pit. They do pull off, though. As you can see, Quad's in that mid lane, and the wall is going to come down. Caps is going to be separated from the rest of the team. Ace in the hole comes in. Inspired going to eat that one for Quad to keep him in the fight. Whippo now taking some real damage here from this Caitlyn.
All right, Caps is for sure the target here for FlyQuest. No flash on the Victor. Busio and Inspired will look to target him, and he's getting chunked as well.
These rockets really starting to hurt. As, man, this is so incredibly intense.
Look at the waves, though, again. We talked about them earlier. FlyQuest have pressure everywhere on the map. They're going to quickly go for the reset. G2 doing what they can, but finally Caps will have that opportunity to go back to base, spend what gold he can. And impressively, G2 managed to hold the line. I really thought that that was going to be the moment where they lost the whole fight, because FlyQuest was just navigating everything so well. They just barely get away with the skin of their teeth. And FlyQuest, as they should, turn their attention back towards the Baron. It's really the objective that they're going to need to close out the game. And this is the only scary part for FlyQuest. The later into the game you go, obviously the gold just matters less. And so once this Caitlyn and Victor get to 5 items, obviously, like, the fights are going to be a lot scarier for them. They need to leverage the advantage that they have right now.
Well, this could be certainly leveraged as Caps walks a little bit too far away from his turret and will just be taken out by Busio. Beautifully done.
That is the name of this game. It has been kill Caps. It's either burn his flash or repeat attack and just kill him again. Busio finds the Victor, wandering through the jungle again. What can FlyQuest do with the timer?
Well, perfect position. Great sidesteps there from Broken Blade, though, to make sure that he's not knocked back there from the Natofo strikes. Inspired, though, already right on top of this Baron. Skumond in the area, but it's going to be so difficult to stop this Baron from going down. The flash in, the headbutt back! As Skumond's flash is now on cooldown. Redemption for a bit of extra damage at the same time as FlyQuest, they kept the Baron leashed. All of this vision getting taken away over and over again. And this Baron down to 4,000. Do they opt in for it? Because Skumond can't get over the wall. It's going to be impossible for them to stop this, and the Baron will be taken by FlyQuest. The discipline in this game is obscene by FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, I gotta say as well, we warned you, there might be a support diff. Busio is cracked, man. This guy is just doing so much. He found the Victor, he set up the play onto Caps, then he goes around, sets up another play. They get Skumond's flash. He goes over the back of the red buff wall, and FlyQuest just claim their objective without technically winning a team fight, but just picking apart G2 beforehand.
And the craziest thing about it was he was spotted thanks to the Rek'Sai, and it looked like he was the one that was going to get caught, but he was so quick with it. He didn't hesitate. He just flashes in, targets Skumond, and you realize that, hang on a minute, that Maokai with no flash, he's got no way into the pit. There is no risk of a 50-50. Beautifully done by FlyQuest. 30 seconds until the dragon spawns. I mean, ideally, I think that they should just abandon it and just focus on sieging. They want to get as much out of this Baron as possible.
We also need to delay Elder Drake for as much as possible as well, because we want this game to go for about 70 minutes if possible.
For G2's credit, it is hard to push on these Caitlyn trap lines, but never mind.
Flash is going forward here as the wall comes down, and Hans Sama just blows up. The inner turret is going to go down, and Skumon is running the wrong direction. Bit of a jungle v jungle here as he gets the Teemo thumbs up. I don't think Skumon's going to feel okay about it. Nimbus Strike comes forward. Inspired finishes him off, and I think this is the end of the game as FlyQuest will slowly but surely, methodically tear G2 apart here in game 1. Busio going forward one more time. The Tempered Fate comes down for a bit of fun as the Nexus turrets, one already down, the second one to follow. Masu right in their face. The Arcane Storm not doing too much of anything. And the Nexus will now go down. Trading places here is Masu and Broken Blade, but down goes the Nexus. And it's FlyQuest up 1-0.
What a beautiful ending fight. They make me eat my words instantly. All just flash over the Caitlyn traps. Like, no, we all just flash forward. Masu flashes forward with the rest of them, and they delete G2 before Caps could even get back to the fight. He had been recalling from split pushing, but FlyQuest just end the game.
Maybe they were just waiting the entire game for a Caster Curse. And it finally came in, but now it's time to hear from the analysts about that game number 1.
FlyQuest said, do you think it's going to be any different than MSI? No, and we're going to show you exactly why. A sovereign victory. And I think, and I'll go directly into Azael with this one, a game that FlyQuest likes to play. With a draft they like to play. I feel like G2 played into their hands completely.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really put any pressure on them. Obviously, they got the Caitlyn CS advantage, but the way that FlyQuest generally likes to play with these scaling compositions is Busio is acting essentially as the jungler, covering his lanes, let Inspire just power farm, hoover up as much gold as he possibly can, and then they're going to show up at the third dragon, and they're going to have a really big power spike. He's on 2 items, he's ready to fight, and their objective setups, I think, are the best of Western teams.
And I think it was really nice of Caps to give them that extra camp in the top lane a lot of the time as well, because every time it felt like
the famed 7th camp.
Exactly. And it was, to be honest, well orchestrated by FlyQuest, because we constantly saw them moving up into the lanes, finding the picks, and it was very reminiscent of their game 1 in MSI, where it was very close until they were catching Caps and side lanes on the Cassiopeia, finding moments to get these picks that slowed down the game, put it in their favor, and then they were able to play towards those objectives.
And I'm a bit of a Victor hater in the LCK. I think in the current meta, the champion just doesn't hit the mark for me. There's a lot of champions that could have had this issue, but for me, so much of the games are decided in early to mid game, and I think that Victor just doesn't really have the pressure, especially Victor Maokai. By the time you start doing damage, we saw Fly had already taken over the game.
I will say that, and allow me to criticize G2 just a little bit. I think there's hubris at play here, because you come to the table against BLG. Of course, they hadn't been playing that well, but they're the first seed from the LPL. You know that they should be better. You craft a plan. You are proactive. You take them to these skirmishes. Why aren't you giving that respect to Fly? Why do you think you can just play standard? Why do you think you can pick the red side and come up with this comp and not do enough to put the game in your favor? I'm sorry, but this is incredibly, incredibly frustrating to watch.
It was, and I think a lot of that is they had a plan, but they weren't able to execute because the things that they brought to the table, they weren't practiced on. Labrov did not look good on the Bard, barely hit any of his Qs. The Bard ultimates weren't that strong, and it meant that every time we got to the team fights, FlyQuest got to basically do whatever the hell they want because they were practiced, they were coordinated, they were well orchestrated, everything was going in their favor.
Yes, and Isaac, as we head over to the 4th Drake, it is FlyQuest that can just make their plan come to fruition. We'll get to it in a second, actually.
This is what I was talking about, where if you allow FlyQuest to play their game and they build an early lead, they're going to show up to the next objective, they're going to fight you. Their objective setups are the best in the West. It's not close, in my opinion. They just don't lose in those spots. Obviously, that's not against LCK, that's not against LPL, but it's insanely impressive.
I want to highlight 33-0.
Yep.
I feel like it's the level of consistency, right? Because
that's like every game in our schedule.
That's free.
That's like 3 years of LCM. No,
it's crazy, but also it also builds confidence in your team when you get to games and you feel that you're not being challenged. You know that you can play out the plan, and we saw it in this one thanks to the reliable Cisco network. It is FlyQuest who arrives just on time at the Dragon, and they had it planned.
And on one end, while this is happening, you have Busio creating space, but it's Inspired, had been playing for himself, has hit that crucial breakpoint and actually gotten a hand on the Wukong, and he starts with the fight, and it's basically won in the first couple of seconds because Hans has taken out the fight.
Yeah, I mean, their setups are just so good, right? Inspired is coming out of the pit, Whippo's coming in from behind you, Busio's pincering from the left. Like, it's 3 divers all on top of the Caitlyn instantaneously. Everyone piles in. FlyQuest are in these plays.
And I love the way we saw Inspired playing around the Rek'Sai specifically in these fights. Like, consistently, that time it was a blast cone. The times before it was, oh, I'm going to just stand in the pit and not move for the next 30 seconds so then I can bait people in. And it almost was G2 trying to rely on that overly much as they try to play into the fights.
Yeah, just don't play into them. Don't give them everything they want. I think that's important. I don't know if we have side selection next, but now G2 is really up against it. I got to remind people, this is a position to qualify into knockouts. You would get another chance if you lose here, but honestly, if you lose to a team that's as good as FlyQuest, there are maybe even better teams waiting in the other side.
Yeah, those sharks in the water.
Woo! So, Rob, give me a little bit of the rundown of how G2 could bring this back.
I don't want to see these enchanters or these range supports in the bot lane. I want to get back to Alistar, back to Leona, set up through that, play towards mid, find that magic that worked for G2 all summer long and brought them to the win finally in summer.
Nah.
We have to see if we can get
Go Cog Lulu Sion and do nothing for 30 minutes.
Nah, just win. Whatever. How do we, is this an alternate time zone where NA became Unity so discombobulating?
That was throwing up Baron.
But when we come back, it is game 2 between G2 from the LEC and FlyQuest from the LTA, or is the LCS? Who knows? They beat us no matter where they're from.
You can't say welcome to the LCS, Surdy. I mean, it's great that he's in the LCS, but now he's playing Draven in a show match.
Of course you can't say welcome to the LCS. It's the LTA. Welcome to the LTA, Surdy.
This is going to be a struggle.
Show what he got in LCS, or like LTA now.
It's just LCS. I almost beat Gen G, or LTA, excuse me. That's going to happen.
XU, welcome back to the LCS, man. A lot of LCS fans
could be all LCS teams. Way the North.
There's some rivalries this year in the LCS.
LCS pros need to work on their signatures. This is honestly the best plug I've ever seen for an LCS player.
Last game of LEC we'll watch, and then we'll go into LCS, obviously.
It's going to be really exciting to see on the LCS.
Coming into top lane as an LCS player. So I was thinking ahead, and I was like, LCS, nope, LTA.
Big brain.
Not gonna make that mistake on air for sure. Of the LCS or LTA after their LCS game, you know, flaming the other LCS teams.
The second best at the time support in the LCS.
The return of the LCS, but smiling face.
Oh, that's
hell yeah.
You know, when you're playing against LCS teams,
fantastic.
This is an LCS thing now, isn't it?
We want to do a check-in for Fantasy LCS as well. Just wants that LCS trophy. I don't think I said LCS unintentionally.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I didn't.
But I'll have to check the tape.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knights.
Welcome back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Kobe and Vedius, and I said at the beginning of the game that I had stopped being a play-by-play caster and started being a mediator, and the teams took me very seriously. So I'm hoping that this time around, if I say that, no, the mediation is unnecessary, we've all just agreed that we're going to commentate some video games, and it's going to be brilliant, we can get some more action. That's my plan. What do you reckon?
Listen.
Okay.
I've worked with Kadril for a long time right now, and he would tell me right now, don't be a Game 1 Andy. And given that my name is Andy, I know that Game 1...
I know you're not a Game 1, though.
Okay? Irrelevant.
Irrelevant? Okay, there's a little bit of relevancy.
Don't be Game 1 Andys.
There's a slight amount of relevancy.
We're Game 2 now. We're Game 2 Steves. And we're going to believe in Steve. That's what we're going to do.
I didn't know Steve was all about the Game 2, but I think I might start using that one from now on. I like it a lot. I think Andy does get a lot of attention, and you do not need more attention.
Agreed.
That's what I would say.
True.
He's already got big enough ego.
we're doing our very best to mitigate it as we can. So we've moved on to Steve. Let's see what Steve has for us, though, in game number 2 as far as draft, because there were certain things that I personally felt strongly about, tried to pipe down about it. I just don't like Victor. I just don't like it as a champion.
Are you a Victor hate watcher?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a successful one. Last time, as Chronicle walked down the stairs when he was going backstage after the game, he was like, that was pretty good as far as that Victor watch was concerned. I'm like, yes, it felt pretty good on this side as well. But we're here in game 2, Steve. So let's get into it already. A couple of things banned out on the side. We're not changing your name. We're changing.
No, I'm going to call him Steve. I like that.
Call him Steve.
I'm going to call him Steve.
We're just going to go with Steve. All right.
All game long, we call Vedia Steve.
I kind of like. I'm casting with Kobe and Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it feels good actually. That's brilliant.
Okay,
All right.
the point Steve wants to get across.
Okay.
Is
in the third person.
G2
so cool.
is on the red side. They chose to stay on the red side, which is a little surprising.
Oh, that's a really good point, Steve.
Nice work, Steve.
I'm wondering if they utilized this counter pick more effectively than they were able to in the previous game, because picking the Rek'Sai into Pupos Casante really didn't amount into anything too significant. The Volibear ban, so they've been doing their research. They know that Skumon, when he wants to be a little bit more active on the map, he will usually go towards this Volibear, so they want to take that away from him. With the Sion and the Orianna ban away, I wonder what is left to take away. Things like this. Maybe they target junglers. Xin Zhao could be a possibility. We've seen be a super high priority jungler this tournament.
Ryze is also a big deal
Ryze
as well, because
one.
you won't be able to take the Aurora away.
You have to be careful. If you pick Ryze, Quad is going to slam a Cassiopeia. He's really good at Cassiopeia.
And also, G2 would love it if you slammed a Ryze, because they already
Anivia.
The Nico, though, is going to be banned away, and I like that one. That's also a very high priority pick that will now not be in the hands of Busio, and that actually means that he has to play a 3rd champion, which is very cool. So far, has only played Alistar and the Nico.
Good thing about Busio is that he has such a wide variety of support champions. He has even played a support Azir game, which they self-banned. Yeah, they didn't win it. Don't worry. The look on your face was...
I mean, I've had experience with top lane Azir. Our good friend Dove used to play that one a lot. Support Azir, haven't seen that one. It's kind of cool.
Well, the Ryze is open, but as you rightly called, they could wait until 3rd pick, then lock the Ryze, then ban out the potential counters to it.
Yeah.
Trundle right now going to be the direction. This is a lot more in the direction of what we traditionally see from Skumon. And again, just a little bit more self-agency, a little bit more playmaking, a little bit more skirmishing power from what we've been seeing from him, especially in summer.
And I always love it into Xin. You know, you can pillar Xin in bad spots, and you can usually put a lot of pressure on the champion. And a lot of pro players, you know, like that matchup. But we've seen at this tournament, people even pick Xin after Trundle's already been taken, you know, and kind of like soft, you know, people would say counter picking themselves. But just because the value of Xin in these team fights and the ultimate and making a lot of space. But yeah, I'm definitely a Trundle enjoyer on the Trundle side of it, because you can definitely get some good chomp action going.
Yep. The Aurora coming in could be a flex pick theoretically, but likely to be going into Caps' hands. FlyQuest will be able to answer it. We'll have to see what Quad is going to be playing. Whether maybe they lock in a bottom lane, you could actually save your solo lanes until after the next round of bans, but it could be dangerous as you will lose opportunities to pick things.
Would you say that Quad has a common answer, or is it something a little bit more generic, like the Annie is a possibility we've seen a bunch of times into the Aurora as well?
I would say Quad is very straightforward in his champion picks. He has the longer range scale and control mages, and yes, Annie is you know, in the group as well. And so it probably won't be anything too fancy, unless they've been saving it the whole time.
Unless they've been saving it. Rumble going to come through from Whipper. We talked about how we didn't really expect Rumble to be a super high priority pick in this series, but it looks like that it's already going to come through from FlyQuest.
Yeah,
I wonder if Broken Blade is finally going to show us some of his fun counter picks into the Rumble. He has been playing a lot of Ornn into it throughout the year, so maybe they want to go just for a more straightforward frontline approach, but then they find themselves in the same situation as last game, where they only really have, I guess, 2 damage threats. It depends on how much of a damage threat you consider Trundle to be.
And they could swap the Aurora into it. Aurora into Rumble as well is definitely a good one. But yeah, the Galio, the Ornn, Aurora all picks into it. And so they go, okay, Galio option.
Galio also a triple flex, which is kind of fun. Haven't seen it in sport for years, but it is theoretically playable in that position, so we'll see where they do decide to go. Keeping their options open, going to be a big deal, but I love this from FlyQuest just because it's what we used to call sort of a Rise Group special, where you press a lot of R buttons together and go in and kill everyone. And it's just about as straightforward as you can get, and it will do what it says on the tin. But now going to be banning away a few things. The Karma ban is kind of intriguing.
I guess they're worried about Ezreal.
Yeah, in a game where it's going to be a really big cluster on the front line, I guess they just want to take away the safe champions for Masu for sure.
Yeah, because I guess they're less worried about Ezreal in isolation, but the pairing alongside.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if they'll continue to pinch that support pool. I mean, what this series has shown me is that G2 clearly respect Busio a ton, given that they prioritized the Bard in game 1. We're seeing both the Nico and the Karma now banned this time round. FlyQuest want to remove some hook champions. And the thing to remember about Labrov is Thresh and Blitzcrank are very much up his alley. These are the type of champions that he loves to play. When he was on BDS, Rel was like his go-to. There was one split where he played something like 16 Rel games in a row or something ridiculous. So there's always that possibility, even though she's fallen to the wayside a little bit more. With the Braum ban, it definitely suggests that G2 is looking a little bit more engaged on the bot side with the Rift.
Yeah, those ones looking a lot better now. Karma and Braum both banned. They're definitely thinking about that.
All right, see what the final ban is going to be here from FlyQuest. It's probably going to be sticking towards some of these supports, like you were talking about, a lot of engage, but instead, Hans Sama's Draven not going to be available. They do need a lot of damage from that bottom side of the map, so it does make a fair bit of sense to be taking that one away. And that is a Rakan to be locked in, so a Xayah pick away could be coming on through here. Does also kind of dissuade you from going towards a Kai'Sa, which would kind of work out with this composition if you go the AD route.
Yeah, and we were talking about some of the safe AD carries. But yeah, you mentioned the Kai'Sa as well. You could go the dive option and get in there. Plus, Kai'Sa, like, especially if you have a lot of people on your team that can apply plasma to, then you can use it very safely as well. You don't always have to kind of dive bomb into the back line.
It is certainly pretty face up into the Xayah that's likely going to be picked up for Hans Sama, but that is going to be a Lucian for Masu. And are we getting fishy in the bottom lane, as Busio could be going towards a Lucian Nami type scenario? The Braum being banned away does mean that it's probably the most common pairing with the Lucian left over.
I think these bans from G2 are actually very good. It kind of limited the bot lane options that FlyQuest do have. I think Busio's going to have to go something a little bit more generic, maybe like Renata. I was expecting more along the lines of Leona, but we'll see what direction he goes.
Okay.
Soraka.
Some bananas.
Common bot lane?
Honestly, I kind of like it though. Soraka heal battery for this team. You know, keeping up the Xin on the front line, making a lot of space. It's a very short range team for FlyQuest. And so to have the sustain of Soraka, as long as Busio can have some good space, I kind of like it for the team.
Well, the Xayah is the most obvious thing ever, so that is just going to be locked in here to round out the G2 composition, but it certainly feels like G2 got exactly what they wanted, and this Soraka is confusing me, but I like it.
So I'm pretty open-minded because Soraka also can poke pretty effectively. So everyone's always focused on the heals, but the lane can have some decent amount of poke, so maybe they can also get a lot of poke damage on Xayah lane, which is something that Xayah usually struggles with sometimes.
And I'm also friends with LS, and he's a huge Soraka fan. So I'm like trying to check my bias here, because I'm normally used to saying, oh wow, what an incredible Soraka angle. But I don't know.
You just default to
yeah, I have to just default to it, because otherwise like, I'm wrong. He's like, I like that, but you're wrong. Or he's like, no, Atlas, you idiot. It's definitely a Soraka angle.
For me, when I think about Soraka, like, there's the old school memes of her being the ambulance, right?
Yep.
But if a champion survives an Aurora burst, like, you're then out. You know what I mean? Like, that champion no longer provides the same value that it did, and Soraka can basically mitigate that whole burst threat immediately. So even if Aurora drops this huge 5-man ulti down on top of you, an ulti in response from Soraka can just nullify that and almost reset the team fight. So I see the value, especially against these burstier champions. The biggest weakness for Soraka has historically been that she is a low mobility support that is easy to catch out. So positioning is super important. And also it does limit Busio's just ability to roam. What I think he's been very good at is bridging that early game gap. I don't know if he can do that on a champion like Soraka.
Or you can roam really fast when your teammates are low health.
Also true.
And you can just be the super speed ambulance. Also, I've got a theoretical combo for you.
Okay.
If you get the Annie flash big stun and layer the silence under it really easily, then it just further extends this really big engage.
I was thinking as well that it could work quite effectively into a Galio when you know that he's going to be coming down in a certain location. You can greet him with a few of those circles that you're capable of putting down. You can see Busio already looking majestic in that bottom lane.
You're a fan of labeling new names for circles. How about a silent circle? Have you done that one before?
The Silurcle is one of my all-time favorites. Oh, that's a beautiful...
It's kind of rare. There are not very many silences in the game.
And if they ever did exist, like the Silorb, which is Malzahar's one, that's now gone. The Sigil of Silence that then became Malice from LeBlanc, also another one that is taken away. And Cho'Gath has a cone. And I don't want to do it with a cone. I feel like it.
I was about to make a joke.
We'll stick with round things.
I was going to get Kobe to talk, and then I was going to silence him.
Pretty
good. Silobi?
Oh no! Don't do that. We'll have to leave, I think.
Here's the poke I was talking about, though. So we'll see how effective this is, because Han's already chugging a potion here as Busio landed the first Q and the second.
And when
this isn't balanced at all. Okay.
The poke. Attack Soraka is very powerful.
This is working pretty effectively. Maybe the best thing against all this healing is to keep them at full health so they can't heal.
Boom.
There you go. Counted.
I mean, so
see it every Q.
Two wards were thrown bot lane by G2, one from the Galio and then one from Hansama. Both have now been cleared out. And notice as well, Inspired pathing towards the bot side of the map. I wasn't expecting the threat of a dive from a Soraka, but now I'm a little bit more inclined by the idea.
Nice little stun to come through here from Quad as just preparing himself, or trying to prepare himself for having a Soraka move up towards his lane.
Answer's at 5 CS.
I'm liking it. You know, the poke damage from lane versus a Xayah, typical weakness for the champ. Okay, jungles though. So jungles are both clearing down here as we are really focused on this champion. And they should both have pretty good info on each other as well. So you can just surmise the timing will be fairly similar. And there's already the pre-existing Pixel Brush ward for FlyQuest, so they should relent.
Cool, great entrance.
Nice silence. So the knockup comes through, the silence immediately drops. That means Hansama can't respond with a Q. So the ability to Q into auto into root was effectively mitigated just by dropping a silence. Well played there by Busio.
Nicely done. Taunt comes through here as well towards this top side as the Galio doing what it's supposed to, winning out in this lane. Is Inspired going to move down towards this bottom side to try and help out. Oh, Skewmon knows exactly what's going on. The Battle of the Crab is going to come on through. And he gets that ward in, so Inspired starting this fight off already. Quad's roaming over at the same time as Skewmon is so incredibly low. Busio gets on in here, heals them up. And they're not going to be able to quite find first blood just yet, but it will mean they get the crab.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
And Inspired jumps in on the fight because he knows Skewmon is queuing the ward. So Qmon uses Chomp, Inspired goes in.
I like that Qmon. That's a good one.
He did get the ward.
Yeah.
Qmon's got the ward.
We're just renaming people all over the place on this broadcast. That's what we're doing. And it's really adding to it. It's a yes from me. It's flash out from Bwipo as the pillar was put in the perfect position to make sure that that flash was needed.
The wave now in an awkward spot, but I don't think it's going to matter too much because Broken Blade's passive likely going to push that wave back underneath Bwipo's tower. The bot lane, though, going so well for Marsu and Busio. They're getting a little bit of revenge after what happened in Game 1, where Hansama was really bullying Marsu out on the Corki. But now with this Soraka, they have all the sustain that they need. They're trying to quickly shove this underneath the tower so that they can go back to bases. Hans is going to come back out with a Cull. I feel like Marsu's going to come out with a little bit more damage than that.
I would certainly hope so. Lucian with a pretty big buy here. Is worth saying too, you know, maybe this flash down on Bwipo could result in a return play. I mean, Trundle into Galio definitely has the ability to lock him down. So we'll see if it makes it more difficult for Bwipo to play his lane. on that top side. Of course, it is top-down clears, and both junglers know the routes of their opponents, so both of them know, yeah, Trundle should be in bottom camps now, so you've got a little time to work with.
And one good thing as well is we don't have to worry about a Soraka with an Ocean Soul, which just sounds awful. That one's going to be the first one. Still ones to worry about are, of course, Mountain and Chemtech, which synergize with her quite nicely as the game goes on.
I will also say that I know coming into this series there were some concerns about this mid lane matchup, and even though Quad did get solo killed in game 1, his use of the Taliyah ores were fantastic, and in this laning phase he's really been out trading Caps, like sidestepping the skill shots coming out from Caps and then trading back in kind, and you can see he's built up a pretty healthy CS lead in the 1 versus 1, about a wave and a half of an advantage. Now he's even on the roam as he sets his sights towards bot lane.
Yeah, well and truly overloading this one. As wards go down, it looks like G2 doesn't have much of an idea of what's happening here, but they are not going to be attacked just yet.
And Quad has gone for the Electrocute version of Annie this time around for the extra burst damage, not the safety of the phase rush. So sometimes you can get into a tight spot when Trundle comes over for pillars. You don't have the phase rush to easily get away from the slow, but it just means you have to have really good usage of your shield speed.
Yeah, that shield speed right there. Being able to avoid some damage, very nicely done by Quad. Honestly, Quad's been playing phenomenally well this series so far. That looks to be continuing as Caps will just comfortably clear out the wave.
He's missing a lot of CS though. Just a couple last hits going wide. And again, like these Qs from Caps just aren't connecting, and Quad just keeps getting these HP advantages, so he's really getting the better of Caps in the 1v1. Inspired, knowing that he has push on the bot side, and the fact that his mid lane is winning out, allows him to secure this dragon. But Skewmont doing what he can elsewhere on the map as he looks to steal away this blue buff. But already off to a strong start from FlyQuest as they have control over bot mid.
Yeah, there's also a minute until the grubs are up as well, so it does give FlyQuest the ability to reset for that one. As the blue buff is taken, Bwipo does get the information that it is gone. As some more fighting here towards the bottom side. The snare is going to come through, but not much of a follow-up here as FlyQuest are looking to relocate this bottom lane, likely towards the top side, and to welcome the grubs.
So next thing that FlyQuest have to look at and be a little bit cognizant of is the big like pincer movement with the double solo lanes from G2. You know, Galio has the ability to walk like halfway up and then use ultimate to close the rest of the distance. So even though Broken Blade and Bwipo both use their teleports, Galio is a little bit different and could turn the tides towards a grub fight. And grubs are arriving fairly soon, so FlyQuest do have to keep that in mind. You know, they have some champions that can get caught out. And so Inspired, at least he is up to his level 6 now on the Xin, so he has the ultimate, the extra safety there. He's going to pull pretty early, and they do see Galio all the way in the bottom on that lane, and nice little chunk.
Ow! Yeah, Caps taken down to about 100 here, as Tibbers is just going to usher him out of the lane. Ansama does have now the help of Labrov, but this should mean that FlyQuest get full control of these grubs, but Skewmont comes on around. Busio is going to face check, but once again, getting a bit of a speed up, and it looks like he's able to make his way back towards Inspired. Teleport comes in as Caps, making his way towards the fight, and the grubs are going to reset.
And Galio is making the roam I was talking about. He's about to mid lane now, so he is within ult range. FlyQuest have to evacuate.
They are going to be able to get themselves out of there. Busio was, I mean, he's so incredibly squishy, right? So if anyone on G2 gets their hands on him, this Soraka is going to go down, as the grubs will go G2's way, and a trade of objectives here to start this one off.
Genuinely impressed that G2 got away with that, because FlyQuest did exactly what they needed to. Quad dropped his burst in mid lane to force Caps to be way too low. And on the top side, they also forced a trade against Hansama, so the AD carries also had a health advantage in favor of FlyQuest. But that TP from Caps really changed the dynamic. TPing into the top river actually allowed him to group faster with his team. And then as Kobe highlighted, the Galio row meant that he could also arrive earlier. And the fact that Bwipo didn't have his TP meant that what was initially a really good setup from FlyQuest, the numbers advantage quickly went the favor of G2.
Yeah, I think Broken Blade, some good Broken Blade diff on the bottom side. He pushed the wave so far. Bwipo probably told his team, sorry guys, you're out of luck. I got to deal with these minions. I need this money. You know, Galio's going to roam up and threaten it. And so the grubs, an interesting price. It ends up being, you know, 1-for-1 on objectives since FlyQuest took the dragon a long time ago. But they would have loved to steal away one grub before that roam timing came in. And we even saw Inspired kind of pull it.
Oh, Cullen coming on down here. as a fair bit of poke damage is going to be done, but it's not going to really solidify any sort of big lead or advantage here, as it was only able to get them down to about half.
I've really come to like the NA Lucian over the years. I feel like it's
grown on me
strength.
too.
Yeah.
We were traumatized for a long time. We had a lot of failures with this champion, but we have had a lot of successes.
Yon was another one I remember.
Well. Yeah.
Tibbers playing some defense here for Quad. Meanwhile, towards the top side of the map, some aggression as Masu going down very low. Battle Busio here on the Soraka is just pushing them away. And Masu will be alive for now. Very, very low on mana and health, though, so it does need to be a little careful, although Hansama also similar situation.
I didn't quite see from the start, but I think Labrov had Ignite, which makes it so much scarier against the Soraka, just because of the grievous wounds that it does apply. Busio getting dangerously low, but he ends up walking away just fine. Oh, I apologize, Masu is the one that ended up getting very low. The bases will now come through from the bot lane of G2, and we find ourselves with another very even early game.
Yeah, even and not necessarily finding too much action, although I feel like we're fighting more. But there's also a Soraka in the game, so you can fight as much as you like, and then no one dies. That can happen. So I'm going to let them off the hook. Probably still trying to be more aggressive than the last game, but not necessarily working here, as the gold incredibly even. And the next Drake going to be up in 30 seconds time. We might get a team fight over that one after what we saw at the Grubs.
Trinity Force completed. The Trinity Force here for Skewmond Trundle is definitely going to be a large threat for Inspired now. For the small window where Inspired's still trying to cobble together.
Oh, I think it is Sundered Sky timing though here for
gonna get it?
Inspired, but can he actually get back out onto the map afterwards? Because 5 seconds until this dragon is up and available.
Okay.
And FlyQuest not quite in position to fight for it with only Busio and Masu in the area.
Skewmon doesn't want to waste any time. He's not even pulling the objective out. He's just going to melt through it. Inspired saying, nah, not worth it. I'm just going to go clear my topside camp. So Drakes are going to be equalized. G2 with a slight advantage in that department. But again, the gold really going the way of FlyQuest pretty much everywhere around the map.
And this is something that from game number 1, there was only one real small hiccup for FlyQuest, and that was the fight around Dragon 3 where Busio got chunked so heavily with the headshot. But FlyQuest clearly, they were like, okay, we call it off, fine, you chunked us, we're not gonna fight this fight. This time around, they're like, you know what, okay, Inspired missed the timing on the first item, you've got Trinity Force Trundle, whatever, we're not gonna fight this fight. Inspired just immediately walks towards topside camps, Blippo just keeps on pushing, we're just gonna go for gold instead. And so they're fine giving it up the Dragon. FlyQuest do not opt into fights if they don't have strong conditions ready.
Skewmon has snuck in here.
Yeah, you don't get to opt into all the fights, though. Sometimes the fights come to you.
Oh, this happening as Labrov makes his way over. They're looking for the dive. Knockup does come on through as Busio gets the wish out, but there is first blood going over to the Trundle here at 13 minutes. The culling to soften them up, but Masu might even be in trouble himself as G2 do decide to back away.
Yeah, really good Trundle pillar here. And Busio does not want to flash early. So Busio goes down, no flash invested.
I mean, I could understand why he thinks with the heals at his disposal that he would be able to get out of that situation. Masu, though, feels that he's got his jungler at his back, and G2 will respect it. There's Inspired.
Yeah, he's moving up now. I don't think they're going to be able to kill them, but he does at least move G2 away. Stands his ground as Quad. Very far up here in this lane, but the pillar is not quite going to work out there for Skewmon. It was an optimistic one at best.
But I'm really impressed with how much he is outplaying Caps in the 1v1. Now like a 2-3 wave of farm over his lane opposition, a 400 gold lead just simply from farm and the plate that he was able to get. It's like Caps is having a bit of an uncharacteristic series, the man that Europe often leans on when it comes to these high-pressure situations. In Game 1, he was getting caught off a lot in the side lanes, and now in Game 2, falling short in the 1v1 against Quad. Definitely not something I was expecting.
And the thing that's crazy is Annie's even fine if she's behind.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? You always can just drop it there and get an AoE stun, and it's very valuable. This Annie's kind of accelerated. With that Malignance now done, going to be able to drop a lot of bears. And we do now have 12 seconds on the Rift Herald, so we'll see who's going to be able to get set up for that one. Busio here in mid lane for now. Looks like Fly do want to fight for it, but Bwipo's also in trouble. Equalizer goes down, flashes away, and just gets chomped down by Skumon. That's 2-0 for the Troll. And now without Equalizer and the Rumble, it's going to be hard for Fly to fight for this one.
Skumon with some active plays. This is a much better look for G2 and for Skumon. Skumon makes the gank on bottom side, Vedius, then he makes the gank on top side, and a repeat gank as well.
Yeah, makes another gank towards his top side. Good flash out there as the wish comes through as well, but it's not going to work. It's 3-0 in the kills as G2 lock down those feats of warfare, and FlyQuest, they need to do something about this Troll.
Yeah, the Troll is controlling the game. Where the Troll goes, G2 wins. And now there is a teleport back out for Bwipo. He has been able to wait out his death timer. And so that's going to put a little bit of a pause on things. Quad being down though, and Quad does not have teleport when he gets back up. Still a few seconds left on that one.
Well, Bwipo realizing the return of Skumon is coming on through, but the rest of his team moving on up at the same time. Audacious charge there from Inspired to try and close the gap momentarily. G2 in position to try and fight for this, but Khan Sama is a little further away from everyone else. We have a reset now coming on through, but FlyQuest think it's too dangerous. Not going to commit to this, and Shelly just getting bothered over and over again by both teams.
So to go back a little bit, my main criticism of the play from G2 was that I think Caps was just a little too itchy to TP. He had a completely uncontested wave in bot lane. That tower was completely open, and he TP'd top to what felt like an already secured play. I felt like that if they'd immediately converted that into a Rift Herald, it would have been fine, but they didn't. Instead, Broken Blade actually goes back to base. Hans Sama is a little bit too low on HP, so he also backs off. And now this objective that G2 initially had position on, they're forced to concede it. Now, does it mean a huge amount? Not necessarily, because Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and I imagine that's G2's bigger prize. But yeah, now they don't have that TP available for Caps, and he's still on the top side of the map.
Well, Rift Herald is just immediately going to be put down here in this mid lane. That could be first turret. Going on over to FlyQuest.
Pillar.
Yeah, let's see whether it is going to come through, and there it is. Skumon able to lock that one down as we have the ulti from Caps towards the top side. Bwipo in trouble, but he's just kept alive by the ambulance. And now Quad, an awkward position for him as well, as Caps finds some damage there. Into the backline goes Broken Blade. They're kind of taking it in turns to annoy FlyQuest, and it's working very nicely as G2 keeping these health bars pretty up there. And FlyQuest starting to look a little worse for wear. Caps taking some damage. The Witch comes down yet again. The Equalizer not quite doing that much as Inspired goes in. Looking for LeBron, but he gets himself out. The Crescent Guard comes through as well as Broken Blade comes down from the heavens. Inspired's just looking unkillable on this Sin Zhao, but G2 just won't go down.
Yeah, G2, they all live. Are FlyQuest going to try and rush the objective? I don't think that's possible here. They all get out there in the end. The flash away keeps Caps alive, keeps Lebrov alive.
Lebrov, his heal on the Q, and now Masu's in danger.
Yeah, there is the Galio in there as well, as Masu does get that flash off. Winds of War not quite doing too much damage here, so he is going to be able to stay alive, but it's a big flash now down on FlyQuest 80 carry.
All right, well, G2's getting scrappy with it. But we look back at this fight, and it's Bwipo that's isolated. Broken Blade and Skumon see an angle, but this Rumble ultimate actually does so much damage. Skumon gets forced incredibly low. Lebrov the same. Inspired sees an angle, so he forces the fight. But then this disengage comes through from G2. Hans puts the feathers down. He roots up his opposition. And as FlyQuest is chasing this little heal that comes through from Lebrov, just giving them enough HP to get them to safety, they're forced to back away.
Nice, guys.
But it ends up being a 1-for-0, no objective.
Everyone is full HP, I think, and they burst someone. So any poke we get without dying is so strong for us. It's so good for us.
Yeah, well, not a lot of dying has been happening here in this game as Papa, not looking too happy there. But already up 1-0 in the series. Probably chin up, Papa, you know?
Inspired highlighting how they want to use Soraka, you know? They're like, okay, if they get a little poke or whatever, we need to utilize that extra regeneration.
They don't want a fast fight at all. FlyQuest definitely prefer the kind of war of attrition, especially when they know they'll have the HP advantage.
Yeah. And it's such a tightrope as well when you're playing with a Soraka, because you're really good into burst that doesn't kill you. But as soon as the burst kills you, Soraka is useless.
Suddenly, she loses value, yes.
So as Caps gets more and more items, is able to do that big damage. Doesn't necessarily have a huge burst build right now. That could be happening as we get later and later into this game. And especially if it's Busio that immediately dies, the Soraka is going to have no value at all.
Yeah, my main thing is that FlyQuest, well, hold on a second.
Yeah, Skumon once again making his presence known as in goes Inspired. He is difficult to kill, as we do have a lot of damage coming down. Caps finding the angle for the ulti, but look at this! This Soraka is ludicrous! Making sure that he throws band-aids to everyone, and they are all just gonna be okay. FlyQuest now moving on towards this Otacon. As Labrov eating some honey fruit, but it looks like they'll be able to use these lower health bars to push them away. And now Bwipo is just burning him down. Might be a little bit of a bridge too far, but it doesn't actually happen. Equalizer is confusing. And I'll leave it at that. But the Otacon down to 50%. Broken Blade teleports in, but isn't going to be able to do too much more because the map is dark and full of terrors and bananas.
Yeah, the Bwipo Rumble is not looking the best, but his teleport down to the bottom side does mean that they're full committing to Otacon, and they do get the Otacon. G2 make them pay for it, though.
I mean, I think the FlyQuest punish was just so good, and as you rightly said, the use of the Soraka there. Like, I don't really understand how Hansama just lost all his HP, but all I could see was FlyQuest was full. Like, they walked into that Otacon feeling very comfy, and G2 do their best to cross-map by securing that mid-adder tower. There's still a lot of standing gold for both sides, as we're 21 minutes in and only a single tower has fallen.
This has been such a slow and methodical series for both of these teams. There has been some whoopsies left and right, but it does feel like FlyQuest got the better of that last moment and do get the Otacon for it as we have another engage to come through. G2 may have found Inspired yet again, but this is how the last fight started. Quad comes on over and just drops a bear on them. The Galio will be the answer. The knock-up, he's still alive, but Skewmon will finally get the chomp. And down goes the Xin Zhao eventually. Man, that took everything to make that happen. But now G2 with some control on this map, and you've got FlyQuest down to jungler.
All of this division from G2 in the blue quadrant of the jungle. We even saw before the play took off, there were FlyQuest question mark pings there. They did kind of expect...
Oh, Skewmon is just going to get flashed on here, tries to flash the wall, misses. And now you've got the Featherstorm needing to be employed. Another cheeky equalizer to come down, but Bwipo not going to be able to follow up on that one. And so the answer does come through, and finally FlyQuest are on the board. They've discovered how to get kills in this game. Could be dangerous here for G2.
That's interesting as well. There is a teleport on Caps ready if they want to answer the bottom side, because Bwipo, after the kill there, flashing onto Rumble, Bwipo can just push out bottom lane. Galio looks like Broken Blade is going to head down there, so not very much time for them to try and take the tower.
I'm trying to understand how Caps went from being like 20 CS down to now 30 CS up. I haven't been tracking what he's been doing throughout the game, but he now has a full level over Quad. And, I mean, at the very least, Bwipo being able to secure this tower, it's such an interesting game because even though G2 find themselves with about a 2k gold lead, it still feels very close. And I think it's just because... I think it's because every time we see a fight, the Soraka can offer so much value. And as Inspired said, it very much determines, or it's determined by, how quickly G2 can find an initial kill. If they find that initial pick, then it could be very good for them.
No flash on Bwipo.
This might be that initial pick that you were talking about. Outer turret is going to be taken here. Bottom lane to follow suit immediately. The rest of FlyQuest moving on over. They accept the turret, and they just move on. That is going to expand that gold advantage to about 3.2k. And I feel like last game, it was FlyQuest slowly building on their advantage, and this game is G2 slowly building on their advantage.
It does feel that way. I'm still kind of mind-blown that Caps now has like a 1k gold lead over Quad. The fact that you could build this up in the side lane, I guess that's what I get for underestimating the EU GOAT. In any case, 35 seconds until the next Dragon. And
I can imagine it was because Quad was too busy doing damage.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of damage, and I expect him to continue to do that. Both these AD carries, I mean, a single ultimate away from both these mid laners to losing a lot of HP.
Monster's also going for Black Cleaver Lucian here as well to remain in the scrap. So FlyQuest going to have these 4 combat members and then the heal bot on the outside trying to stay out of the Galio ult, trying to stay away from the Rakan as well. G2, they're the ones with the priority on engages because Rakan and Galio is such a good combo in trying to stick on that back line.
See, Bwipo always ready to start fighting back whenever G2 move in, but it's getting a little bit scary as they're moving into the fog of war. Equalizer goes down once again.
That's very
Trying to get the poke in there. As soon as FlyQuest do take damage, though,
the
there
damage
is always
was very
Busio there
little
to
as
keep
well.
them up. This is Soul Point, remember, guys. This is not something that FlyQuest really feel comfortable giving up, but they're not going to be able to move in here into the fog of war to try and deny it. So they're going to have to try and get this middle outer turret instead. Baron just spawning now. FlyQuest moving towards this top side with that mid outer turret falling.
Okay, so only the top tier one left for FlyQuest. I imagine that they're going to want to try and secure that one when they can. It's just a decent amount of standing gold. That should be pretty easy to secure. It's a bit risky for Bwipo to go for it now, and quite wisely, he's going to go back to base instead. The risk of a collapse is very real as G2 address some of their side lanes. They're going to have Hans Summer go and catch that mid wave so that he can tick over to level 13. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Caps is mainly just covering Broken Blade, knowing that it's not the safest place to clear that wave, as Marsu also very cautious about what he can't see on the map right now. A lot of control wards and just a lot of vision in general in favor of G2 makes it very difficult for him to approach that mid wave.
And G2, they've got, their 3 sources of heal cutting with the double Bramble Vest on both Skumond and Lebrov, as well as the orb on Broken Blade. So everybody with the possibilities here of cutting down on that Soraka sustain. I want to see what FlyQuest can actually do about the Trundle, though, because Skumond actually had such a good kind of mid-game that it did result in this Trundle being really hard to take down now. And Trundle kind of thrives in these scrappy fights.
Well, he's going to have to try and book it over here. It is Broken Blade with a lot of CC, keeping Bwipo busy. Equalizer goes down. The Wish comes in, but he just dies before FlyQuest could get in there. Still, they're going to look for the fight, though. Crescent Guard comes down. Lebrov just explodes in an instant as the taunt is fantastic. The flash out from Inspire, but he still dies. Not enough in the tank here for Busio. And G2 finding the advantage here. Redemption comes down. They've got healing of their own. It moves to a 3,000 gold lead, and they might have Baron on the mind as they push this lane in.
G2 see Rumble with no flash, and they jump on Bwipo again.
Bwipo's flash just came up as well, but unfortunately too little too late. And now G2 know they have the numbers advantage. There's no smite available for FlyQuest. With Annie around, they might try and contest this still. Marsu in the area. Let's see what poke he can get down.
It is a pretty early Baron, but it's going down very, very quickly. A teleport is available here as soon as this Rumble does spawn, and he's teleporting in now, but the Baron is going to go down. Quad immediately explodes as Bwipo cannot get anything done. Flash over the wall there from Busio as Bwipo decides he wants to go aggressive. I'm not sure about that one, but Marsu tries to get the kill on Skumond, and it doesn't quite work. All of these Barons still up and available, and the Justice Punch to bring Broken Blade forward. He will find his mark as Busio's still alive and getting this healing down, but the problem is they're not doing enough damage to G2, and they're just going to back up. The culling is working as intended, but unfortunately, it's just a little too late.
The Soraka healing is just way too monstrous. It feels like G2 find a pick, but then can't convert it into a kill. They still get themselves the Baron, though. That was the objective that they wanted, and they ballooned the gold lead to 5.7k.
And they re-killed that Rumble again. And the Rumble did flash in this time. So here's the original pick. They find Bwipo again. Broken Blade immediately onto him, locks him up long enough for the rest of the team to come. Caps teleports over, and they burst him down despite the Soraka trying to heal, trying to keep him alive. So FlyQuest then still try and fight it out. They burst down Lebrov, but this kill, as Inspired flashes over, still going down to the last bit of damage there from Hans Sama was huge.
It absolutely was, and as they made their way towards the Baron, it looked a little sketchy. I saw Marsu near the pit, but he didn't really have much threat in that situation given the HP of Skumond. And once the taunt came down onto Quad, it became an easy cleanup affair. I'm not quite sure what Bwipo's plan was in this situation. Maybe he thought that he could catch someone off guard, but he's not able to do it. He loses his life and he loses the flash. Marsu, if Soraka wasn't in the game, this Lucian would have fallen. But just look at the healing coming through. Busio doing exactly what he needs to keep his AD carry alive.
I can hear the Soraka hate in your voice.
Oh, yeah.
Not quite able to get it. But still, I think that means G2 are going to have control of the entire map right now. This fight just blew it wide open. They've got Baron buff. They got a bunch of extra kills off it, too.
Okay, well, we're looking for a bit more of a fight here as the heroic entrance comes down. Quad takes a large chunk FlyQuest still in it, though, as we can see. Masu is going so aggressive. I don't know whether it's a good idea, as there is the ulti out from Caps to get so much AoE damage, but Masu still alive. The ambulance is working, but Skumon finally gets the jump down. And there goes the AD carry. G2 are a freight train. They'll break the inner turret, and they'll probably get more because they've got Baron, and they're looking at a game number 3.
G2 will finally get a bit of revenge against FlyQuest as they finally get a big... Wow, I suppose they'll get a big inhibitor.
They do get a big inhibitor push. It's still good. It's still big.
Back away, they can get themselves the Infernal Soul, but this is definitely their game to lose as they look to bring us to game 3.
It certainly is game 2, Steve.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's his name going to be in game 3?
It's game 3 Gary, and I hope you guys are ready.
If I knew it was game 3 Gary before, I'd be so G2 biased in this game. Oh my god, I'm really glad you saved that until now, as the priceless moment of the game does come on through. Infernal Soul for G2. The Rebel Baron power play putting them at about 8.7k in the lead. And FlyQuest trying to get back out onto the map. You can see Inspired just wanting to keep this fight going, but Between Worlds comes out from Caps, and he's now on a rampage against Quad. And Masu feels like he just came out of the death chamber, but immediately they're looking to try and put him back in there as this siege. Baron or no Baron, G2 will be able to take down another inhibitor turret. And with Infernal Soul, I think they'll have the damage to burst down FlyQuest now. The culling comes through, but Skumon says what? As he just takes most of it. Equalizer in as well as they look for Bwipo, but he does go gold and the quickness comes on through. The charm is fantastic. They try and keep him alive, but it does not work. It's a bit of a trade though, as this Rakan is going to be taken down, but man, these wallets, they are so heavy from G2. First Nexus turret to be taken down. Masu going to be next to be taken on this fountain, and G2 showing them that even though they did get swept at MSI, Hero World's going to be a different story.
And I think it's just such a big difference for Skumon game 1 to game 2. Having the Trundle gave him so much more agency. He was having so much more impact on the map as well. And G2 successfully bring us to game 3.
And this is exactly what we wanted. Now, Analyst Desk, who's going to win the third one?
Do you think I'm gonna tell you immediately? We're gonna make you work for it. We gotta run through game 2 second, but it is 3 games here for us in this epic EU versus NA battle. And I gotta say, for a lot of the things we were questioning after game 1 for G2, a lot of things were answered, Rob. And for me, one of the big ones was Skumon / Labrov. How will they do? They are the 2 members that had the most on their shoulders because they came into the roster this year. When G2 had their successes with other members, and Skumon really, really had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, and I think these were the 2 members that my eyes were on in playoffs for LEC, and they had the performances there, and now we finally get to see it in game 2. The mapping's actually stepping up once again, and Skumon, as a result, got so fed in the early stages that it actually became really, really difficult for FlyQuest to try and deal with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think a lot of the game was decided off of these early plays here from Skumon. Goes down bot, kills Busio, goes top, kills Bwipo. Then Quad overextends, you know, after going up to try to cover that wave. He dies too. This put the Trundle in such a commanding position that Zinzo was always behind the pace, and I felt like FlyQuest were kind of counting on like Annie shielding up the Xin, Soraka shielding up the Xin, and the Xin being this like brick wall in the middle, but Trundle was just straight up stronger, would ult him in his own ult, and they would just man fight, and he would get slapped down.
And Galio over the head as well.
Yeah.
It's true. I wanted to see this graphic because Inspired versus Skumon is, I think, a really big matchup in this. And for people that aren't aware, we kind of sometimes say that Skumon reminds us of Inspired a few years ago.
Flipped,
I think it's
yeah.
flipped.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, because you can see sometimes he likes to play where he has the game in his own hands. And I think we saw that with the Trundle.
And it's also, Trundle is one of the champions where if you are ahead, like, it feels amazing to play. Because you can just go for every play. And we already, Rob already mentioned Labrov a little bit, but to me, Rakan, when you also are always able to go for any play because you build up an early lead, it makes it so insanely oppressive. And with how reliant the current meta seems to be on going for objective fights, if your jungle and support are both doing well, you're in a great spot.
That's a great point, and it was fun to watch this game next to Zale, specifically in the mid-game skirmishes, because FlyQuest kind of had to come back in the palm of their hands.
Because you like to see the pain in my eyes.
It's been years! It's been years! It's been years! But to that point, because you saw that FlyQuest, they had kind of the comeback sometimes in the palm of their hand, but they wouldn't die.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Bwipo did not have a good game. A lot of the equalizers weren't placed very well, and we saw
more like
G2,
a demoralizer.
Yeah, exactly. We saw at G2 a lot of different fights here, getting out with like multiple people at low health bars, and that starts to snowball to the point where even when FlyQuest plays a fight well, they're then too far behind and they can't actually finish off any of these kills.
And I think that is one of the risks you run when you have like this low engage style composition. You're kind of reliant on the Annie and the Xin Zhao to be that, but when your Xin Zhao is already far behind and you're picking off members before the fight starts.
And Busio's on Soraka.
Exactly. It's trying to finish off these low health members is really, really difficult to do when they are able to escape.
It's interesting how when the draft came through, I think we all kind of liked the Soraka, right? Because what it could possibly do for the Xin Zhao and that we become such a raid boss, but maybe you didn't have enough damage in the end to make it work.
For me, it did come down to execution. I think that both Skumon and Labrov played a really good game. There was also the fact that if they were able to actually play on the spikes of Xin Zhao, who again was put behind early, I think this comp looks completely different. Like Sundered Sky is a really big one, but it's actually, as Zil pointed out, I think it was the third skirmish. He didn't even have a second item yet.
Yeah, exactly. It was for this dragon where normally that's how Fly plays, right? They'll give up some early dragons, they'll come up, they'll be on this power spike, but he didn't even have a second item.
Game one.
Exactly. He didn't have a second item for that fight, so he wasn't going to be in a strong point. And also, they were so far behind, I think, in gold a lot of the time that no one felt like they had the space to buy heal cut. And if you have no heal cut against a Trundle that's ahead of you, this champion is just never going to die. Like, you saw in the damage done, Masu did the most by a lot, but it just never looked like it was actually impactful whatsoever.
Like tickling him.
I mean, there was a couple of cullings that really did change engages or fights that were in the bottom side to where he picked off Hans Sama, but it's as you were saying, because Skumon was so far ahead, he was entering into the Xin Zhao zone, was able to pick off the Xin Zhao alongside Broken Blade, and having those two with enough DPS to finish off the healed up Xin Zhao was crucial to the success here.
Now that we're watched this, we're analyzed this. Are they confident? Are they not? Are they shaking in their boots? Because this was so easy. EU doesn't matter. We want to beat LPL and LCK. We don't even think about you, EU. But regardless, though, Game 3, everything is left to be played for, and I'm happy we're getting a Game 3. Let me do a little temperature check across the line then.
I'm feeling good still. I mean, I think, honestly, the Rumble was something that made me a little bit nervous. It's not something that is a pick that Bwipo normally goes to. I think he looked pretty uncomfortable on it. And yes, I think Busio can play this Soraka well, but also he's so critical to their team fights. Like, his engages are so good. So I think they maybe tried to cook a little bit too hard here. I'd like to see them just go back to comfort.
Got some info. Fly chose blue, so G2 is going to be on the red side for the third time in a row. When it comes to Fearless and kind of red side for this Game 3, how does that all make you feel?
That is interesting, because I don't think Game 3 is necessarily the breakpoint, but for me, Fearless does become better. If you have the champ people to support it, obviously, that's kind of a given.
Yeah.
And you can flex around a good amount. But I think you get higher value of counterpicks, because the big thing on blue side normally is champions are so good that you can't counterpick them. Orianna comes to mind, for example. But once you get deeper and deeper in, the champions that you do blind pick will just be more counterable.
And that's why I agreed. Like, I think having BB on the counter pick here could actually be huge. Like, he's liked to bring out the Kled. He's had these fancy picks that he enjoys playing. So if he has that opportunity to last pick that into that top side, it could work out well.
I'd like to see it, because in the past we've had periods of time where I think Broken Blade was G2's best player at international events, and he kind of had a lull, of course, and he's trying to get back to that level. I think the Bin game was a confidence game as well. So I can see it. I think that could be a true win condition. So then the counterpoint, what's the true win condition here for FlyQuest in Game 3?
I mean, I think it's just play better straight up. I mean, I want to see Busio on Engage again. I want to see Bwipo on a pick that he's really comfortable on. And I want to see them play their game, because I still do have a lot of confidence that if they're playing their style, they should be able to win.
Okay, well, that's it. We still have a couple of seconds left, so a little bit of excitement. I'm happy that it's going to 3.
Nervous.
Me too.
Nervous.
I mean,
I'm having a great time. Why are you guys so emotional?
You just want to see a great last game, but I think it's good
it's just a content game, you know.
To re-hit the stakes once again, right? If you win this next game, you find yourself in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. For FlyQuest, it would be huge once again. For G2, they have been starving for it with all of Europe since the introduction of the Swiss stage. There is so much on the line here for Game 3. And after the break, we will finally find out who is heading to those quarterfinals, G2 or FlyQuest.
Well, he's going to have to try and book it over here. It is Broken Blade with a lot of CC, keeping Bwipo busy. Equalizer goes down. The Wish comes in, but he just dies before FlyQuest could get in there. Still, they're going to look for the fight, though. Crescent Guard comes down. Labrov just explodes in an instant. Busio. And G2 finding the advantage here. Redemption comes down. They've got healing of their own. It moves to a 3,000 gold lead, and they might have Baron on the mind.
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem.
It's ARAM, but with augments. It combines all the fun augment-fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM gameplay.
We want every champion to feel special and get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get outside of Arena.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to some mayhem coming to the bridge soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Gary this time and Kobe, and we are ready to dive into this Game 3 draft.
All right, Game 3, Gary.
Yeah.
What are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling that we're getting pretty deep into the AD carry pool. I feel like Yunara naturally rises in priority, but we've been seeing G2 ban it away a lot, and okay, they're going to stick to that same strategy. I often like, domestically in Europe, we have a bit of a meme where, like, when your back's against the wall, you're really let into a series, just slam Jinx because she can never really go wrong. I'm curious as to whether or not she will be that present in the draft. And I'm really thinking about supports because I do feel like Game 1, the Labrov Bard didn't really do it for us here on the caster desk. And then Game 2, I think the Soraka had its value, but the way in which they utilize it and the deficit that they found themselves didn't quite have the impact that I think they were looking for. So I wonder if we'll now get those traditional engaged supports with Leona, Rel, Nautilus all up and available.
Well, I'll tell you what, we are going to get either an Orianna or Azir getting through in this game because both of them are not banned. So G2, they can go with the strategy of we'll leave them both up and then trade one on the other side.
I think they have to.
To try and get a 2-for-1.
My issue with that is that it feels like Orianna has had the better of that matchup throughout. We did see Zeka have a pop-off game earlier today, but in the laning phase especially, Orianna can have a good time.
But
as the Nico was the ban.
So the reason why teams hated giving it to Caps domestically was just because of how much of a nuisance he is, treating it as a split push champion. He loves sitting in side lanes and just being mega obnoxious, and I do think it's the correct choice to take this one away from Caps just because of how confident and comfortable he is on the champion.
Ooh, could it be Orianna Nocturne? Do they play Orianna Nocturne? It's a lot of fun.
Hey.
Do G2 play Orianna Nocturne? Oh, baby, have I got a story for you?
Hey. We can't do that anymore, okay? It's fearless now.
Okay, whatever you say, buddy.
I was low-key hoping that we'd get something like an Akali coming through, but it will be just the Orianna. Caps is going to keep it stock standard. I'm very interested. The Volibear is open. Something you just got to keep in mind for Skumond, it's a champion that just gives him so much early game agency in particular. Not to say that he's going to early rotate it now, but just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I will say it got nerfed a couple of times here leading into Worlds as well.
Oh, that's an interesting pick.
As a Volibear knower, got taken down a little bit. You can it still has good spots when you want to have aggressive lanes to gank for, though, and I am glad that Skumond has been representing. But we're just going to get an early Varus here as well and answer the range.
And is this going to be just a standard jungle top lane? Do we get like an Ornn or something like that? Or a Nectin would be like the true Shurima combination here on the side of FlyQuest, keeping things pretty basic. The jungle pool is somewhat thinned though. As far as like the upper echelon of junglers, I think Pantheon is the last one that's kind of remaining.
Vi's banned as well, yeah. So it does kind of feel like the Pantheon tier. But Nocturne, I feel like then Nocturne starts to creep in there like you're saying too.
This would be a blast from the past.
Yeah, you can feel better about playing tank champs when...
Wow. So, like, this feels like very West. like Sejuani, Renekton, Azir, like, this is, I mean, it's a meta. I don't think it's this meta, though.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's not necessarily West. It's just last year.
Yes, you're right. It's a combination we've seen so many times in Pro League. And now G2's kind of forced into a choice. Do you match the Renekton? Oh, so technically they can choose to match both. They've flexed this champion into both jungle and top lane. So they're keeping their options open as they lock in a Mundo.
That's a bit of fun. This is a bit of a Broken Blade special, so excited to see how that one is going to look, whether it is going to be his or whether Skumond's going to be piloting it. And now a bit more flexibility as far as the bottom lane is concerned with that Varus already locked in, so just going to be focusing on the opposite side AD carry options.
And I hope it is a jungle Mundo. Definitely would like it in the hands of Skumond into a Sejuani here. Would look pretty good for this G2 scaling. Let's see about the bottom lane though, as you're talking about. And you know, they want to break the full Shurima synergy and take out the third possible piece here to take away the Sivir. But what on top of it here for Masu? I mean, they do need another pretty big damage source, pretty big carry. So we are kind of thinking about the later ones. You know, Jinx does even start to be viable as well into a Varus.
Could be cropping up. We'll just have to see where they do decide to go. It does open the door to things like I guess a Jhin or something like that. There is already a fair bit of consistent damage in the Azir, so it might be an option there theoretically. But
I wonder if Fly might consider banning something like a Blitzcrank. It depends what support they're thinking of, but again, just to remind people that Labrov does like those hook-style champions, and given that, I wouldn't be surprised if they gave Labrov counter pick as well, because he could also be thinking about something like Renata, a little bit more disengage with both the Sejuani and Renekton that's going to look to threaten that back line.
All right, well, Braum is going to be the decision. Get rid of that one. Now Hans Sama, will it be a rounding out of the bottom lane? Are we going to discover where this Mundo is going to go? I would assume it's a support lock in here. That's why I love the Poppy ban, honestly, because it would have just been triple flex Poppy, and you'd be just still very confused about where things are going. That's a cat. Not psyched about that one, but it's just going to be a hopper for now.
Okay, the Rel. So they're going to keep this Mundo as flexible as possible until the very last moment. They want to see what is rounded out, but G2 have gotten themselves a nice little wombo combo at the very least. Varus ultimate, Orianna ultimate, Rel ultimate, a lot of R well, buttons that they can just press in combination with one another. FlyQuest thinking about their bot lane. There aren't many AD carries left that can really match up against the Varus. They want a little bit more utility, so they're hovering over the Nautilus, and I expect that to be locked in.
Answering engage. As Nautilus was a ban throughout this series, I feel like in the second round, couple of times, so going to get his hands on it this time is Busio, but now we'll have to get the information as to what Masu is going to be playing.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it so far as, you know, you're playing into two low mobility carries, the Orianna and the Varus here, so you have point and click, you have a lot of good, like, fishing options with Sejuani ult, with Nautilus hooks as well. I personally want something with higher damage than a Jhin, but like you said, Jhin does provide the CC.
I willed it into the universe, didn't I?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just staring at the Mundo, so maybe
You will be staring at the Mundo for a long time because he is not going to die.
As you said, you know, Azir can shoulder a lot of that, burden of killing the Mundo, so not necessarily going to have to be Masu's job.
See how it does go, but now to round out this comp and decide where this Mundo is going, and it looks like it will be in the jungle unless we're flexing to Jack's jungle, which is likely not going to be happening. Labrov to lock that one in. And so BB with a Jax towards the Renekton. The matchup, obviously something that Jaxes do like because you can nullify the W, but could still be a difficult one because Renekton is just pretty good in the early to mid game.
Oh yeah, I mean, early on, Renekton should definitely have the advantage in this matchup, but this is a bit of a Broken Blade special. Domestically, it's one of his highest win rate champions, and it's just something that a lot of teams were very afraid to give to him, but then the champion kind of fell out of meta. Of course, it did get some buffs coming into this championship. We already saw Mirwin bringing out to not so much great success, but Broken Blade feeling confident as Skumon going to be taking his hands with the Mundo. I do think G2 have decent range thanks to the Varus. I'm expecting him to go for lethality once again to try and have some poke back against both the Azir and the Jhin. The question becomes, how confident are you with what FlyQuest have drafted? I do like the Azir, especially with the front line of the Sejuani, but as you mentioned, that Jhin does concern me a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, I feel pretty decent about it. They have got a lot of tools that FlyQuest do rely on a lot as far as creating their team fights, and I do feel more comfortable with Busio having engage options than, you know, Soraka was not the problem last game at all. That was definitely more like, you know, Bwipo getting caught out and stuff.
For sure.
But I still just feel more comfortable when Busio can like make more aggressive plays. And the Nautilus certainly can do that, especially when, again, G2 are running Orianna and Varus as their carries. Those are two carries that can be pressured pretty effectively. You know, you've got Azir in the mid lane, looking to use Azir sweeps on him. So any sort of support roams towards mid or Sejuani passes as well can burn flashes and create some pressure.
We'll see if they can get that one done as we are under the rift, ladies and gentlemen. Having a look here at Skumon and what he has put together on this Mundo in the jungle. Fleet footwork going to be the decision. And also, some keystones that are worth noting is the fact that we do see a lethal tempo Varus out here as well. So not going to be going for the lethality route this time.
I'm excited about that. But I also am excited about this top lane matchup because for those that don't know, there is actually quite an extensive history between both Bwipo and Broken Blade, given the various organizations that both of these teams have been on. And I wouldn't say that it's necessarily a rivalry, but kind of Bwipo has had that advantage over Broken Blade kind of throughout his career. It only really shifted around that 2021 mark, but given that they both played in Europe for a fair amount of time, the matchup between the two got quite heated, and it's cool to see them back on the Rift, especially given that they're both on comfort picks, I would associate. Renekton, very well known for Bwipo, and the same for this Jax in favor of Broken Blade.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it's so one-sided. But we're seeing here that BB's not feeling too worried about it.
Yeah, nice little empowered Q charge there from Bwipo for the trade. Usually you'll see the Renekton look for the level 6 possible, like all-in versus Jax with the newly buffed Renekton ultimate. You get so much damage out of that, so I think we'll probably get like regular trading up there. Ooh.
Phenomenal anchor to come through here as Hans Sama will be able to use the cleanse, but does have to put that on cooldown. They trade it for the heal. As you can see, Busio takes so much burst damage back. Nicely played there from G2 after a good hook to land.
Jhin, though, just showcasing how much damage he can bring to the laning phase. Varus is considered a pretty lane-dominant champion, but Jhin one of the few champions that can kind of go blow for blow with him. But now that Masu doesn't have his support, he's being forced to play quite defensively.
Nice job. Snipe the minion and dodge the Q there from Hans.
Ooh, heal does come on down. Still gets the knock up even after the cleanse. As Masu makes his way out once again. Blighted Quiver not going to get procced.
Again, both junglers are pathing towards bottom side, so Skumon going to be in position earlier. Mundo's clear is very, very quick. One of the big reasons you always want to pick it into junglers like Sejuani, who rely on CC and are not high damage. Mundo can clear very quickly and then ignore a lot of... Whoa, okay, yeah. Getting a little deep there.
Not going to find too much more than that, but it was looking a little dicey. So they're fighting on that top side. Skumon going to be able to grab himself some shellfish, and we'll just head back home.
That mana in the mid lane looking a little bit sketchy for Caps as Inspired makes his way towards the top side. Broken Blade has to be very defensive now. Kind of expected early on this matchup to go the way of Bwipo, and he's going to get a quick back as a result of the push that he's been able to get. So standards.
Ooh, hook does come on through here as teleport in is an interesting one. Not able to hold them in position for long enough, but they're going for a lane swap anyway, so Bwipo wanted to be down here.
That's a really nice play, because not only do you interrupt the back, it was only Busio that interrupted his own back, allowing for Masu to get back to base, so he's already going to begin the swap, and he has that slight tempo advantage over his bot lane counterpart.
Yeah, delay them on their reset in matching the swap, so Masu will get there first and should get to most of the minions. Snipes one.
Beautiful use of this Deadly Flourish so far from Masu, as he doesn't hit all of the minions, but will be able to make it into experience range for most. As Busio moving around, looking for a bit of an angle under Caps. Does walk over Vision at the time, but Labrov's going to turn up as well, and so Busio just says, nope, I'm just going to turn around and leave.
Both supports just testing the water, providing cover. So their mid laners is Bwipo looking to try and proxy. Some decent damage from Broken Blade, but there's not much that he can do to stop this, and this will give Bwipo a window to look for a roam if he wants to.
It's kind of dangerous, though, because both of them know jungler's cleared from top to bottom, so he should be expecting Skumon to be over towards his area.
And he kind of was, so now just going to be vacating, moving back. Does have that tempo advantage, like you were saying, by being able to clear out the wave so early. But another crash going to come on through here as FlyQuest move this minion wave towards the turret. And we do see it's about 100 gold, I guess, the lead, but that will be evened up as this wave is cleared out.
Ooh, the freeze is actually coming out from Broken Blade. So he's caught the wave that Bwipo tried to proxy, and now he's dragged it into the middle of the lane, and now he's going to start having that slow push go in his favor. The good news for Bwipo is he does have his jungler on the bot side of the map, so it should be pretty easy for them to break this freeze. In fact, Inspired might look for a wraparound, because there's no vision on the bot side, so Broken Blade in a lot of danger.
Yeah, looking a little bit dicey here as the counter-strike comes in. The Flash W is going to connect as the Grandmaster's might is not mighty enough, and first blood goes over to Bwipo on this Crocodile.
And again, it's on the level 6 timing that you're always looking for the Renekton. As soon as you get that ultimate, you know you have good conditions, and it's even more favorable with all the setup that you're talking about. No vision around the bottom lane with the wave pushing. Broken Blade jumps right in, right into Inspired and Bwipo's arms.
And the timing is fantastic as well, because Broken Blade has just used his TP, the Dragon is available to be secured, and the advantage that Bwipo gains after Broken Blade loses all that farm as well, just beautifully done from FlyQuest, as they've now already built up about a 500 to 600 gold lead.
Yeah, got to be a little bit more cautious when you don't have any vision at all down there. And as you say, Inspired pretty happy to grab the objective, though Skumond is going to take that opportunity to punish a bit. Your jungler shows getting Dragon. I will take your Gromp at least.
Oh, there's the sweep from Quad. Flash comes out from Caps as the Flash in trade there, as Quad avoids the Shockwave. Nicely done, but there's a lot of summoner spells now missing in the mid lane, and both junglers can smell it. Skumond moving on over. Quad does have that wave pushing into him. There's now another fight in this bottom lane, top lane matchup that we've got here.
Good spacing there from Bwipo. He's going to feel really confident now after the extra money from the kill. Goes for another proxy wave here. Every time you do this, you get an extra 30 seconds of move timer to be able to do whatever you want. Getting deep vision inside the Mundo jungle is also very helpful. So we'll see what he elects to do the next time around.
Now, I was talking about tempo vibes and things like that in the previous series. This is just actual tempo that he's building up for himself. It's real. It is a thing. And FlyQuest are utilizing it very, very well. Even though it hasn't necessarily translated into any big advantages, they're starting to stack up these objectives.
Yeah, and they use that tempo to have Bwipo actually go towards mid. He reset after clearing the wave and is heading mid to rotate the Azir already into the side lane, even before getting first item Nashers.
Orianna gets first rotate, but the Varus is nowhere near. I mean, Skumond's happy with one. He doesn't have to overcommit to anything else. They've denied the 3 grubs, and so small advantage that G2 will be happy with.
And that is going to be both of them picked up. So FlyQuest do grab themselves 2 points of that those feats of strength, which is certainly a big deal. But not going to be upgrading the shoes just yet. Still need a couple of kills and a first turret. They do want to get there, or of course, grabbing another objective.
Oh, that wave in such a nice spot for Quad, slowly pushing towards him. Yeah. Even though he's a little bit behind in gold against Caps, given the wave state, I don't think he's too upset about this situation right now. Broken Blade weighing up his options.
This is so much value for FlyQuest down here in the bottom side. And remember, Bwipo, he proxied the wave, then reset, goes out towards mid. They rotate over towards bottom from the Azir that now waits out the teleport. His teleport timer is coming up as well.
Oh my goodness, so much money just going to the wayside. And they need money on Quad. Not only is he going to be the most consistent damage that they have, but also this guy is like 18-6 on this champion. Like, this is one of the Quad champions. And we'll see whether they can get some value out of it. Dominus here in this mid lane as Caps is in trouble. Remember, no flash for the Orianna, but the Shockwave is back off cooldown. He creates enough distance to get Bwipo away from him. Still the Crocodile's scary. Caps now going to deal with this wave underneath the turret.
Yeah, I always love trading ults like that aggressively in the wave, because Bwipo, he can trade the cooldown and push the wave and get another early 30 seconds to work with. He teleports back out, actually, to keep that tempo up and shove the next wave while Caps is going for his reset, and then force the Caps teleport in answer.
And what's happened, it's like a 30 CS advantage. It's kind of massive as Quad throws out the Emperor's Divide, but Broken Blade going to be feeling okay with the fact that he did get an R button just for a leap strike.
Yeah, is he feeling okay as far as the entire game, though?
No.
Yeah, he's getting a spear in the face now. He was like, okay, well, the Renekton and the gank, that was painful, but the Azir as well, even pre-first item, already going to apply extra pressure, and so Broken Blade is the one trying to scrap together some extra money in this game and having a pretty rough go at it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the advantage of being against the Azir is the kill threat is a lot lower when playing against the Azir, especially when you know that the ultimate is already gone. So the possibility of a gank from Inspired is that much lower. They are going to face check into Inspire, though. Busio's right by his side. Looks like they're going to send Bwipo actually up to top lane, and now that Jax is going to have to run into this Renekton once more.
Oh, decent interruption. Magnet Storm does nothing, as Labrov is left looking a little silly after that one. Just really well played defensively there by FlyQuest.
And that's a big ulti gone now for the Dragon spawning in 25, so if G2 want to fight it, it's going to be that much tougher.
Cool. Counter-Strike just avoided there by Bwipo pretty comfortably here, as we've got to teleport in just to get the Nautilus back in action.
Preemptive vision here laid by Labrov, setting up for the Dragon fight, just lighting up this jungle and the approach angles for FlyQuest.
Hans Sama gets flashed on here, does have to use his flash, but now he's a Varus with no flash. Yeah. That's a target.
Busio, good value trade right there for Nautilus. He's got point and click. And Varus, wait a second, they do stop the recall, so they know Inspired is around here.
God is going to have his ultimate very, very soon, but they know the timer, and it looks like G2 are just going to be able to burn this one down, so evening up the Dragons, grabbing themselves their first neutral objective of the game as well, and it's a Cloud Soul, my personal favorite, no bias, but Dancing Grenade doing a lot of work here, actually, as it's just a serrated Dirk. We're not quite at first items just yet. Masu here in this early to mid game, feeling all right on the Jhin.
So this side lane down there that has Azir in it, it's troublesome for G2 because Hans Sama no longer has flash, so that's kind of dangerous. Caps on Orianna is still pre-first item breakpoint because you have to start out for the tier as well. And so you're facing this Nashor's Azir in the side lane, and that's just, it's so problematic. Broken Blade, meanwhile, as you can see on screen, they're going for the 2v1.
Yeah, Bwipo, this is going to be a difficult one to deal with, especially with the Labrov turning up that flash. Not going to help, and Bwipo is going to be taken down. It's a lot of money removed from the Rift.
The other side lane, though, is looking juicy. They just attack the other side laner, take down Bwipo for the free money.
The way you said the free money. I mean, it's much needed gold for Broken Blade. He has really been struggling, regardless of who he's been playing against in the side lane. In his attempt to push out the lane, though, Inspired is looking for a kill.
Yeah, Winter's Wrath does tag him, and there's not a lot of mana, but still, not going to quite get to
that wave is now quite awkward once again, but Skumon's here to fix it.
Oh dear, throwing the first briefcase. As we've got a bit of a problem for Caps as the depth charge comes through, flash comes down, but the answering anchor is fantastic. Busio will be traded, though, gorgeously played by Caps to make sure it's a 1-for-1.
And that is worth for FlyQuest for sure. They're going to push afterwards. How much? I mean, is he going to actually interrupt? Okay, he is. Quad could just go greed and farm another turret plate then.
See whether he does actually do that. He might also farm a Rel. Instead, he will settle for the plate.
And Caps doing the best of a bad situation, but it's FlyQuest that's continuing to mount leads where they can. That was one of the few areas that G2 had a pretty sizable gold advantage, but because of the sheer amount of time that Quad has been spending in a side lane, the fact that he's gotten himself another play and a kill has now swung the gold in his favor. And while it's still very even between the two mid laners, you can see that it's just FlyQuest building advantages pretty much everywhere across the board.
And Bwipo's done a lot of it through minion waves. And, you know, all of his proxying has really benefited them. He's denying another bunch of minions under this tower. He's playing the blocker to this lane. And that was like 2 full minion waves worth stacked up that he just denied.
Yeah, only one of them goes over as far as money.
He's been doing a fantastic job in this early game, and it all comes off the back of that gank from Inspired towards the bot side. The moment that he got a slight lead against Broken Blade, you just really see the power of this Renekton. He spikes so hard in that 1 to 2 item range where it feels like very few champions can really contest against him, and now Broken Blade is kind of forced to go up against the Azir once again.
Masu might need to make a bit of a break for it here in this mid lane, but does have Ghostblade and Swifties. It's going to be very hard to stick on top of him. Skumon's health bar is starting to look very, very large, as we can see. Inspired in the area, though, Glacial Prison in hand. So we have a look at the comparison here between our top laners. Speaking of top laners, it's going to be Quad playing defensively here. Getting rid of Broken Blade yet again means Emperor's Divide is going to be off cooldown for any potential fights, as he just leaps back in once more. This is a little dicey. There's the Counter-Strike to come on through. Decent stun coming on in there as Broken Blade does at least get the flash out from Quad. and he makes it to the safety of his turret.
I do feel like Trinity Force on Jax is kind of the point at which Jax really starts to feel confident on a side lane, and that's what we're starting to see. Quad now has to be a lot more respectful as the Rift Herald is started off by G2.
Exactly. It took him a while to get there, but he did, in fact, get there.
Yep, teleport is available here from Broken Blade, so it can be a 5v5. As there's the anchor connecting. Glacial Prison goes down as well. Decent chain CC as the Shockwave is decent as well. It's massive damage, but it's G2 coming out on top as both the Nautilus and the Renekton on the floor, and they'll claim the objective.
G2 get a massive fight around the Herald and secured the objective, taking out the front line, securing the Herald. They've swung the momentum massively in their favor. And let's have a look back.
Yeah, FlyQuest, they make the call, hey, we don't have Quad joining because he's so low on Azir, but we're going to try and make a fast play. So they try and burst down this Rel, but they couldn't quite do it. Labrov gets the shield off, and Hans Sama just melts through that double front line there.
Oh dear, Caps might be in a little bit of trouble as the curtains have been called. The last shot comes through, and Masu will be able to nail it, evening out the kills. Still, that last play putting G2 back into touching distance once more.
I mean, FlyQuest don't waste any time. They get back out on the map, they find a big pick, and now Skumon sets his sights on bot.
Yeah, Quad actually greeting a little bit to make sure that he gets this turret, and Emperor's Divide comes down, but there is a spell shield, and Skumon says what? And once again, it is going to be Quad going down. Beautifully played. They did manage to get the turret, of course. He kind of knew that he was going to be in a little bit of trouble, but good cleanup.
Yeah, G2, they use the Feats turret as like a little bait. So they know, okay, this guy is definitely going to stick around for the tower. Let's go trap him there. And so G2, they get a kill off of it. But that is going to be the Feats for FlyQuest.
It was a really nice interrupt from Labrov as well, because it looked like Quad was going to get away to safety. But that's a tower going to be secured by Bwipo, and so FlyQuest will hold on to the gold lead. When we look at the bottom of our screen, all of the gold lead really is sitting on Bwipo. And so far, in that last fight, he got shut down so quickly. Hans Sama's continuing to ramp up in terms of itemization. Another tower secure.
Okay, will go down as the minions do deal with it. Hans Sama holding Inspired in place as he procs that Blighted Quiver. Starting to do a fair bit of work here as 1.5 items are completed for the Varus as the Dragon was started, but not actually committed to just yet. Exactly, Shockwave pulls Bwipo back. Does have the Dominus to get that extra health, but Caps, he will be able to push away this Renekton, and now without all of that power and money in this fight, it could be difficult here for FlyQuest as G2 still going to be pressured away, and it will be the Dragon going down. Bwipo going to be stopped as well. That back not going to come through. We'll see whether they can get a dent onto this turret, and with the Rift Herald, they will be able to.
Yeah, G2, they have to respect FlyQuest.
Oh no, another one, and this time the Magnustorm comes in. Bwipo has to flash, gets himself out of there. Shelly gets a headache, and will be able to take this one down. Skumon stands in front of the hook, and Busio has to cleanse, gets himself out of the way. Oh, the Emperor's Divide moves Skumon away from him, still able to get the kill, but now the curtains have been called. First bullet, second bullet, third going to miss, the fourth one lands, but it's eaten by Labrov, and he's going to be just fine. G2 limp away.
A crazy back and forth as Masu secures a kill. 6-6, the scoreline at the top of our screens. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Broken Blade was just pushing. Normally that's Mundo's thing, but the fact that Broken Blade was able to get so much gold, he's going to go back to base, complete a massive item in the Sundered Sky. And it feels, and for the first time this game, G2 have swung the gold in their favor.
Yeah, with the secondary tower there, that actually catches Broken Blade completely up. 2 items on Jax. Now he is an actual champion, an actual threat here back in the game. And G2's kind of scramble there around mid lane does allow him to do that because the rest of the 4 members of G2 have to take care of themselves.
I mean, this is quite a deep commitment. They think they can catch Bwipo off guard, but a nice flash from him gets him to safety. Busio finds what I thought wasn't an ideal angle. I thought he'd overcommitted, but then Skumon overcommits himself. Flashing in to get that kill was way too deep. Quad with a really nice response ends up being a 1-for-1, and then FlyQuest chased down G2.
That briefcase angle was crazy.
Exactly, right at the end, Skumon was able to thread the briefcase before he dies over and gets Busio, but by the same token, Masu then gets a snipe as well after you think the play is done.
And I think it's still probably fine here for G2, but every single one of these games has been too close. Way too close. And we're seeing there is not even 1,000 gold in it between these two squads. Otacon now up and available though, A dangerous place to fight as Bwipo in this tribe rush, but G2 with control of the area.
I think that, not enough time because we're starting off the Arakan. G2 is just forcing this one.
Yeah, FlyQuest do have vision. They know what's going on, but it is burning down so incredibly quickly. Mundo is very, very good at doing a lot of extra damage to these, as Busio not going to quite hit the anchor. As can they get to steal the answers? No. Bwipo taking a fair bit of damage. This Broken Blade is now so dangerous, but Bwipo still able to get that work done with this dominance, but it's in fact the redemption that helps out. And down goes Quad as well, and it looks like FlyQuest not quite making this one happen as G2 just move forward. Mundo is indeed doing exactly what he pleases, as that cleanse, that ain't gonna help you, buddy, as Skumond does have a lot of paperwork to do, and he's in the way.
G2 win a massive fight around the Arakan, an objective that has become so scary in domestic for throwing games. G2 play flawlessly. Broken Blade finally gets revenge on the side lane. The mid tower is gonna fall, and this game is getting out of control as G2 grow the gold lead.
G2 just take over at the Otacon, grabbing it and all of this gold. What a massive, massive swing.
This is pretty amazing. We have to remember as well, this game, you go to top 8, and it was looking like FlyQuest had a fair bit of control. You know, that slow but steady in game number 1, the answer back from G2 in game 2, but this is the first decisive lead we found coming out of the mid-game.
And that's the key word there. They started decisively before Inspired had a chance to join. He was walking all the way from base, but let's get back to live.
Yeah, we got another battle here as Broken Blade will find another counter-strike. It only hits onto one, but it's so difficult to kill this. Jax, he just dives on top of Masu. I think he's gone too far, though. Does get the redemption, and what the heck is this? Jax still gets shut down. And that was looking frightening, and he was very alone.
Broken Blade showcasing his comfort on the champion. Definitely a little too comfortable as he dived into many members of FlyQuest, ends up trading his life for Busio, which debatable if that was really worth it. But right now, we set our sights on the next objective. Dragon spawning 35 seconds away. FlyQuest, if they can get that objective, they can put themselves on Soul Point. They still have avenues to turn this game around, and it's important to remember, with Quad in the position that he's in, there are ways for FlyQuest to still win these fights.
Again, props to G2, because for a lot of the objective fights from the previous game, we had seen FlyQuest having way better setup, being there ahead of time, but this time around, G2, they pulled the trigger so quickly that the front lines wasn't set for FlyQuest. Now, going for a little exchange as well.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of an angle, but no full commitment onto any of these fights. Skumon just standing in that front line. There's the flash forward, and where did he go? Master just explodes thanks to the shockwave, and now an exhausted Quad is just gonna fly his way out. But now, without their Jhin, this should mean that G2 can get themselves this Dragon that has just cropped up to even the scoreline there, even able to deny some backs.
The combo is clean, and G2 are playing with confidence. It feels like this game is slipping so far away from FlyQuest. Their options are becoming limited, and the first question they ask is how do they get through the Skumon? But Masu, he barely steps up. Labrov sees the angle, Caps is quick to follow up, and it ends up being a one-shot.
Yeah, don't think there's much outplaying that one.
Yeah, nice arrow from Hans right at the beginning too. Everything hitting at once. Masu down, and G2 are primed to make it into quarterfinals, and they're doing it with Skumond on his Mundo. Well, the rest of the team here going at Busio again.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an angle there, but Leap Strike does get Broken Blade over the wall. They will be okay, as Nevermind, Inspired, looking for an angle. Deadly Flourish comes down, another curtain call to come in here as Skumon flashes himself away. Busio's dead once again, though. The last bullet, not quite enough, but Quad does have the follow-up damage. It's a trade of supports. For now, the flash forward from Inspired. He thinks he's found the angles. Bwipo just flashes on top. Hans is going to fall down for the first time in this game, and now this Crocodile is doing what he wants instead of the Mundo as they escort G2 out of the river.
FlyQuest are fighting back. They flash, they get the kills onto Hansama. 2 down though is not enough to rush an early game Baron, so it's just gonna stop at that gold.
Are you sure?
A second, maybe
They've got Quad at full HP. I think they have the damage to force this. G2 only have 3 members alive.
Skumond is going to come over here as, yeah, if Quad's doing
Caps
damage to this, it's going down very, very quickly. And so is Skumond, as we can see here. He's just a health bar, and this is Nash's and that Leandri's completed. Busio makes his way back. Broken Blade wants to get in here, but this Baron is going down so incredibly quickly. They have vision, but they have no one in the area, and it's FlyQuest that take the first Baron.
And they actually get out. It is enough to get them Baron. Betty, this game is going to be a banger.
FlyQuest find a way to fight back. They find an important pick in their topside jungle. They force the fight. They're forcing G2 to retreat, but they overstay their welcome. As you can see, Hansam on the right-hand side of your screen, he's thinking, how do I get involved in this fight? He steps up towards the rest of the team. Busio drops initially, but a nice fourth shot connects onto Labrov. Quad feels like he has the damage, and with Bwipo coming in from the flank, great target focus onto Hansama means that he is shut down, and a Baron opens up.
Critically, both Inspired and Bwipo have flashes. They each flash onto the Varus. They take down the on-hit Varus, and that is enough to keep them in the game with a Baron.
And you can see the win expectancy is looking right in the middle at this point, even though it has been looking a little like a heart monitor this game. As you said, Kobe, we might be in for a bit of a banger here as FlyQuest, with this Baron, what can they actually get?
I will say too, even though the gold is much closer now, G2 had the Otacon, and so with all of the kills that have gone on this game, look at the flower petal difference, 38 over on G2 to the single petal that FlyQuest were able to grab early on in the game. That is a massive gold difference in just pure stats that you're getting, as well as experience.
Ultimately though, Quad has put himself in such a fantastic position. He's about to take over to level 16. Inspired is in the area to cover as G2 know the threat. They want to eliminate it, but Quad will get away to safety. There is that level 16. The death cap being worked on for Caps is still a ways away. I can actually have a quick look. He is 200 gold off it.
So and like, do you see that damage just from one soldier auto attack onto Skumon?
Oh yeah.
He's built, 3 items already. But still, this Azir is doing so much work.
This game could still very much go either way. The Baron has bought a lot of time for FlyQuest. The hook.
Yeah, hook to come on through there as Busio starts off the fight. Glacial Prison is good as well to hold down this front line. The last bullet this time is not going to land as we have fights on multiple fronts. The counter-strike to interrupt the teleporters. Labrov will be able to get himself to relative safety. And now it's G2 trying to turn this one around because Bwipo is so much of what allows FlyQuest to win these fights, and he was denied.
FlyQuest try and engage on Skumond and Labrov, and they get neither of them. Labrov gets the counter engage. They turn back around. Hansama hit the Varus ultimate onto Quad, and they kill the Azir, the heart of the FlyQuest comp.
The problem for G2 is there's no objective for them to really convert it into. A siege isn't easy as long as FlyQuest still hold on to the Baron. There's no Dragon available just yet, and both Quad and Busio will be back alive ahead of the Cloud Dragon spawning. Means that FlyQuest continue to buy a little bit of time. It's a mistake that's not going to cost them too much, except a little bit of gold. And as I mentioned, there's that death cap now available for Caps.
And it basically cost them their entire Rebel Baron power play. Like, it was 300 at the end, and that is not very much in the grand scheme of things. But still, just nullifying, that does put G2 back in a decent advantage. And now Soul Point on the line. Cloud Soul could be a big deal for either of these teams. And man, this goes down fast. 3 items now completed here for Hansama with this on-hit Varus build. And I was thinking like it was going to be dangerous because you saw what happened. It's just a flash forward from the Crocodile, and Hans dies if he doesn't have the cleanse. And so it can be dangerous, but the way that they've navigated around him, if he lands the Chains of Corruption, there is definitely some angles.
Yep, definitely true. Quad still has flash for the next play, so there's possibilities of big Azir moments, but This Mundo is fully scaled here. 3 items plus for Skumond. Large gold lead to him, on a champion that he just jumped on so early on and really put a lot of work into.
It's such a tense game state. Europe, they can see a quarterfinals in their eyes, and it's been so long since we've been there. But North America wanting to shut that down. FlyQuest have fought back valiantly, and they are by no means out of this game just yet. The Infinity Edge finish for Marsu could be such a massive item breakpoint for him. He's isolated in the mid lane. He will respect the engage possibility. A quarterfinal spot. The Baron spawning a minute away. We are getting to the late game, and it's all going to come down to a massive team fight.
The tension is building here. A full minute away. The vision work needs to be done early, though. We have seen the impact of these engages, especially from this Rel. Labrov got multiple big ones on Masu in the mid lane with his flash, on the Azir as well, following up from Hans Sama's ultimate. But now, it is about the Baron arrival. 47 seconds here, and the map, the approach, is dark for FlyQuest. It is dangerous for FlyQuest.
They have one flank ward, which is kind of interesting, but you can see Caps may have found Inspired. He just Arctic Assaults over the wall.
Took very little damage.
He's got a Kennick Rooker.
Yeah.
So
I don't think Caps even broke through his shield. He's one tanky Sejuani. Both the front lines on both sides are very scary. Quad's going to be the individual responsible for melting those tanks. For Hans Sama, he's going to be the guy for G2. And obviously these are both the targets for either side.
And the Baron is up basically now. 5 seconds time, and that one will get there. And so G2 will be able to welcome her in. And they might be able to start this one up. We'll just have to see. As Bwipo in position on this blast cone, they do get an engage onto Inspired. And Broken Blade with that flank angle is spotted. Thankfully there for FlyQuest fans.
Bwipo, though, he's sitting on a control ward. They haven't seen him come through. They're trying to ward for the flank, but they don't know where he is. Hans has to be extremely careful because Bwipo could be the game changer as Broken Blade. Looking for both top laners with their flanks. Could be the thing that defines the game.
Yeah, which flank is going to work out? Will it be Bwipo finding the priority target? But he's found instead as Labrov gets into that brush, clears out the control ward. And G2 now with the upper hand as Broken Blade wanting to sneak in once again. Bwipo slices to get out of there, and Quad has to get out as well. Boostio starting off the fight, gets the double knockup, but Skumon is so tanky. Not tanky enough, this Azir is just going front to back. As now Broken Blade with the counter-strike is going to be able to help take down Bwipo. The hook is going to not land, but the Magnet Storm is gorgeous. Not enough to do all the damage, and Boostio somehow got in there, but look at the Emperor's Divide. Down goes Broken Blade, the curtain call as well to slow down Labrov. G2 still with some players alive, but these health bars are so low, and FlyQuest come out on top.
And Skumon goes down without activating his ultimate. He just gets popped in the CC. FlyQuest, they turn on Baron.
A second Baron, almost like back-to-back after it spawned at 25 minutes. And FlyQuest get another go with the Rebel Baron power play.
That is absolutely insane. The fact that Skumon died so quickly, the front line just disappears. Broken Blade threatening the flank. It looked like that he was going to commit onto Mazu, but he didn't want to go in too deep. Bwipo takes a chunk of damage right at the start of the fight. Look at the positioning of Broken Blade. A hook and great ulti comes in from Boostio to buy some time. The shockwave is held onto, and the ulti connects onto Quad, but then it's not followed up on. G2 turn their attention onto Bwipo, thinking they can get the damage down. A nice re-engage from the Brov, but it's not enough damage. The carries are safe, and FlyQuest turns it into a one fight.
Oh, the timing of that Emperor's Divide was just gorgeous from Quad. As we're right into another team fight as now Bwipo having to use that Q to try and get his health bar back, but Hans Sama's just going to shut him down. The Deadly Flourish as well is trying to work out, but Broken Blade stays alive. The Emperor's Divide is gigantic, and Baby will go down. The Azir is taken as well, and G2 straight out of the replay, straight putting FlyQuest into the death chamber.
Caps goes on a rampage. He finds such a huge shockwave with the help of Labrov. G2 may well have done it. There's only Inspired left to try and defend the base, but after 3 long years, I think Europe is back at the quarterfinals.
It was looking like it was going to happen again. It was going to look like North America could deny them one more time, but it's the top 8 in the eyes of G2 as they look to take down these Nexus turrets. The Nexus, the next to go down, and the Baron curse for North America is their bane, and G2 say thank you very much.
Caps, the Western Goat, finds the shockwave to take down FlyQuest.
Oh my God, what
I need to know what happened before that fight.
Stressful fight.
The lead up to that fight, yeah.
Yeah. How did we get to that position? Because it felt like FlyQuest had, you know, it was a beautiful Baron, but maybe the analyst test will have more answers than us because that game was insane. Take it away.
They They made it. It's been so many years, and G2 is finally back in the top 8 at the World Championship after falling to NRG in 2023 at the start of the Swiss stage, into not being able to make it after losing the FlyQuest this year, also already at MSI. The fact that they needed to put it all on the line, the fact that they lost 2 Barons, the fact that they stared death in the eye, and Cap said, not today.
I am shaking. The fact that that game was so incredibly close. We come back after one huge team fight win for FlyQuest, and I'm looking at Skumon in that player cam and going, oh my god, is this the moment? But we immediately snap back to G2 finding the fight that they needed to carry us across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that previous fight where Skumon died without ulting, I thought that might have been, you know, the throw that actually cost them the game, but Cap's massive shockwave on that re-engage from G2 in that final fight. They completely wiped FlyQuest, and honestly, congratulations. Like, this is the first time finally Europe has made it out of Swiss stage. It's got to feel so good for G2.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Israel, that I'm being so excited, but it is, it is very cathartic.
You never have to apologize for that. Like, that is the beauty of sport, of esports, is like the joy of victory and the agony of defeat, right? Like, you have to have both.
And can I say, I think we both felt the joy of victory and the despair of defeat at many different times in that game. That was one hell of a final game, you know. Where do you think FlyQuest left it? Of course, that shockwave, because they had all the tools eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I think some misexecution in some of the team fights. I also, you know, really just felt like I didn't love the draft. Like, it was so on quad, I think, to be, you know, a monster in this game, because you're bringing in a Jhin against this monster front line of Mundo and Jax, and I feel like G2 really had a strong draft here. It's so hard to actually get through the front line. Once they hit the later stages of the game, FlyQuest should just never be winning these 5v5s, and I think G2, you know, just played it out better, played towards their comp strengths in the late game.
And I think there were 2 members that stood out to me individually. I think there was Caps, who didn't have the best of series overall, but was so clutch when it came to those sniping quad in those fights with the shockwave. We saw it over and over where he just managed to pick him off. But also Labrov, back on comfort on the rel. His engages, even when the team got caught, the flash in, finding multiple people, it set up G2 for so many of these fights.
And this is what I like to see in the way that they're qualifying, right? Because this was a hard opponent to beat, a very hard one that you couldn't even beat at MSI a couple of months ago, and that I think speaks to the growth specifically of Labrov and Skumon. Also to go for this Mundo, it's been like 13 years since we've seen that. So it's at Worlds, I gotta say. At Worlds.
Because it has been a bit of a Skumon BB special, and Skumon has looked really strong in the LEC. He finds these moments where it's very difficult to try and take it down, and it just means that it's kind of that pocket pick specialty that we know for G2 for.
Skumon is our Oppo player of the series. I just have to tag off there.
No, absolutely. I mean, congratulations to him. And I just feel like this is something we talked about, you know, before this series started, where this is something that I was worried about G2, their creativity in drafting, right? Like, I felt like it was a similar advantage that they gained against BLG when they brought out the Poppy and Nivea. I felt very similar about this draft coming into it. Like, you can attest that after the draft, I was quite 100%. Concerned about their ability to actually deal with that front line. And Mundo is a genuine flex here. Like, it could have gone top. It's a great matchup into the Renekton as well. You can kind of scale into that. But putting in jungle, you can kind of free farm, and as long as FlyQuest wasn't really able to push the pace, it was always going to be difficult. And I think the harsh reality is Quad just didn't play well enough to be able to actually get the job done in this final game. Skumon was farming. He was big in the fights. But I think for me, it was more about, you know, his Trundle game, and I think that's what really is kind of pushing him over the edge for player of the series.
But it's not only just this series. Again, like, I want to echo what Shox was saying. It's the fact that this has been this year-long growth for this man to find a way he can integrate with the team, how he can work on, hey, I'm going to farm up a little bit in the early game, but how can we enable him when it gets to these mid-game points? And you get to see picks like this Mundo, where he's able to pop off when given those resources, and same with that Trundle.
We'll have to ask them, of course. I think Broken Blade is coming up as well, because for me, it was always, you know, the management makes decisions because they stand behind them and they believe in the players that they field. And those players for Skumon and Labrov hadn't really lived up to that expectation, right? But I feel like that finals in Madrid possibly did unlock a little something in them where they could turn that switch. And as we all know, Azael, momentum is very important. You know, trust is very important. And once it starts working, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the reality is, people's years are distilled down to like a couple games,
Yeah.
right? You know, whether you are considered a good team or a bad team is often down to a couple key moments. And being able to have the confidence to actually show up in those moments is such a big part of it. It's really about having that belief in yourself and being able to get it done when it matters most.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what has been exemplified on G2. The fact that we can have these players that had struggled over the course of the year now show up on an international stage. And it's no longer about the jitters. It's no longer about trying to find your home and find that focus. Instead, it's being able to show up and show your best on that international stage. And finally, after so long, make it back to that playoff stage.
Broken Blade, welcome to the desk. Congratulations. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You know what, man? You don't have to apologize. You played great. Congrats. I'm really happy for you guys. It's a well-deserved win.
Thank you.
I tried to bribe him earlier with a
You
word
did?
skin, but he
Oh.
turned me down.
Yeah.
I thought I convinced him for sure.
Hey, Broken Blade, tell
But you
us
had
the
to do it to
story.
us.
Tell us the story of these games, and specifically Game 3, where you go for the comfort pick, then you get solo killed early. Well, you
No,
didn't
I
get solo killed. No,
I
they
got
ganked.
ganked.
They ganked you.
It's jungle diff. What are you talking
no,
about?
I mean, the Game 3 was definitely the most intense, probably also the most fun to watch.
Yeah.
A lot of back and
Fun.
forth. When Mundo got one shot in the mid wave, I was like, oh shit, you know, it's like, what's going on? Are we going to win? But we found a very nice combo in the end. It was beautiful to see. I think it's very important to stay calm. Flag was actually a team that they will just spit on you if you let them.
Yeah.
Like they play very fearless, very aggressive, and I think that's why Game 1 was very hard for us. I think they played great. But yeah, Game 3 was very, very cool. I think we just outskilled them, to be honest.
Well, what do you think that difference was between MSI and now, that you could actually find that break point to actually take down FlyQuest here?
I mean, I think we just worked on each other, you know. Like I think many teams fail when things go south, and I think we use that very well. Very, very happy. It's my first time making it out.
Congratulations, man.
After 5 tries.
Yeah.
5 times the charm, they say, right?
Yeah.
And EU's first time making it out of Swiss?
Yeah, ever.
That's a big dub.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, actually. Oh my God.
Yeah?
Yeah. No.
Unbelievable.
Well, believable. But
Talk to me about the draft a little bit, because like coming out of draft, you know, I was thinking from the G2 perspective, you guys just have to play a slow, controlled game, and like Jin is really going to struggle to actually punch through your front line, so it kind of becomes all about Azir. You know, was the thought process to kind of like put pressure on Azir, make sure he's not comfortable, and then you guys can kind of just like win out the fights?
I mean, exactly as you said, Ori is strong in the early game against Azir, so we put some resources mid. I died one time to a gank where I got put really far behind, then I had to lane against the mid laner, which also was really hard for me. But if the Azir, I think it's all on Azir in this draft. I think Jin is like facilitating Azir as well. But once they don't find the engage, once we find the engage, it's very hard for him to play, I think. I think up until level 16, Mundo is killable, and then once it hits 16, it's like a bit hard, to be honest. And I have Jax with the E and Jin only has 4 auto attacks, so it's a bit hard for him.
yeah. Tell me a little bit about an insight into your psyche, rather, because we've been following your story in EU this year, where you felt, I've not really played the way I want to play. And I feel like the Jax pick in this Game 3, but also your game versus Bin, like how are we feeling, Broken Blade? Because it's looked like you got your mojo back.
I mean, I have my confidence back.
Yeah.
And that is because of how much preparation and work I've put into my play. I think there has been a lot of international tournaments where I haven't performed very well, and I wasn't proud of myself reflecting on it. And I think this time around I came in ready because I prepared more and better. So I'm very happy right now, to be honest, but I will take things step by step.
Yeah.
Next opponent, I don't know who it is yet, but...
Who do you want?
I want Genji.
Whoa!
Oh. I want Genji.
Okay.
That'd be a banger.
Yeah.
Talk to me about how it feels to kind of be like the hope of a region, right? Because I feel like talking to my EU compatriots here and a lot of EU fans and stuff, everyone is like Fnatic screwed, MKOI's screwed.
Whoa.
G2's
Don't put
got
words
to
in my
do
mouth.
it. Well, not you guys, but just the fans in general. A lot of people have really kind of put it all on G2 has to do it. Like, do you guys feel that external pressure? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Because it's kind of like, I feel like the public expectation is it's G2 or bust. So you got a good draw, you got a Western team to get out, you have to win.
I mean, for us, it was every year I was in G2, it was always G2 or bust. But we always busted anyway. Which I was very sad about that for the fans as well, especially because the fans will lose hope at some point. It is natural if you don't make it. If you don't make it, now we made it. So now the hope. You remember my saying, as long as there's delusion, there's hope. The delusion is very high right now, I'm sure, for a lot of people. So a lot of hope as well. I hope as well.
There is.
But yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. You know, I mean, obviously, if everyone puts your trust in you, it just feels great, especially if you can back it up.
I never doubted you.
I mean, I've got so
Maybe
much
a little in game one.
I've got so much respect for the fact that you're saying it's like this is your 5th try and you're finally making it out. So many pros don't even have a career where they get, you know, multiple opportunities. So to be able to actually keep at it, like that has to just be on a personal level so gratifying.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the first time I came in with TSM. I was playing for the NA region.
Back when you were playing for the good guys.
also busted 0-6.
How could you?
0-6.
But I'm a very different player and human. I learned a lot thanks to my previous teammates, current teammates, staff, even the casters, man. You know
What did you learn from the casters?
a lot of, we got a lot of insight going on. Anyway,
what not to do.
We don't want to disclose that. But yeah, I was happy. I was happy we won.
Yeah.
Very
Well,
exciting.
it's super exciting. From all of us, we're really happy that we don't have to listen to it one more year.
Yeah.
Best in the West, baby.
Congrats, buddy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
congrats. And we'll see, of course, who you draw. That'll be in a
That'll
few. Well, after all the games in
Genji,
2
right?
days, right? I don't know. There you go. We'll let you go, Broken Blade. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, wonderful performance for BB, as we see the stats also over there, and just really good from G2 overall. But where there are victors, there are also people who come out on the flip side of the coin, and Drakos is now standing by with Inspired for thoughts on that series, or sitting rather.
Thank you very much, Shox. I am joined by Inspired. I won't miss words, man. You look pissed off. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm very pissed off because it was 3-0 in my book. I feel like I don't understand how we could be losing games like that. It's just very disappointing. Yeah.
What do you actually like take from this? I know right now you're probably just angry, but what's the process for learning from this, for moving on? Because you're not out, right? It's not an elimination match.
Yeah. I mean, process. I don't know. Like our scrim's been really bad, but at the end of the day, I knew that laning phase doesn't matter as much on stage as it does in scrims, because in scrims we are usually falling behind very hard before 15 minutes, and the game is kind of hard to play. I think today it was pretty fine. I think even though we made some errors in lanes, I think it was not really that big of a difference and that big of a lead for enemy team, and I felt like our drafts actually made some sense, and I think we had a way better approach to what we wanted to do. And it seemed pretty free to play, honestly. I felt like whenever we're stepping somewhere, it felt easy. I'm not sure how is it possible that we lost. I guess during the game it just felt like we were driving the game and it felt fine, and then something random happens and the game becomes lost. Yeah, it feels very weird because yeah, I don't know. It just didn't feel like we were meant to lose.
Do you have an idea of like what the focal point is then for that improvement? You're saying right now I don't know, but I can't tell if you mean I don't know, or I don't know. Like I'm not trying to flame anybody. I'm not trying to get into it here.
I don't know. I think we are really impatient as a team. I think we were in a really good spot to play both games that we lost, and yeah, we just make mistakes out of nowhere because we are impatient when not much is happening. And I don't know if it comes from the fact that practice is going bad, and obviously if practice is going bad, you kind of feel like you need to do unnecessary stuff in order to win. But I think if you have that mentality, you are already a loser. Like you shouldn't think that you have to do unnecessary stuff in order to win. I think you should keep calm in the game and just try to stick to the plan as you have as your team. To me, it seems like we have different plans and we are trying to do different things, and that's why we are not connected well together, I guess.
Last question about the series before we look forward a little bit. Game 3 especially. Felt like you guys were on the ropes. You mounted a huge comeback. You found a couple angles for good fights, and then kind of all came crashing down once again. How do you reflect on that Game 3? What led to the initial comeback? You found that creative angle with Bwipo. You found this dive onto Hansama. Felt like you rested it back in your hands. What went wrong in those kind of final moments to lead to some of the catches, some of those team fights that turned back against you?
I'm not sure, honestly. I don't remember that well right now. I felt like our champs were spiking really hard. That in mid-game, I felt like we were in a really good position because I don't really think Mundo is a good champ in the jungle, especially if we are playing Azir mid. It felt like Quad did a really good job of not falling behind to Caps. I think Alan did, Busio did so many good plays in order to put Azir in a good spot, and all we had to do was just group and play out the team fights well, but we just couldn't do it, I guess. I'm not sure, yeah.
What's the outlook coming in? You have a 2-2 matchup. There's a lot of potential opponents you could draw from. Is there anyone in particular you want to face, or are you just mostly focused on recovering from this loss?
Honestly, I didn't really think about it yet, because I wasn't expecting us to lose. Because I think G2 is probably the weakest team that we could have faced. I think right now all the teams are going to be stronger. So yeah, I don't really mind who we're going to face. I think as long as we play better than we did now, we can win. But if we play to a similar level, I think it doesn't matter who we draw, we are going to lose.
All right. Well, hoping that level steps up. Thanks for taking the time, man.
Thank you.
Pissed off was an appropriate word, and you gave an interview anyway, so I really appreciate it. We're going to send things back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Thank you very much, Dracos, in the Verizon post-game interview. Very honest with Inspired there, and obviously, feeling emotional, feeling strongly about the game. It is hard to come away from a series like that, and he obviously hasn't had time to kind of decompress or to watch back the games or see exactly what went wrong, but obviously very frustrated with the level that they brought. And I think that is true of a lot of the greatest competitors, right? Is that when it's not good enough, they are going to be angry. They don't want to lose. He came here to win, felt that they had a good draw, and they have lost that opportunity, and that's really going to hurt.
Yeah, he was really introspective, as you would be. And what you said before about these regional matchups and a lot of pressure on your shoulders, I'm sure you feel that when you're in FlyQuest, because you're supposed to be the beacon carrier, the best in the West. And I also think he did give us a lot of information, right? Because basically saying, yeah, our scrims are not working, so we weren't as confident. And then he also said we constantly feel like we were in a great position in the game, which watching the last 2 games was definitely not the case, right? So I wonder if that's going to mess a little bit with their confidence going into the next ones. I hope not, because the ceiling of this team is high.
Yeah, I think you can be behind in a game but still see angles to come back into, right? And I think that's probably what he's referring to, where I feel like there is a game plan, something we can do to try and come back into it. But I think in those sorts of situations, it can be all the more devastating, because you can see the silver lining or the hope and think maybe we can have this chance. And when that snap moment doesn't go your way, that can also be much more difficult or significantly harder on you. So I think for FlyQuest, I hope this doesn't knock them that much. There is still plenty of opponents that they could beat in that 2-2 bracket and find themselves also in that playoff situation.
Let's bring up the bracket again, maybe, so we can look at the possible opponents that they could face.
Yeah, I mean, they can't draw T1, so if T1 does win, that is something that does help you, obviously. But all of the teams remaining are really good, right? All of the expected winners are going to be very good. I think if you are Fly,
I don't agree with you.
You're hoping for the winner of MKOI TSW, right? As far as the easy one.
Could be 100 Thieves.
Could be 100 Thieves, get them in there. But, the reality is, again, I feel like because they have made it to quarters a number of times, because they've been so close against Eastern teams a number of times, just making it through, squeaking through, beating no one that's considered a top-level opponent, and then going out in quarters is not the goal and would not be satisfying for them. Of course, they want to make it regardless, but
beating an LPL or LCK team in a best-of-3 to get
would
to
be huge,
but I also think that is possible. I mean, you're kind of looking at MKOI TSW. I don't think BLG have shown up at this tournament realistically, and if FlyQuest are performing at the level that we know they can, that is a matchup that they could take if BLG are to take VKS.
I keep having to do a double take because that's the 1-2 bracket that BLG and T1 are in, not the 2-1.
Exactly.
And those are formidable opponents possibly, right?
Yeah.
But I do believe, I don't know, I hope I'm not getting fake data or whatever, but I've seen FlyQuest's ceiling be so much higher of what they even have shown today.
Absolutely. I mean, I just think they haven't really shown too much at this Worlds yet, and I'm not sure, obviously Inspired was frustrated, so it's hard to, you don't want to read too much into that, it's immediately after a game. But definitely, we haven't seen that same FlyQuest, I feel like, that we got to see at Worlds last year and at MSI, where they were really kind of showing some really impressive games. Because, yeah, they're 2-2, but the 2 opponents that they beat, very expected. The 2 that they lost to were teams that you would hope they would have been kind of more competitive or been able to take down.
Definitely so. We see there, of course, Advance, AL, KT, HLE, and G2. That's quite a field. They said they wanted to play Genji, of course. But I don't know about that. I mean, they're not even through yet. They're playing tomorrow. Genji is playing up versus TES and MKOI versus Team Secret Whale. So what are we feeling?
I mean, those could both be absolute bangers, to be perfectly honest. I'm very excited. I think basically, everything from now on is insane. Like,
Yeah.
as we've already alluded to, like, so many of these teams are top of class, and I just can't wait to see how it all pans out.
Gonna be really nice tomorrow. We'll see if it's Euphoria once again or not. It's been a great day with all of you today, so thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow. Of course, more Worlds 2025 with a split day and elimination match for the first one, and then it's a qualification match between Gen G and Top Esports after that. So 10 a.m. CEST, 1 a.m. Pacific. See you tomorrow.
There is the solar flare towards that backline as Junja in a bit of trouble, but it's so much AoE with this Mega Inferno Bomb. Still, Rest is going to go down. The double knockup is fantastic, and it's 2 on the floor here for CFO. Zeus is down, the Dragon getting amongst it as well as the ulti from Viper to soften up Honky with Zeka on the flank angle. The flash pulverize from Delight is gorgeous, and Viper is there with the follow-up DPS. Doggo now out of cooldowns, but is able to at least get rid of the cow, and HLE come alive finally in this game. Busio not going to quite hit the anchor, as can they get the steal? The answer's no. Whippo taking a fair bit of damage. Broken Blade is now so dangerous, but Whippo still able to get that work done with this dominance, but it's in fact the redemption that helps out, and down goes Quad as well, and it looks like FlyQuest not quite making this one happen as G2 just moved forward. Mundo is indeed doing exactly what he pleases, as that cleanse, that ain't going to help you, buddy, as Skumond does have a lot of paperwork to do, and he's in the way. And the Baron curse for North America is their bane, and G2 say thank you very much.